Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, the master of harmonica and someone who will never be fired, Adam Franken.
I'm not going to fire myself, that's for sure. What's up? What's this clip we're starting with here?
Oh my God, huge news and a sad day for the Sitch and Adam show, Adam. All right.
Yeah, I know.
Our favorites, lolcow, Brianna JoyGrey, also known as Brianna Greyjoy, has finally paid the iron price. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. F's in the chat for our content.
Yes. F's in the chat. Brianna Greyjoy, if you haven't heard, has been fired from the Hill. We will no longer get this magnificent, beautiful Brianna versus Robbie content anymore. It's done. It's over. It's so sad. Now we will have to rely on Brianna just saying very, very stupid crap on her own Bad Faith podcast. Aptly named, I should say, Bad Faith podcast.
Yeah, we won't get to hear Robbie come in and defend the reasonable position anymore. It's kind of sad.
Who are they gonna get to replace it? I mean, Jessica Burbank's, I've never seen her like go out in like a full slugfest with Robbie. They need someone who will scrap, okay? Someone who will screech at each other, someone who will get down and violence rhetorically.
Yeah. She is insane, Jessica Burbank is.
Yes.
I agree. Yeah, look, Brianna Greyjoy is irreplaceable. I mean, I'm a little sad here.
It's so sad, right? What are we gonna do? It's so sad. And for the record, I don't think she should have been fired.
Yeah, I don't
the fact that she rolled her eyes and argued with a woman whose sister is being held hostage by Hamas, which is pretty disgusting.
Completely disgusting behavior. But look, I mean, I think it's better that it's out in the open, that everyone can see it. I mean, she's doing wonders for the cause, right? I feel like she's kind of working for the IDF here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. So, okay. So to commemorate this day, I guess not to commemorate it because it's a sad day, right? To memorialize this day. We're going to do a couple of things. First, we're going to go back and we're going to watch this beautiful clip. Oh my God. This is like, in remembrance, okay, of what we once had. This is peak Brianna, Robbie arguing with each other. This clip is from October 12th. Okay. So just a few short days after Hamas's attack on Israel. And you can see Robbie is not having it. He is not having any of this nonsense from Brianna. It's a beautiful clip. And after we watch this, and after we watch them argue, then we're going to watch the clip that got Brianna fired, the interview with the woman whose sister has been taken hostage. And then to top it off, we will watch at the end, Glen Greenwald interviewed Brianna Greyjoy. I believe it's her first and so far only interview where she has discussed the firing. And we will see in detail why she thinks she was fired, what she has to say about it. And what Glen, of course, will say about it as well.
Yeah, everyone calls Glen Greenwald on the right. He's so obviously a leftist socialist in this video. It's pretty crazy. So,
yeah, no, Glen Greenwald is 100% like a far left, and socialist. It's just because he's like on the America bad train, I guess, and he doesn't talk about these economic policies that people, I guess, perceive him on the right or something, because he was kind of down on the whole Trump-Russia stuff. So
they have some clips in here that got the video age gated. So you're going to see a censored bar during those clips. So, but we'll.
Yeah. There's like a minute where we had to censor it. So, and thank you so much, our surrogate father, Daddy J Mac, the executive producer of the show, for the 50 gifted memberships.
Yes. Welcome new members.
Okay. Let's jump into this clip.
It's not like it doesn't.
Oh wait, hold on. I gotta set up this clip because we were not starting in the beginning. So this was, if you recall, there was a lot of controversy over this claim early on after October 7th about this beheaded babies claim. Do you remember this?
Yeah, 50 babies were beheaded.
Right. There was this claim. Those turned out to not be true, and Biden had come out because he's Biden. He had said that he actually saw a picture, or implied that he actually saw some kind of photographic evidence of this happening. And of course, there was no photographic evidence that this happened.
Oh my God.
And so his staff had to then walk it back. So that's kind of like what the first 6 minutes of the segment are about, are, sort of talking about Biden walking back that claim, or rather his staff walking back that claim. And so obviously Brianna seems to be very excited that, this claim turned out to be not true, but not for like humanitarian reasons, obviously.
Right.
Need to be true in order for the attacks to be horrific. The violence is horrific. There are bodies lining the streets. There are bullet-ridden corpses. Women died. Children died. It was an unprovoked attack.
Okay, bring up the censor box.
I got it.
Okay.
On innocent, defenseless civilians, many of whom have been taken captive, and their lives are now being threatened. So it doesn't. This does not like need to be true in order for this attack to rise to the level of.
What is the advantage? Because I have a theory of making up something like this.
What is your theory?
Well,
I mean, I don't know who. I think I don't know who initiated the rumor. We heard something about injured children being moved from one location to another. I think that might be the genesis of it. If that is true, I don't know, but go ahead.
And to be clear, this lie has been parroted everywhere. I referenced in a different segment that there was a debate between Cornel West and Alan Dershowitz on Fox last night. One of the things that Dershowitz used to try to win the argument against Cornel West, who was arguing for the shared horror, the indiscriminate horror of dead children, whether they be Palestinian lives or precious Israeli lives. Dershowitz says, well, what about the 40 beheaded babies? And that, I think, is a clue to what that particular kind of a rumor does. If you have a tragic mass of death on both sides, including multitudes more Palestinians who have been killed over the last 10, 15 years than Israelis who have been killed, and children, Palestinian children, a much bigger, horrible, tragic, disgusting pile of Palestinian bodies, then you have to find a way to distinguish why those kind of raw numbers and why all of the children and the tragedy shouldn't be treated equally. And we see words like barbaric, barbarism.
I mean, because it was barbaric.
Flung around. But the barbarism, the inhumanity of bombing children in Palestine is not described in those same words. What you need to do is find language that makes it feel like there's something different to the character of it when an Israeli child is killed versus when a Palestinian child is killed. When a Palestinian child is killed, and we heard this from Dershowitz. And
so I think I actually agree with like the first half of what she's saying, but now I completely disagree with her, because it's true that, like with the beheaded babies thing, and now, with the sexual assault allegations, is that even though it's not like logical, right? Like obviously, even if there were no babies killed and no sexual assaults happened on October 7th, just the people dying should be enough, for someone to be like, oh, we should get rid of Hamas. They support military action, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But, as humans, we have these emotional cores to ourselves. And if the attack seems more, quote, barbaric in terms of like, they were literally running around chopping the heads off babies. They were, doing mass rapes and all these sorts of things. It does be like just the emotions of it, even though it shouldn't really change like the logic of whether it's justified or not to kill X number of civilians to get X number of Hamas people. Even though it doesn't logically make sense, like people do that calculation based on like the emotional disgust response based on the barbarism or the barbaricness of the attack, right? And that's kind of why this conversation happened. So I do agree with that, but it's where she's kind of like straying off into something that just makes absolutely no sense. Is even putting that all aside, there is a difference. There is a substantial difference between a Hamas person going into Israel and saying, oh, I'm going to just intentionally be like, let me gun down as many civilians as possible. Let me kill as many children as possible, and then grab people and kidnap them, versus Israel saying, I'm trying to kill some Hamas person. And in the process of killing the Hamas person, there's like collateral damage, which kills, a Palestinian civilian. And you can make the argument, and this is why this like it's so weird and obnoxious, and I don't understand why Brianna and other people can't just do this. You can just make the argument and just say, I understand that, but the collateral damage is too high. The number is too high to justify going after Hamas. Like, you can just make that argument, but they don't. They just want to keep making the argument that there is no substantial difference between Hamas intentionally targeting civilians and Israel targeting Hamas and killing civilians in the process, even though we all, as logical, rational human agents, understand that these are very different acts.
Her argument is Israel is lying, though. Her argument is that these numbers are inflated. The atrocities that were committed on October 7th are inflated, that all this is like propaganda to justify a genocide that Israel wants to commit. That's her argument.
Right.
So, like the distinction, look, and I completely agree with you, obviously. There's a giant distinction between collateral damage and an intentional genocide. But her argument is the genocide is intentional, and that these numbers are being inflated to justify that genocide.
Well, it's like her position of it being intentional seems like it's either A, just because it's convenient, because it's like easier to just make that argument, I guess. So you can have a moral equivocation between Hamas and the Israeli government, or just based on, I mean, she would say it's based on outcome, but I think it, I mean, to me, it kind of feels racist-y, because she's always so quick to be like, oh, if you don't, you don't feel any, if you don't think that Israel's doing wrong, it's because you're racist against Palestinians. And it's like, well, your entire view, Brianna, is that Israel's composed of white people that are coming to displace and subjugate, brown Middle Eastern natives. Like, that's how she literally views this, like the whole thing in her mind.
Right.
So
let's hear Robbie. What's he saying?
Many other defenders of the indiscriminate killing of Palestinian children. Well, it must be the case that Hamas was using them as a human shield. It must be the case that a Hamas missile was located close to those children and it could not be helped. And on the other side, we're being told that Palestinians are keeping Israeli children in cages and decapitating them by the dozens. Neither which rumor turned out to be true. And yet in the middle of a tragedy that needed no embellishment to make the case for why Hamas's acts are horrible and tragic, there is still this embellishment, and I believe it is rooted in a desire to strip humanity from the people of Palestine and justify doing what Max Miller and a number of other officials in the Israeli government have said,
Max Miller is an obscure Republican official. It does not matter what he says.
So every leftist, wait a minute, Robbie, every leftist in America was asked to apologize for some random protest.
They should apologize. They should apologize for their endorsement of terrorist attacks on innocent Israeli civilians, just as I am outraged by the retaliatory actions that are killing innocent Palestinian children everywhere. I care about both of these things and have said I care about both of these things over and over again. It is you and the idiotic, leftist, terrorist sympathizing people who do not care about the dead Israelis. They don't.
So I'm a terrorist.
And they've said it over and over again.
Hell yeah, you're a terrorist sympathizer.
Black Lives Matter has said it. The Harvard students have said it. The DSA in various locations have said it. The left endorses what Hamas did. They do. They endorse it.
Look at
hell,
that.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, you're a terrorist sympathizer.
Wow. What was he about to say? It sounded like he was about to call them fat. Right? He's like fat leftist or something. He's like these fat terrorist sympathizers. I was like, what is he going to say? It's weird.
I think in the same video, she talks about all of the Palestinian people that are in prison and whatnot. So it's like, yeah, you are making excuses for this behavior. You're basically saying, oh, yeah, there's a bunch of Palestinian people in prison. Therefore, they have the right to do October 7th. That's your argument. Oh, yeah, why bring it up? Why bring it up?
They get into later in the same clip where she kind of does this like weird thing where she's like, yes, October 7th was bad, but Palestinians have a right to resist. And you're like, what does that mean in this context?
That means you're a terrorist sympathizer.
So
look, he calls her a terrorist sympathizer to her face. She's, oh, so I'm a terrorist sympathizer now. Hell yeah, you are.
Yeah, the context of what they're referring to is that, so you had Max Miller came out. He was a Republican who made a comment about, so Rashid Tlaib after the, like pretty close to like right after the attack, she put a Palestinian flag outside of her office, which,
oh no,
I mean, that seems pretty weird. Like, maybe if it was like after this has been going on for months and you say, okay, all these civilians have died, but it was like, I think it was like the next day, or it was like very shortly after October 7th. And I was like, that's kind of sus. I don't know. It was kind of weird. And so Max Miller, who is a Republican, he responded to this from Ohio. He responded to this on October 10th on Laura Ingram's show. And he made the comments. I have the quote here. He said, "I don't even want to call it the Palestinian flag because they're not a state. They're a territory that's about to probably get eviscerated and go away here shortly, as we're going to turn that into a parking lot."
wow.
Which,
oh wow,
I don't really endorse that comment either. I think it's like a gross comment, but fine. If you want to criticize him, that's fine. But the thing that Robbie's talking about is that this is from, if you remember, the DSA, which is the Democratic Socialists of America. They put out a statement that was pretty pro Hamas on October 7th. On October 7th. And a lot of people who were part of the DSA were like disgusted and outraged and left. And this shouldn't come as any surprise because we literally watched Second Thought, who made a video for the DSA after Russia invaded Ukraine. And all he did was basically blame America and say that, Russia had no culpability. It was all America's fault. It's all Ukraine's fault that they got invaded. So it really shouldn't be surprising that the DSA would then turn around, basically simp for Hamas.
Yeah.
So that's what Robbie is so outraged about.
The Harvard newspaper said exactly what the editorial page of Israel's major newspaper said.
I don't give a Brianna.
Okay, well, that's clear that that's your opinion. But the Israeli voices in Israel who are getting killed because their fascist right-wing government decides to keep 2.3
The Israelis are getting killed
people.
because a terrorist group targeted them. And they bear responsibility for what they did.
Well, Robbie, if you think you know more than Israelis in Israel, then you can feel free to have your position. But the position of Israelis who are the ones that are being victimized by this terrorism is that the fact of stripping the rights of 2.3 million people in an apartheid state on their border are conditions
justify terrorist attacks on civilians in those towns.
Do you think that justifies terrorist attacks?
No.
Well, I don't either, so why do you keep saying
Well, I don't think the occupation is justified either.
Why'd you bring it up then? Why did you bring it up? Like, seriously. Why would you bring something like that up, Sitch? If it wasn't a justification, what's the point of bringing that up, Sitch?
They keep, because it is. She keeps doing this like weird dance where it's like, well, it's not a justification, but I need to keep throwing it out there that it's, these people don't have agency, right? It's just a reaction, So
such bullshit.
And I was curious because I realized I had never done the October 7th check on Briahna.
Well, I saw a bunch of links you were sending in the DM. So it seems like maybe you had done that check now.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it now. Yeah. So this was kind of an interesting one. This is on October 7th, as the attack is going on. There's a representative Democrat named Mondaire Jones who tweeted out, "I'm horrified by the unprovoked heinous attack against Israel by Hamas, a terrorist organization. I stand in strong support of our ally Israel and the Israeli people as they fight to defend themselves and protect their sovereignty." Okay. You have a problem with that tweet?
No, I wasn't really. I was trying to figure out how I get the tweet up. So
okay, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
don't worry about it. We don't need to tweet up. I don't know if I actually sent you that tweet or not, but so Briahna, in response to that tweet, says, "There will be no peace until you acknowledge the root causes: Israel's choice to occupy Palestine and sentence millions to life in an open-air prison. Your unwillingness to acknowledge the very real provocation here will only lead to more violence and death. And for what? To curry favor in your district? This is a moment for principles. I hope you find some."
Who did the provocation?
Israel.
Who's the Oh, Israel is the provoker, huh? I guess it's just self-defense then. These poor innocent Hamas terrorists.
Yes. And she tweeted that out on October 7th. Okay. You came and wait like a day before we before we're like, maybe we shouldn't do this,
Right. Yeah.
And then she also, another thing that she tweeted out on October 7th was Jeremy Corbyn tweeted, let's see. Oh, okay. So Bernie Sanders, who she used to work for, on October 7th, tweeted out, I absolutely condemn the horrifying attack on Israel by Hamas and the Islamic Jihad. There's no justification for this violence, and innocent people on both sides will suffer hugely because of it. It must end now.
Hear that? Hear that? No justification. Perfect.
Right. Right. And so Brianna, mad at Bernie Sanders, said about that tweet, this is a choice. You could have easily made a statement more like this one. And she retweeted Jeremy Corbyn, who said, the unfolding events in Israel and Palestine are deeply alarming. We need an immediate ceasefire and urgent de-escalation. We need a route out of this tragic cycle of violence, ending the occupation. Ending the occupation is the only means of achieving a just and lasting peace. So I guess she was mad that Bernie Sanders, on the day of the attack, condemned it, and so there's no justification, as opposed to saying that they need to end the occupation, right?
Right. Look,
like,
Jeremy Corbyn provided a justification right there at the end.
Right.
Yeah.
So, very interesting. October 7th, the sort of tweets came again one day where she's like, yeah, I don't think I've seen her anywhere on her timeline that I could find her denouncing Hamas on Twitter at all. So,
okay. Wow.
Very interesting, but okay.
So why are you saying that I do?
So Robbie, I'm not saying that you do, but I have yet to hear you offer a solution for why the people that have been kept in an open air prison for 17 years and who are being indiscriminately bombed right now, and their water shut off, and their heat shut off, and their food shut off, and the access to medical supplies shut off, and UN staff members being killed by Israeli rockets. What is the solution for that group of people, 2.3 million people, to get self-determination?
Is the solution for a terrorist group to attack?
Answer the question. What is their solution?
I support a two-state solution, and
there have been decades of peaceful protests. In 2000,
she's like, what's the solution? And he tries to answer, and then she interrupts.
No, she dodged the question because she doesn't want to answer that.
Right.
So the solution you're saying is a terrorist attack on Israel. That's what you're saying. Look, she doesn't want to answer that question.
Right. Right.
At 18, there was this march. I always get the name wrong. Sorry. March of Return, where thousands of Palestinians marched along the wall, peacefully protesting, and Israeli IDF soldiers sniped down and shot them in the feet and knees, including children.
So that justifies...
Wait a minute. They tried BDS, and we were told...
So she keeps... It's kind of annoying because she always complains constantly about what she considers bad reporting or misinformation being reported around sexual assault claims on October 7th, things of that nature. And yet, like, every time I hear her or someone like on her side of the issue talking about that protest around the gate, they always say they always just push the propaganda. Because it's like, because remember when we looked into it, they were people that were protesting around the gate, and then every day someone would like go up to the gate and test it, right? And try to like they were handing like kids and stuff wire cutters and things to try to cut through the gate. And that's why they're like, okay, if you come near this gate, we're going to shoot you. Just you have to stay back because people keep trying to come up to the gate and cut it. And then people come up to the gate, so they shoot them. Like, I don't know what. Like,
they were just peacefully cutting through the barrier, Sitch.
Huh?
They were just peacefully cutting through the barrier.
Right, but that's the problem. But this is why, like, this is what's so frustrating, and this is why Hamas is so despicable, and this is why some of the violent groups in Gaza, like embedded within some of the Palestinian peaceful movements, are so despicable. Is that, like, yes, it would be good if you had a Palestinian peaceful resistance movement that engaged in nothing but peaceful, tactics to essentially try to, gain some sort of momentum for a second state or civil rights or something. But every time they do, there's always these horrible, disgusting pieces of shit from Hamas or other violent organizations that use that as cover to try to engage in violent actions every single time.
Yeah.
And so it like leads to this situation where it's just like, okay, well then, no one, you can't come near the gate or you're going to get shot. And then they, keep pushing people to go near the gate and then they get shot. It's like, oh, look how evil Israel is.
Right. But Briahna just cast it as they were just having a peaceful march.
Right.
All a bunch of peaceniks, right?
Right.
Our own government said that if you support the boycott, divest, and sanction movement, you are not allowed to get a federal contract in several states, usually southern conservative states in the United States of America. So you're not allowed to do
DSA asks candidates whether they will make a pledge to never visit Israel. There's mutual boycotting going on.
What are you talking about? That's fine if they want to say that. The point is,
of course.
No. The point is, you're allowed to boycott. The question is whether or not your political opinion should get you out of a job. I thought you were a libertarian. I thought you cared about that.
I'm going to read a statement from DSA San Francisco. Violent oppression inevitably produces resistance. Socialists support the Palestinian people's and all people's right to resist and fight for their own liberation. This weekend's events are no different.
I'm sorry, is that supposed to be own? They literally just recited international law, which allows occupied people to resist.
This is why I...
Wait. Okay, let's go back for a second. She didn't see a problem with that statement. She just said that's what it's the being owned. Like that was insane. What the hell's wrong with her?
I thought you were a libertarian. I thought you cared about that.
I'm going to read a statement from DSA San Francisco. Violent oppression inevitably produces resistance. Socialists support the Palestinian people's and all people's right to resist and fight for their own liberation. This weekend's events are no different.
Okay, so they very clearly said that if you're oppressed, they support your right to resist, and that this weekend, they're talking about October 7th, is no different. Okay, so they're explicitly saying that they support the October 7th attack. And Brianna's like, is that supposed to be an own? Like, what? I mean, it's only an own, I guess, if you think October 7th was like horrible. I guess if you don't, it's not an own. Like, I don't, it's kind of a big self-report. Like, I don't know what you want.
I'm sorry, is that supposed to be own? They literally just recited international law, which allows occupied people to resist.
This is why I say you endorse the left is endorsing the terrorist activities.
Okay, you can say that all you want, but
if you think that resistance means a terrorist group is allowed to indiscriminately kill civilians, that is a monstrous point of view. That is the view of the DSA, and that's the view of Black Lives Matter.
It's not the view of Black Lives Matter.
It was the view of Black Lives Matter Chicago.
It's the view of someone who ran the Black Lives Matter Twitter page in Chicago. Right. And given that we just interviewed a libertarian, the head of the Libertarian Party, who just said that the Libertarian Party's rejection of RFK Jr. as a candidate was just a peccadillo by somebody that was running the Twitter account, and that she is very happy to embrace RFK Jr. as a candidate.
That's equivocating. I am calling out organizations and the public statements they're putting out, which endorse terrorist activity, endorse violence,
frankly,
endorse murder of innocents.
The condemnable action.
This was if you recall, there's a BLM Chicago had put out a tweet that was praising the October 7th attack, specifically the Hamas people that were on the little, what were they, like the little parasail things?
Yeah, flyer.
Right.
Yeah, if I was the left, I would want to separate myself from these organizations a little bit more.
If you are not so afraid of the words that are coming out of my mouth and would let me speak, Robbie, I would tell you. The condemnable action is the killing of civilians and innocents. The condemnable action is not resistance itself. That is something that is worth a distinction. And if you create conditions, every defender of Israel right now is saying, well, killing Palestinian kids is collateral damage. That's what.
So she's like in peak, like, is there a name for it? Like you know how Jonathan Haidt talks about when you're in peak defensive mode and your brain just racks itself super hard to find every possible way to like defend against something that you know is either a lie or doesn't even make sense.
I don't think there's a specific term for it.
We definitely need a term for it. You know, Haidt talks about this. What was it? It was he was like agitated and his wife was like, did you take out the garbage or something? And then he kind of like immediately reacted and was like he said, what did he say? He said like no, but because he was like dealing with the dog or the kids or something.
Right. Even
though it wasn't true. And he was kind of just talking about how like, and he's like just said it without even like processing what he was saying. It was just like an emotional reaction to something. And it's like, because Robbie just read a statement from the DSA where they very explicitly said that they support Palestinian resistance and that they view Palestinian resistance as October 7th as also supportable. And now Briahna is like, instead of just saying that that's gross and despicable, if she believes it to be gross and despicable, just say it. Just say that I don't agree with the DSA. I think that's fucked up, right? It's the simplest thing in the world to do, but she doesn't. She always does this. She will just kind of do this like weird, slimy, like duck and dodge maneuver. And now she's like, oh, well, you know, there's a difference between killing civilians and resistance. It's like, okay, I mean, there can be difference, but the statement that Robbie just read you, they didn't make a difference. They said it was the same thing. So why are you trying to make this distinction that wasn't there 2 seconds ago?
To defend the DSA, that's her team.
I guess it's crazy.
Means for Israel to defend itself, that it's going to kill some Palestinian kids and innocents.
And I have criticized that every time it has appeared, has come across our screen. What
the United States of America did was to stand at a podium and say, without any caveats, Israel has a right to do that, to defend itself, even if it means killing those innocent women and children. And what people are responding to is the inconsistency with which the lives lost that are innocents are treated. And yes, it matters infinitely more that a sitting Congress member, and by the way, also Lindsey Graham, it wasn't just Max Miller, it was any number of Republican Congress members. Lindsey Graham also echoed the sentiment that we should level Gaza. He wants to go to nuclear war with Iran. That's the situation we're in. And so you're sitting here criticizing whoever runs the Black Lives Matter Chicago Twitter page. And I'm criticizing members of Congress who are openly
members of Congress too.
Who are openly contemplating genocide against a population of 2.3 million people, half of which are children.
I have criticized that over and over again. I will continue to do so. Lindsey Graham does not represent my views. I don't share any views with Lindsey Graham. His foreign policy is everything I think the Republican Party should pivot away from, and the Democratic Party, frankly, which is more or bloodthirsty than the Republicans on this.
You keep saying that you criticize this stuff, Robbie, but
I do criticize. I don't hear a lot of criticism from you of the leftist groups endorsing terrorist attacks.
I don't think the leftist group should endorse terrorist attacks.
Well, they are endorsing
Wait a minute.
them.
Well, okay, and I don't agree with that. But what I fundamentally
see this little look she makes here, just like
criticism from you of the.
This is why it's like so frustrating for Robbie and for other people to have these conversations. Because like Robbie's like, okay, yeah, he'll say very flatly, I don't agree with Lindsey Graham making that statement. I don't agree with Miller making the statement. I don't agree with these statements. Like it's very clean. It's very clear. There's no equivocation. There's no asterisk there, right? It's just like boom. And whenever we watch them have these arguments, Robbie would always be like, I don't agree with this. Period, right? But Brianna always has to be like, well, maybe there's another thing, blah, 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 blah. Like she's always got to like add some like all this stuff, all this gobbledygook, all this gray area, all this fog, all this mist to all these statements. To just say like, yes, the DSA is fucking despicable. They're a despicable organization. The fact that they said that's like disgusting.
She supports it.
Right.
Like there's a little look here where she says terrorist attack and then she's like, she kind of has this look like, well, it is kind of justified.
It's just so weird because she'll say like she says in the same sentence, she's like, oh, well, I disagree with like them attacking civilians, and then it's like, oh, good, but then she's like, I support the right to resist, and it's like, well, what the fuck does that mean? We're like in the context of that statement was the justification of October 7th. So what does that mean? Is that now like I would be curious because. And I don't know if this is what she means by that. And I don't believe Robbie asked her this because I don't think Robbie thinks she's like despicably evil or anything. Is that a lot of people, when we've heard this from Second Thought, we've heard this from Hassan, we've heard this from other people where they make this claim about how, well, there aren't really any Israeli civilians because they're all occupiers. Right. So, I mean, now to be clear, I don't know if that's what her position is, but it's weird when you keep trying to make this like, I have to be very specific when I denounce a terrorist action. It's like, well, why do you have to be so specific? Just say it's bad, like period. You don't need to add like a bunch of crap to it.
Yeah, but she agrees with it though. Look, obviously she agrees. So
I guess
all she's doing talking is trying to make her agreement sound acceptable. That's what she's basically trying to do. Yeah. Watch this little.
I'm sitting here saying, I support.
What does that mean?
I support the occupation. The same way that if Israel has the right to defend itself, Palestinians also have the right to resist under international law. You are not allowed to keep people in an apartheid state and an occupied condition.
You're not allowed to shoot randomly into people's cars because you don't like the political situation.
You're not allowed to bomb humanitarian aid workers and Palestinian children.
I agree. You shouldn't do that.
Okay. So why is it that it only comes out they're not allowed? Israel has the right to resist, and it is violating international law.
But that's like she keeps talking both sides of her mouth. She keeps saying, like, well, she keeps basically saying they're allowed to do October 7th, and you're like, are they? And she's like, well, maybe not, but they're allowed to do it because Israel does bad things. And then Robbie says, well, I disagree with Israel doing this bad thing. And then you wait for Brianna to say, well, I disagree with Hamas doing this bad thing, but then she never does. Right.
Right.
It's just like the conversation just continues forward.
That's the subject of the conversation always. Palestinians have the right to resist.
And has violated.
Well, talk to Bibi Netanyahu about it because it's him.
Again, you're acting like I haven't criticized him all 3 days.
Why is it every time there's an effort to get to the root cause here? Who caused Hamas? Bibi Netanyahu. Who's killing these children? Who's keeping this occupied?
Who is endorsing what Hamas is doing? The American left. That's who.
That's insane, Robbie.
Well, it's true. It is insane, but it's true.
She says it's insane when she's literally basically said it in this very conversation. And she's saying it's insane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cognitive dissonance.
I don't know. Now if I was Robbie, I would say, well, the American leftists, right? I think I would add I would say leftists. I don't think the broad mainstream left endorses Hamas, but it seems like a lot of the socialists do.
I can see their statements.
Okay.
Everyone knows it and everyone understands
it.
it.
The American left disappears and suddenly Israel is a multiracial, multi-religious, halcyon fantasy land where Jews and Palestinians are walking arm in arm down the Gaza Strip.
The American left is human.
Do you like that? She's saying that it's a ridiculous fantasy that Jews and Palestinians live in their magical multicultural democracy. She said this on October 12th, but now that's what she's advocating for the solution to be.
Yeah, fascinating, isn't it? This is her plan. This is her whole thing. The one-state solution.
Yes.
Humiliating itself on this issue. It's so apparent to everyone.
You want that to be true so hard. But what the reality is that finally the veil where everyone feels appalled to say the simple words, Palestine is an apartheid state. Israel is oppressing an occupied people. 2.3 million people, half of which are children, are being systematically starved and denied medical attention and denied clean water and
violent resistance against innocent people is the correct response.
Incredible freedom to finally be able to say those things. And in response, because Israel understands the incredible power of shifting its greatest allies in the public opinion away from unquestioning support, it is going out of
nothing is sending people more supportive of Israel than what the left is doing right now. More supportive of military action, which is what Hamas wants.
People are going out of their way to lie and spread from the podium of the United States of America. The president is they're so threatened by people being able to just speak to the obvious horror that the Palestinians have been living under for years, that they're now willing to lie and fabricate stories about Israeli kids in cages and what seems to be, and we'll see if any more reporting vets this out, a lie about 40 beheaded. How low and craven and gross do you have to be to make up a lie?
How craven do you have to be to say they had it coming, which is what these people are saying.
You can keep putting words in people's mouth, but nobody believes that, Robbie.
Well, you can see it. I read the exact statement.
Tell your own tale.
The right to resist and fight for their own liberation. This weekend's events are no different.
Yes.
That is an endorsement under the banner of liberation, under the attacks that Hamas took this weekend.
Your quibble was with international law and the fact that you seem to think that people should be living in prison conditions for the rest of their lives without ever doing
I don't think.
It's crazy to me. That's why it's there's a lot of stuff I disagree with Robbie on, but whenever I've never heard him do this obnoxious, dishonest debate tactics crap that Briahna does. I've never heard. Even when I've disagreed with him, been I think he's just totally off here. He listens to what Briahna's saying. He listens to what another person's saying, and then responds to it. It seems like in an honest attempt to try to understand. But she's he reads a statement from the DSA, which is despicable, and she's like, "Well, I guess you have a problem with international law." What? Fuck you. Why are you lying? International law does not say that Hamas can do October 7th. Everyone knows that. And it's just so disgusting. It's just so dishonest that she is so emotionally wrapped up in this argument that she just can't for a second be like, yeah, that was disgusting that the DSA said that and they shouldn't have said that. And I think they're a horrible organization.
Yeah. Ultimate bad faith.
Violence against civilians will help to ameliorate the appalling conditions of the Palestinians.
Neither do I.
Nor do most of the Palestinians, I would presume.
Neither do I. And that's the, if you refuse to acknowledge...
Hamas thinks that and the DSA thinks that.
If you refuse to acknowledge the difference between resistance and attacks on civilians, that's interesting.
I'm not the one who fails to make that distinction. The DSA, the left, is the one failing to make that distinction.
I just made that distinction. You might not have heard it over the bluster, but I made that distinction. And the fundamental issue is that, of course, Palestine has the right to resist. And people have to work through what that looks like. It's going to include violent resistance. International law allows violent resistance.
I don't think violent resistance will help liberate Palestine. It's a bad idea, and they should.
What the fuck is her position? She's like, listen, I made a distinction, but people are going to have to just work their way through it. Do you hear? She said people are going to have to work their way through what resistance looks like, and some of that's going to include violence, and that's justified.
Right.
What
in the context of talking about October 7th.
Right, like what does that mean, Brianna? What the fuck?
So just tell us which aspects of October 7th were justified. There you go.
Yes, or what kind of violent action would be justified, right?
Right.
When you make these statements.
Golly, Robbie, like so much of what you want to hear is always in the second half of my statement, but you cut it off before I can say it.
Your statements go on a long way sometimes.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that I'm trying to inject a nuance in a situation where you want to just sit here and echo what the mainstream media has to say about how terrorism is wrong. We all agree terrorism is wrong, and killing civilians is wrong. I happen to want to...
I apologize for echoing the mainstream consensus that terrorism is bad.
No.
I'm sure our viewers will be appalled by that statement.
No, it's very brave and big of you to do that. The courageous thing to do right now is to call out
you do in fact make it seem difficult.
Our state-funded abuses of the Palestinian people. And while you say I agree with that, every time I bring it up, you never bring it up. I bring it up and you say, oh yeah, I agree. But that doesn't sound like advocacy to me.
That's not fair whatsoever. I absolutely advocate it's non-intervention and peace on both fronts, on all fronts, as our Libertarian Party guest was saying. That's why I'm a member of that party. Doesn't matter what your personal views are of it. We should not have violence between countries. We should not endorse and fund it. We're united on that. And no one should enact violence against someone else, and then you shouldn't engage in retaliatory violence against other people for the violence that was perpetrated against you. I don't know why that's controversial.
It's not controversial. What's controversial?
So do you like her tactic is, well, Robbie, even though you explicitly say, okay, that you don't support this thing, I don't believe you because you only say that when I bring it up. You don't bring it up enough on your own, right?
Yeah,
and she's saying that in the same breath where she won't even clearly denounce Hamas or October 7th because she keeps dancing around like, well, I justify, violent resistance, whatever that means.
Yeah. Look, she wants Robbie to put lawn signs out in front of his house, but she's like, no, I'm not gonna denounce. Look, even in the beginning of the clip, she's saying, look, everyone wanted us to come out and denounce by name. She seems totally put off by the fact that denouncements of October 7th were demanded of people.
Yes.
Is why nobody wants to talk about what 2.3 million people sitting in open air prison for 17 years are supposed to do about that situation.
All right, more rising right after this.
No solutions? No thoughts?
What do you mean?
He's trying to end the segment. She's like, no ending the segment. Get out of here. Get to keep going.
What do you mean?
I'm just asking.
I'm not an expert in the region. I support what two-state solution. You said a two-state solution isn't what they actually want.
It's not.
Whatever
it's not,
equal
because
participation.
Of the Israeli regime of settler colonialism and expanding the settlements, there's like a cheesecloth network of what Palestine is, even left, and it's not sustainable. It's not. There's no state.
We can have
to draw a line around.
We can have on whatever guest you want, who is an expert on what would be best for the Palestinian people, or is in touch with what the desire of the Palestinian people is for a.
She said Finkelstein is the premier scholar of the Gaza situation. Finkelstein, yeah, that's the person who she turns to.
Finkelstein, who literally couldn't even argue with the internet streamer gamer Destiny without just relying on calling him names the whole time.
Oh yeah, he looks bad.
Yeah.
Have you seen that clip that's going around of Gaza, like looking nothing like an open air prison. Every time she brings that up, it just it infuriates me. And she's, you know, she says they're starving, like all of them are starving. I mean, maybe some of them are starving, but hey, we've got people in Los Angeles that are starving, right? Doesn't mean everyone's starving. Just because one person is starving doesn't mean we live in an open air prison.
It's really weird because I know there's a tweet that's like showing some kind of like, it looks like a beach resort in some like nice area in Gaza. And the tweet is like, this is what they took from us, because now obviously it's all been destroyed. And I agree, that's like horrific that all that stuff is destroyed. But it's like, okay, but you know, Brianna and other people, like, they just retweet this, like, okay, but you understand that this completely destroys your narrative that this is an open air prison, and therefore that justifies people to do October 7th or to just do all this crazy violence. And it just goes like right over their head. They
revert back to, okay, well, if you can't leave, it's a prison. Normally you'd call that like a gilded cage, right? The place that's nice, but you aren't allowed to leave. So, but they're laying into the concentration camp narrative. So it just seems patently incorrect to me. So
I will likely endorse whatever.
I can tell you, the fundamental issue is that Israel has said it has, as a matter of state policy, needing to do population control, because they recognize that if they want to maintain an Israeli state with a two-tiered hierarchical system of representation within their state, where your rights accrue along with your religious identity, that you cannot allow there to be a large population of Arabs and Muslims within your own country.
So what
which
is
means
your
they have to do literal population control, which is why they have 2.3 million Arabs locked up in an open air prison. To have any kind of democracy,
okay, you're describing the problem to me, and I endorse the problem. What are you saying is the solution?
Well, I'm going to describe the problem, because the problem never gets described.
Well, you just attacked me for not being able to articulate a solution.
Well, you know, if I got to do it on your timeline, Robbie, do you want to also give me the words that you want me to say, or do you want me to make the case? The fundamental problem is that Israel.
So she's so dishonest. It's crazy. Robbie literally tried to end the segment, and she interrupted the segment ending to be like, I want you to give me an answer to the Israel-Palestine problem. And he's like, I don't know. What's your answer? And then she just goes on and on and on. He's like, well, wait, where's the answer? You're just describing the problem. She's like, I'm going to do it on my own time, Robbie. Okay, go F yourself. This is so wild. This is 5 days after October 7th, by the way, that she's like so indignant about this.
Yeah, no. She's convinced herself.
Also, why is she wearing like a red sweater that looks like she works at a movie theater?
Yeah.
What's that sweater? Or vest, I should say.
Is that Israel, and as it's currently self-defined, will not allow the kinds of democracy and freedom of movement in the terms that Palestinians want, because they don't want it to ever be the case that they are outnumbered demographically in an actual democracy within Israel. So the kind of solutions that
I thought it was because of the terrorist attacks, the terrorist bombings and whatnot. I thought that was the reason why they were restricting movements.
Would allow like a one-state solution are going to be rejected by Israel, who wants to maintain a status as a Jewish state. That is the fundamental crux of the issue, and so few of our conversations get to what it means to have a Jewish state, what it means to have a belief that you cannot be safe but for having a demographically rigged situation like that. And I understand obviously the historical conditions that make people feel that way, but I do think that last weekend's, and there was a great article in the New York Magazine about this, in the New Yorker about this, that made the case that the violence and the killing of civilians was horrible last weekend. But I think the reality that it shifted for many Israelis who are now arguing for real peace and some real changes to what's going on in Gaza is that they thought there was this belief that it was sustainable, that you could kind of have a peaceful, happy Israel and shuttle people away, and that was sustainable. And now that people realize that people can break out of the prison with bulldozers and the like, and that they are in fact safe, and that they are able to be victimized in the way that people were victimized over the weekend.
She's making it sound like Israel is deporting Palestinians to Gaza, which, I mean, I haven't heard anyone say they're actively deporting people there.
No.
that they're being forced to the table into a real compromise that doesn't result in 2.3 million people being kept in an open-air prison for the rest of their lives.
But you're just, look, I don't disagree with anything you're saying, but I don't know, I'm being like attacked for not having a solution to the problem. What is the solution to the problem?
I'm not attacking you for not having a solution. The problem is having a solution is very difficult, which is why.
Oh my, I'm gonna lose my mind. She literally attacked him for not having a solution, and after she pontificates for 4 minutes without a solution, she's like, "Listen, I don't also have a solution because it's very difficult, Robbie." What the hell? This is insane. Robbie's being gaslit so hard here. It's wild. Oh my god.
She's only said open air prison like 17 times.
This is so wild.
I don't come to the situation that the Palestinians are in with the hubris of wagging my finger and saying, oh, no, 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 you can't do anything. Just sit quiet and don't act. Fundamentally,
well, that is a fundamental difference.
Occupied people have the right to
no
resist.
trouble wagging my...
Wait. That's an insane... She's saying, okay, so she's like, it's after criticizing Robbie for not having a solution, and then she says, oh, well, I also don't have a solution because it's difficult. That somehow justifies her not wagging her finger at Hamas or Palestinians that are doing violence? What does that even... How does that even make sense? What the fuck does that even mean? Like...
She's a big-time finger wagger anyway.
Yes.
She just wags at Israel all the time.
Right.
It's all Israel's fault. It's all Israeli propaganda. Everything they say is lies.
How could you not levy the exact same argument against, in favor of Israel? Say like, listen, it's very complicated, Brianna. Okay. I don't know what the solution is. So therefore, I'm not going to wag my finger at Israel, no matter how many people they kill. Right. You could say the exact same stupid argument.
My finger at violence, especially indiscriminate civilian targeting violence.
I said this before. Violence is not a violation of international law. Resistance is not a violation of international law. Many people, Ukraine is allowed to fight back.
Hamas has a plan to overthrow the Israeli state and declare independence.
That's so... How can... Oh my God. She's so dishonest. She's like, oh, it's bad. October 7th, bad. But 5 seconds later, it's like, listen, violence isn't a violation of international law. First of all, October 7th was obviously a violation of international law. Anyone that says that's fucking retarded, that it wasn't. Okay, number two, even if it wasn't, even if we lived in some sort of nightmare world where there was some kind of quote international law that said October 7th was fine, who gives a fuck? And I don't care. I don't care. It's insane. It's obviously not something to be justified. What is this insane call? Like appeal to authority here. Fuck.
This was just a attack.
Well, that's not true. That's not their stated goal. No, of course it's not.
Yeah, I don't think violence, even if we could somehow structure it to fit under, you keep citing international law, is going to lead to the liberation of the Palestinian people.
All right, so then every Ukrainian is doing a violence by shooting back at the Russians that invaded their country. Americans
have I endorsed or co-signed the Ukrainian Russian war? No, I have urged them to come to the table and have a diplomatic negotiation for the survival of both.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Saying that there should be peace is not the same thing as saying it is wrong for...
So now she's comparing... she's comparing Ukraine, which is fighting back as Russia invades its territory. Okay, she's comparing that to Hamas going into Israel, indiscriminately killing civilians and kidnapping civilians. She's saying that those are the equivalent actions.
Yeah, she's casting Israel as Russian invaders in the land of Palestine. How's that make you feel?
Oh, no, this would be okay, so, let's say that the war between Russia and Ukraine ends, and Russia gets, a chunk of Ukraine, right? They get the Donbass region, right? And 75 years later, okay, a bunch of Ukrainians invade the Donbass region, kill a bunch of random people and kidnap them and hostage. And you're like, well, 75 years ago, Russia invaded Ukraine and took that region. So, I guess it's okay that they did this.
Yeah.
It's what the fuck?
Ukrainian to fight back. Of course Ukrainians can fight back. Of course that's their right. And of course it's America's right to fight back against the British and free themselves of colonial rule. And for the Indians to rise up and fight off colonial rule. And for the Haitians to rise up and fight off their slavers. Of course, in every situation.
Should Mexico come start randomly killing people in Arizona?
We literally fought in a Mexican-American war.
Right, I know, that's what I'm referencing. And if a bunch of people from Mexico came up north and started killing like zillions in Arizona, would you say, well, that's part of their plan to recapture Arizona for the country of Mexico?
I'm so glad you brought that up. Oh, I wish I could.
You think we're gonna answer this question?
Of course not. Yeah.
Okay.
Find the quote. People were passing around a quote of, I'm so bad at history, I'm sorry, whatever president it was at the time.
Polk.
Was it Polk?
For the Mexican
No, I think
War?
it was someone subsequently, and they were doing a eulogy for they were doing a eulogy for Polk or a eulogy for someone else who was a general in the war, and they said I don't want to eulogize them because it was an unjust war and they don't deserve the plaudits.
I mean, it was an unjust war, but my point is that just because it was it was in fact an unjust war, but it wouldn't make some violent plan to recapture the land today a good idea. We've gotten really far afield on this one. Can we let it go there?
Absolutely.
More Rising right after this.
No, man. You got to hold your feet to the fire. Answer that. I want Brown to answer that question. Is Mexico justified in attacking the United States and killing random citizens in Arizona because of a Mexican war?
She won't answer. She won't answer.
It's just so insane. So insane. Oh, my God. This clip, and I don't remember... Did we watch this? I don't remember if we watched this when it came out, but this clip, was making the rounds.
We most definitely watched this when it came out.
Yeah, and it's just the gaslighting here. It's so crazy. I think this clip is peak Brianna gaslighting Robbie. I've never seen anything like this. So, and it's sad. Listen, I don't want Brianna fired. I want her back. Okay, I want more clips like this. I want more Brianna being horrible to Robbie because it makes such good content. I think Robbie's mental health and emotional well-being sacrifice are worth it for the content.
I despise the open air prison concentration camp. They get all up in arms about the 40 beheaded babies because they understand how that looks. But then at the same time, they continue to say open air prison, concentration camp, when they're doing the exact same thing. It's the exact same tactic.
That's why they're so sensitive to it, right? Because they're the ones using it. Because since Brown and the other people, they kind of like have facilitated this worldview that it's their right to resist this violent oppression. If they could just heap on the amount of oppression, like emotionally in their mind, that justifies October 7th or the amount of violent response in return.
Yeah.
So, okay. I think, so the next video we're going to watch the clip that got Brianna fired in its entirety. We're going to watch the entire interview to kind of see like what led up to the moment that got Brianna fired. I think you can close. We don't need this like extra watch together window open. So you can just close that extra window and watch it, and then we'll watch together.
Okay.
But first, let me read some super chats. Lucy Lemonbug and Brian Schultz, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Even though Lucy is a dirty sticker.
Why do you
Airman 502 for $20 says, I think Bree makes this argument. Number 1, to be able to claim Israel is genocidal because their actions are morally equal to Hamas. And number 2, to allow human shields tactics to succeed. A-team may be the dream, but S-class is the best class. Thank you. Yeah, it is weird how, so I'm assuming you heard, Adam, that like, very recently in Israel, they rescued 4 hostages.
Yeah, I saw that.
And, but there was like 200, claiming by Hamas, obviously, over 200, they're claiming that over 200 Palestinians were killed in this operation to save the 4 hostages. And I think it's fine. People want, like, first of all, who knows if that number is even true? Because obviously it's coming from Hamas. I think Israel's claiming that they think only 100 people died, and they're not. Hamas numbers are not making a distinction between who is a militant and who is a civilian. And I think someone can have a conversation. I think it's totally justified to have a conversation. Say, okay, like, is it worth to kill X number of people to save 4 people? That's a fine conversation to have. But what's weird is that all the people that are like very anti-Israel, that are like screaming about this because they say, oh my God, Israel attacked a refugee camp to save these 4 hostages. And they're like losing their mind. There's just going crazy, repeating this on Twitter. They attacked a refugee camp to save 4 hostages. Of course, thinking past the sale here, completely going over the fact that why the fuck was Hamas keeping hostages in a refugee camp in the first place? Right? Like, wait a minute. I was told, I thought from the pro-Hamas people, right? I was told from the anti-Zionist crowd that the Hamas 100% doesn't use civilians as human shields, that Hamas 100%, doesn't keep hostages in civilian areas, and that's all just propaganda from Israel. And yet, here is clear as day, they're literally keeping hostages in a refugee camp, like right there, right next to everyone, causing violence on their doorstep. And for some reason, these people will not denounce Hamas at all, right? Like if at least if they denounced Israel and said, listen, it wasn't worth killing X number of people to save 4 people, but obviously Hamas is also despicable and evil for, engaging in the operation and keeping hostages around these people. Like, I'd be like, okay, at least they're being morally consistent. But I don't think I've seen a single person on that side of the political aisle make that argument at all.
Right. What are you going to do?
So hilarious. Okay. Jared for $20, thanks so much, says, why is she dressed like she's about to ask me if I have lithium-ion batteries in my suitcase? Yeah, she also looks like a TSA agent. You're right. Yeah, it's a weird vest. I don't know what's up with that. Phil that remains. Hey, Phil, what's up? Thanks so much, Phil, for the $20.
Wow.
Says, Bree is about as dishonest as a person as imaginable, totally detestable. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. And Rex Factor for $5 says, why is she dressed like she sells popcorn at a 1940 movie theater? True. Equinox for $20 says, Bree done girl bossed her own self out of a job. Keep on trucking queen. Yes, it's very interesting. After we watch this clip, we're going to watch Briahna talk to Glen Greenwald, and she talks about her thoughts and feelings, not only in getting fired, but getting the job in the first place. And it's a very interesting interview because she's essentially kind of sounds like she was saying that her view of being on the Hill in the first place was not to be like an objective journalist, but was really to just push a political message. That seems to be kind of like her take on her own job, or her former job, I should say.
It is. So. She's out there doing propaganda.
Yeah. Okay. So let's jump in it. This is the interview that got her fired. Let's jump into it. Oh, there's no sound in the video.
Oh, yeah. Damn
it. I was going to say something, and I'm like, no, it'll be okay.
We had to restructure our entire show 5 minutes before we began. So
yeah, because the video we just watched, it was age gated, and so the watch together couldn't access it through normal means. But so here, wait, is the sound working? You think
it's back? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know, chat.
Some grim news from Israel. The Israeli military said yesterday that 4 more hostages who were abducted on October 7th had died months ago in Gaza. This announcement is likely to add pressure on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government to move forward with a ceasefire deal. Now, Netanyahu has been resisting accepting any deal that has been presented. Members of his far-right cabinet have been putting political pressure on Israel's leaders not to yield. Today, we're turning to one specific hostage story, the story of Romy Gonin. Her family says she was last heard from at 10:58 on Saturday morning of October 7th as she and her friends tried to escape the Hamas attack on the Supernova Music Festival in the desert. Romy's sister, Yarden, says that Romy had been on the phone with her family since about 6:30 a.m. when Hamas first began the attack. On October 7th at 10:15 a.m., Yarden says Romy told her mother that she had been shot and she was bleeding in a car. That car was later found, but it was empty. Here with us now is Romy's sister, Yarden. Thank you for joining Rising. We appreciate it.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yes, we're very glad to have you here telling your story, and of course we wish for your sister's safe return. Can you walk us through? I'm sure this has been an unimaginable ordeal. What has it been like to not know, for certain whether a loved one is still alive, and how has that led you to process the events of the last few months?
I don't think I can explain the feeling of uncertainty and unknowing and everything that's going on in the past 242 days. A lot of people are asking me if I got a phone call from Romy during that time, and obviously the answer is no. She's not held by an army group. It's a terror organization that just want to cause her and us harm. And the last conversation we had with her was with my mom, and the conversation ended at 10:58 after 10 minutes of only shooting, bombing, and terrorists talking among themselves. And that's how the call ended. After a few days, we translated it, and they're talking about Romy, about the fact that even though they shot her, that she's alive, and debating whether to take her or not. And then deciding to kidnap her. And there were 18-year-old men. And this is the last time we heard her voice. And the last sign of life we had is from the November deal from the released hostages, that some of them were with Romy. And they told us horrifying things about the time that she was kidnapped, that the terrorists dragged her from her hair. She had curly hair similar to mine, and they dragged her from it and then switching to her wounded arm like it's funny. And when they throw her inside their car, she lifted her head up to see what's going on, and one of them saw her, so he hit her with his weapon on her face, and she blacked out. Like, this is how you treat people. This is how you treat women. And this is only the things that happened to my little sister on October 7th. And from then, we don't know what else they can do. It's the same terrorists that are holding her right now. And we know from released hostages about abusing they were having, whether it was mentally, physically, or sexually, and that's just terrifying. My sister is a young, amazing woman, and she just loved her life, and she loved working with autistic children, and she loves dancing. She just went to a music festival, to celebrate.
Can I ask you what you...
Okay, so, obviously a horrific story. Very difficult for someone whose sister has been kidnapped and held hostage and suffered God knows what for, over 200 days thus far, right? So you would think, I don't know, like if you're in this interview and you're even if you're anti-Israel, like wouldn't you have the wherewithal to just be like, oh, this is like horrible in traffic, horrible and a terrible thing that's happened to you. Like, I'm not going to try to make this political. I'm not going to try to shove in my own political beliefs in the situation. I'm just going to nod along and say, we wish that you'll get your sister back. We wish for peace in the region, et cetera, right? Like, just be as cordial as possible. Because, this person has suffered, despite whatever your political, views are, whatever Brianna's political views are, like, this person has suffered in a way that you have never suffered and, hopefully will never suffer in your entire life.
Brianna's worldview doesn't allow her to do that, though. This she sees as propaganda by the state of Israel. This poor woman she sees as a useful idiot for Israel.
Well, even if you see that, like, I don't know. You would just think that even if you're like being as cynical as possible, you should know that optically, right? Even if you're like, fuck this woman, I don't care about her plight, or I think that she's a useful idiot, right? You should understand that optically, there's like, you can't argue with her. Like, there's literally no way that will ever look good. You would think.
Look, we just watched that clip. I don't know that Brianna is capable of self-evaluation in the way normal people are. So,
right.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Look, she's for the cause. Look, she's a full bore activist here. Like, she sees this as propaganda that she needs to debunk, and whether or not this person is harmed by it, that's immaterial.
Yeah, but it's like the whole, like, why would anyone support Hamas in the first place? Because it's going to backfire. Like, it's, to me, even if I disagree with someone's goal, the thing that like drives me crazy, that makes me think people are like ultra despicable, is when they're just causing devastation when whatever they're doing doesn't even has no chance of accomplishing the goal they want in the first place. Right. And so it's weird. That's like Brianna, I guess, is so emotional about this that she can't think about logically. Like, okay, there's no way I can just argue with this woman that won't look bad. Just accept it and just, nod along, and the segment will be over in like 10 minutes. And, then you could go on whatever spree you want.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that would be practical, but you're talking about a person here who, encourages people to vote third party for the feels. So,
right.
Like, you're right. Practicality is like out the window.
And she was encouraging kids to risk losing their ability to graduate college by, joining in these encampments and things of that nature. So
yeah, that was Crystal Ball, I believe. But I mean, she was
Brianna as well. They both did.
Okay.
So, yeah. Okay, let's see what Brianna says in response to all this.
To hostage negotiations, we've covered protests from hostage families who feel like Netanyahu isn't prioritizing the return of people's family members, especially given that your sister was injured. The need to get her back home quickly and get medical attention seems to be quite obvious. The former spokesperson for hostage families gave an interview about a month ago, Chaim Rubenstein, saying that there is no doubt that Netanyahu is preventing a deal to release the abductees, and said also, in retrospect, we learned that Hamas offered to immediately release all the abducted citizens if the IDF does not enter the Strip. But the government rejected that proposal. What do you make of how Netanyahu has been prioritizing the return of your sister and the other hostages?
Okay, so a very slick question, I guess, because it's like, let me set up all. Well, like,
really,
it's not as bad. Like, at least this part's not as bad as it could be, right? It's like, okay, so my response to you telling me this horrific story about your sister is to say, hey, the reason your sister's not back home is because of Netanyahu. It's all his fault, right? How do you respond to it being Netanyahu's fault? Right? Like, and it's weird because
slick. That is the opposite of slick, especially since a lot of people would blame Hamas, since they are actually the ones that abducted her.
Well, I mean, slick in terms of like how she can sort of try to warp it to be about like what she wants to talk about without it being so obviously horrific. Like it's only like somewhat like horrible. Right? It's not like so obviously horrible. Because I mean, again, you know, I think it's totally fair to criticize Netanyahu. We've said before on this show, we think Netanyahu is within his political goal to have the war go on as long as possible. So I don't think there's anything wrong with criticizing that. But it's just, again, it's so weird with a lot of people on the side that like they can't also denounce Hamas or say like as much as I think Netanyahu is fucked up situation, the primary blame obviously goes to Hamas for literally doing the action in the first place, right?
Because I'm not in the negotiation team and neither Chaim Rubinstein, none of us knows what's really going on. All I can say is that none of us are doing enough to release them because they're not here. Not me, not my government, and neither the international community. We didn't hear almost anything from the women organization that will condemn what Hamas did and still doing. And it's not that hard to condemn terror groups. And, you know, I can say a lot of things, but right now, if I'm looking at the present or the future, we have an Israeli deal that sent to Hamas, and we're now waiting for Hamas to make their own move and say yes, to show the world and their own citizens that they really care about them and they want this ceasefire to come true. And this is what I'm waiting for. This is the time to shine. If they will say no, we have a big problem here, not just in Israel, but the entire world. The entire free world is at risk because of a terror group, you know? That makes me crazy. People can say a lot of things about Israel, and we can debate that for a long time, but why people are not condemning a terror group that made a horrible terror action on October 7th that murdered 1,200 people, that kidnapped almost 250. I mean, they're not good people, not for us, not for their own civilians, and not for the entire world.
See, she saw right through the question. She's like, look, you're trying to blame Netanyahu. I blame Hamas. Checkmate, bitch.
Well, she had a really good answer because she said, you know, I'm just civilian. I don't know the details of the negotiations, which is obviously completely fair.
Right.
And I thought she had like the perfect kind of classy diplomatic answer, which is, you know, I agree with you that the Israeli government is not doing enough to get the hostages back. No one is doing enough to get the hostages back because the hostages aren't back. Right. Like that's like great answer, right? Perfect answer. No one is doing enough. And then she moves off of that to talk about, you know, people are not condemning Hamas, which, and I think you're right, is sort of a dig at Brianna because it's like, well, it's weird that in your question, you don't even acknowledge, you know, a condemnation of Hamas before you ask me that question. Right.
Yeah, that is a way to do that question correctly, to say, look, obviously Hamas is to blame for this, but there have been mistakes in negotiation by the Bibi Netanyahu government. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, or do you exactly say, you know, Hamas is an evil organization, they have all the blame, you know, do you think Israel is taking the right course of action, you know, or something? Right, yeah. It's really annoying because I feel like, you know, whenever Brianna or someone else, generally on the far left, is criticizing someone who's like in the center or on the right, you know, if they don't ever make like the entire stipulation of their argument, they don't give like an entire book report before they say something, it's like, oh, well, then you're a bigot, essentially. Yep. And it's like, yeah, Brianna just makes these statements, you know, she doesn't even throw in the whole like, listen, you're talking to someone whose sister was literally kidnapped by Hamas. Like, you should throw in something to show this woman, you know, that, yeah, you agree that Hamas is evil, right? Just to make her like feel more comfortable and be able to communicate with her more effectively.
Right. So, Brianna is playing the blame game, though. That's the game that I hate. I just hate the blame game.
Does the Israeli authorities stay in regular or contact with you at any? Do you get any updates on the progress of discussions or planning or thinking? You know, the IDF, I think, has justified part of its entrance into Rafah, into Gaza, on a sort of, you know, get back the hostages, free the hostages kind of thinking. Are you informed? Are families of the hostages told at all about the thinking of the government as it pursues the actions it's taking, or, you know, even for the safety of what hostages who, you know, still live there, who could be vulnerable in the event of bombings and that sort of thing? Are you kept in the loop at all?
And Robbie asked the question that anyone who is in this woman's situation would want to know. So, like, bravo.
That's a good question. And we have, each family, we have a contact person that get in contact with us whenever he can, and with whatever information he can give us. And he's really like a part of my family. He's doing anything for us, and he's doing the best he can. Sometimes they update us and we appreciate it a lot, and sometimes they don't. And that's frustrating. But we also know that it's a top secret matter. So I don't know. I don't want to do anything that will harm my sister or any other hostage. But with that said, I want to know as much detail as I can. So it's very, very complicated. And I can only trust them that they're doing anything they can to let us the farthest information they can.
Netanyahu has rejected the proposal to have a full hostage exchange in exchange for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. How do you feel about that? Would you accept personally, would you prefer an immediate and permanent ceasefire if it meant that your sister and the other hostages could be returned immediately? Or do you kind of support Netanyahu's goal of wanting to, quote unquote, eliminate Hamas before hostages are exchanged?
Let me ask you something else. Okay, of course, I'll say that. Of course, I'm pro permanent ceasefire, because it means that we will bring our loved ones home, all of them. But if we won't bring all of them home, so we didn't do anything. We just let Hamas what they wanted, and we didn't brought the hostages back. Just think about yourself being in one of the countries inside the U.S., being attacked from Mexico, let's say like that. Do you think that the United States Army or the Biden administration or any other administration for that matter will be quiet until this terror group will be eliminated, that we will have this threat for the entire lives?
Yeah, I mean,
So before we get to Brianna's answer, and I'm glad that this woman's asking her this question. Brown's doing this thing. It's like a classic reporter journalist trope, like technique, where they ask an interview person a question, but they don't really care what their answer is. It's like, it's just, I want to make a point, but I'm talking to a person, so I have to make my point in the form of a question, right? It's like, well, how do you feel that obviously it's Netanyahu's fault that they haven't agreed to a permanent ceasefire, right? Like, she doesn't really care what her opinion is on the answer to that question. All she cares about is putting out the talking point that it's Netanyahu's fault that they haven't had a permanent ceasefire.
Right.
I think that's an interesting analogy. I don't think that we would endeavor to eliminate all Mexicans if that were to happen, right? I think that we've had 7 months of a siege.
Eliminate all Palestinians, but let's talk again about my sister, okay?
Please.
My sister is a woman. She's 23 years old. She's being held by a group of terrorists that can do anything they want to her. You're a woman. You know how it feels like to feel unsafe, to feel like a man can control you, to hug you or touch you in a way that you don't want to. But you will have your phone and you can call your mom or the police or tell someone to come rescue you, and you still be at home. So when he will release you, maybe you can go home or go to complain, and she can't.
Yeah, Yarden,
And
I think the question
can't
is,
do anything to help her.
I think the question is, so many other hostage families who've been protesting Netanyahu seem to believe that what would help their family members come home sooner is if Netanyahu would agree to a ceasefire and a hostage release deal to really prioritize what you're saying. Prioritize getting your sister home where she can be safe and have the medical attention it seems that she very much needs.
You're very right, but sometimes throughout those deals, we saw that Hamas wasn't agreeing anything at all. Right now, we have a new deal that the Israeli administration put on the table that Biden is vouching her this deal. And I'm really hopeful that Hamas will show the world that he cares about his own citizens and will say yes to this deal. Because if they say no, I'm really hopeful that everyone can see the true face of terror. And
so that there has.
Why? So Israel has always said from the beginning that they're going to continue what they're doing until two criteria are met, till the hostages are returned and Hamas gives up. Right? Those are the two things they've said.
Right.
And it's interesting that I never hear the anti-Israel side of the internet talk about that position. Like, shouldn't they be advocating and say, listen, Hamas should say, here are the terms of our ceasefire. We will give up all the hostages, we'll return all the hostages, and we will give ourselves up, but you have to enact a two-state solution, right? Or you have to enact whatever their magical one-state solution. Like, why are they not pushing for Hamas to do that action at all? I haven't heard a single one of these people say we should advocate for Hamas to do this thing.
Because they support Hamas.
I guess it's so strange to me that Hamas technically they could do a really big
don't give them any ideas.
Like, they could do a really big bluff, okay? Because Hamas could put the ball in Israel's court. They could say, we will agree to turn ourselves over and give the hostage back, but we also want a two-state solution, or we want their magical one-state left. I mean, I don't think Hamas wants a one-state solution, so they say like a two-state solution or whatever. Like, they could 100% do that to really force Israel to grapple with that. And they could say, I thought the whole thing, right? I thought the whole fucking thing with Hamas is that they're supposed to be martyrs, right? They're supposed to be willing to die for the cause. So why isn't this it? Why isn't this it? They're saying, well, listen, we're willing to die, and to allow Israel to capture us forever or to kill us. We're willing to do that for a two-state solution, right? In some kind of, in a quote, non-violent action, right? We'll allow ourselves to be arrested to get a two-state solution. And if Israel agreed to that, that would put such astronomical global pressure on Israel to actually work on a two-state solution. But I haven't heard a single fucking person who's anti-Israel even suggest that that's like something Hamas should do or even an option.
Hamas doesn't want that, though. All Hamas wants to do is stay in power and prosecute a war against Israel. That's all they want to do.
Well, listen,
they're not down with the two-state solution or one-state solution or anything. They're just
right.
Yeah.
Listen, I know and you know that Hamas doesn't give a shit about peace, because if there's peace and there's an actual two-state solution, and they actually had, if they were actually if Hamas wanted peace, they would have governed Gaza, since 2005 as trying to actually build up its economy and make it a functioning country, as opposed to stealing all its resources to build weapons and tunnels and do all this horrible shit, right? So I understand that Hamas doesn't give a shit about that at all, right? Because they're a horrible, despicable organization. They're not interested in peace. And because if they did all those things, then they could, if they established elections, they could be voted out of power and they could lose their power, which they're not interested in doing. I get that. But these far left people who are very anti-Israel, they don't get that. They're operating under this delusion that Hamas is some kind of freedom fighting organization or something.
Right. Yeah.
And so if Brianna and these other people wanted to actually put their money where their mouth was and be true to what they're saying, they should be not only criticizing Israel, but they should be pushing for Hamas to turn itself over in favor of a two-state solution, right? But they're not doing it. And it's just so interesting to me that I haven't heard any of them make this suggestion at all.
Right. I've heard them suggest that Israel needs to release all the Palestinian people who are incarcerated before they would give the hostages up.
Yeah,
so,
right. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
right,
I mean, look, they're playing a completely different game here.
Yes. Yeah, of course. They're like, no. Israel should have to release every single Palestinian who's ever been arrested for any reason, and also pull out all the people from the West Bank and release and stop the embargoing and do literally everything, have zero security checkpoints, and then they'll get the hostages back, and then Hamas will stop. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Right.
Yeah,
they see Israel as holding hostages now. That's the way Brianna looks at it.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Been a temporary. There was a temporary ceasefire earlier in which some hostages were released in exchange for Palestinian prisoners, and there was an end to the fighting for a period for a few days. That was back in December, I think that was. November. Do you think is there an opportunity to have another one of those arrangements and then delay the kind of attempt to address the broader question of Israel's government wanting to get rid of Hamas and putting that further down the path while more of the hostages and the Palestinian prisoners are exchanged?
I'm not sure what was your question with that said. Yeah,
would you support that happening?
Of that, but I'm not a politician, I'm not representing the Israeli government. I'm not representing anyone except myself, my sister, and the women community, maybe around the world. I can't say that I'm representing any more of that. I don't know what's going on in their meeting of the cabinet. I don't know what is going on the negotiation team. It's not my job to perform. My job is to take care of my sister and to show the world what is really going on right now, what is really going on to my sister, what has really gone, what really happened on October 7th. I don't know if you know Zaka organization, but they have the worst pictures of what Hamas has done to the women during the October 7th attack.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we are very familiar with Zaka, but regrettably, the reporting has been roundly discredited by both Israeli and American media sources. So I really would like to bring this back to your sister specifically. And I want to ask you about...
Yeah, what's the deal with these claims? Because they're, like, the UN had done a report, and they said there were 2 prominent incidents of sexual violence that turned out to be not true. So when Brianna says the reporting has been discredited, I mean 2 incidents were discredited. It doesn't mean like all incidents were discredited, right?
Yeah, the
like
UN had a report.
What's going on here?
The UN had a report. They said it was what was the exact language they said? It was like mostly credible.
Yeah, there's all sorts of eyewitness testimony. They have all kinds of photographs of the bodies from after the music festival. I mean, there's lots of evidence here. So when Brianna just says like it's all been discredited, like she just hand waves away everything as if every single instance of sexual violence has turned out to be false. They haven't been able to find one, not just one case anywhere. That seems to be the argument that she's making. It's patently ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, and because I was listening to her talk about this, and I listened to, I think she talked to Owen Benjamin. That's the guy's name, right? Or is it Owen Jones? Owen Benjamin's Owen Jones, right? Yeah. Yes, Owen Jones. About this, and it's like you're exactly right. There'll be like 20 accusations, and then 2 of them, well found to be not accurate. And one of them that she always points to, it's just like someone said that they found, two bodies that looked as if they had been sexually assaulted. And then someone who was in the area said, I don't know what they're talking about. We never found any bodies that matched that description. And then the guy said, well, maybe like he was wrong about the location because he was in multiple places the day that they were like, picking up these corpses, right?
So it wasn't even discredited.
Right. So it's like, yeah. So it's like, it's so wild to me how if this was some other situation, Brianna would be all like, oh my God, listen and believe. I understand that it's a very traumatic thing, blah, 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 blah. Now they're like, I want to see evidence. Why didn't they take samples of, the fluids from corpses? Like, it's just like this insane, disgusting thing. And you're completely right. There's literally people who survived. There's people that survived by hiding. There's a guy who hid under bodies. There's multiple accounts of people who survived and watched horrific things, and people who collected bodies and found them in very obvious states that would imply sexual violence. And it's all like, no, I'm not going to believe it unless I see a video recording of some kind of insane incident. And also Brianna keeps changing her story too, because in the past she'll say things like, oh, I think that sexual violence occurred. I just only find contention that Hamas specifically told their people to go rape women, right?
Right. She says there's no evidence that systematic sexual violence took place, but.
Sure. Yeah. Right. But then here, she doesn't say that, right? She doesn't say oh, well, sexual violence happened, but I don't know if it was systematic. Because a woman didn't really say that. She was just saying that, violence occurred.
We can back it up a little. I mean, the claim she makes is that all the reporting has been discredited. She's not saying
the women during the October 7th attack.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we are very familiar with Zaka, but regrettably, the reporting has been roundly discredited by.
The reporting has been roundly discredited, which implies all of it.
Right, exactly.
Both Israeli and American media sources. So I really would like to bring this back to your sister.
So all that reporting, look, you can go to YouTube and just search. There's lots of videos, lots of different claims are being made, lots of photographic evidence exists. Like, how can you live in this world where all of that is fake? Like, this is a level of conspiracy that's just off the charts here.
Yep.
Specifically, and I want to ask you about what you make of new reports.
Because I saw the pictures with my own eyes, and when you will have
look at this face. Look at this Muppet face she makes here.
What is his face he's making? Oh my God.
She's like, I saw the photographs, and Brianna's like, no, those photographs don't exist, ma'am. Ma'am, those photographs are AI generated by the IDF to fake you out. Look, your sister is not even really been captured. This was all a plot by Bibi Netanyahu.
I know. We should make that that should be an emoji.
That Muppet face. Look at her. Face. That is totally this dumb. This face just screams, oh, this dumb bitch. So bad.
I know, it's pretty
to bad. Bring this back to your sister specifically, and I want to ask you about what you make of new reports.
Because I saw the pictures with my own eyes, and when you will have a sister in a terror organization's hand, you will know the feeling of terrifying every minute of every day. When you
look at Robbie. Robbie just looks like, holy shit.
Robbie knows where this is going. He's like, oh no.
Robbie's like, holy shit.
He's like, Brianna, please stop.
In a terror organization's hand, you will know the feeling of terrifying every minute of every day. Can't sleep at night. Can't even drink a sip of water because I know that my sister is drinking salt water from the sea.
This is so horrifying, man. This is like everyone's worst nightmare. One of your loved ones. It's just, are they alive? Are they dead? Are they being raped right now? Are they being tortured right now?
Yeah.
Are they screaming for their lives? Are they starving? Are they dying of thirst? just, oh my God. And the fact that you can't do anything about it.
I know.
This is unspeakable torture.
Yes. And you're going to fight with this person?
Well, yeah. And you're going to say, oh, by the way, it's all Bibi Netanyahu's. Isn't it Israel's fault? Hey, join with me. Join me in condemning Israel for this.
Yeah. It's
okay.
Like, oh, please.
The nation that's actively out there, prosecuting a war, trying to get your loved ones back.
Right.
Let's blame them together.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hold hands, fellow leftists. God, it's so delusional.
That she's not getting food and the terrorist is eating in front of her face.
Yeah, Yarden, I really hope your sister does get water and food, and I hope that, I'm sure you're aware of the ample reporting of Israel blocking aid, food.
Oh my God.
Oh
Sitch.
my God. I know.
It's unstoppable. Look, bad. I saw this and I was like, this is the most inhumane video I've ever seen.
It's
I'm sure you're aware that it's completely Israel's fault that your sister is dying. Oh,
yeah.
It's so bad. Look at the look on this poor woman's face. It's like, how dare you?
Food and water to Gaza in a way that is hurting both the people of Gaza and the hostages, right?
Most of the trucks are getting inside Gaza. I don't know if you saw, but Hamas is blocking them from them civilians. They're not giving their own civilians the humanitarian aid that everyone is so eager to give them. And I'm not against that. I'm a nurse in my profession. I really, truly believe that everyone should live in safety, in health. This is one of the biggest crises that we ever experienced here. But I'm really feeling that everyone is taking care of the Gaza civilians like they should. But what about the hostages? Why
let's talk about how to get the hostages home. I agree.
No, please let me finish. Why aren't the Red Cross is entering the hostages? Why aren't they giving them medications? My sister have a lot of chronic diseases. Why aren't she getting anything? And we know that they didn't got anything. Why aren't they getting what they deserve?
The Times just reported this morning that Biden said, quote, there's every reason for people to draw the conclusion that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is prolonging the war for his own political self-preservation. This is after Biden's speech at the end of last week was met with statements from Israeli government officials saying that there wasn't an agreement about this hostage deal on the part of Israel and that there was a gap between what Biden represented and what they would agree to. And after months of Netanyahu and members of his administration saying that the goal was to eliminate Hamas and that he would not agree to a ceasefire and hostage exchange deal, into that happened. Now, this seems to be Joe Biden saying again that what is obstructing the ceasefire process that could allow your sister to come home and get the food and get the medicine and get the care that she needs and to live in safety is being obstructed by Benjamin Netanyahu. Do you feel like he's putting his own personal political goals ahead of prioritizing hostage release?
I really see that you want to talk political things, and this is not my profession. I'm saying right now that we have an Israeli deal on the table and we're waiting for Hamas to say yes.
Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. I wish that it were, but unfortunately, that does not seem to be the case. Would you like to say anything else that we should know about your...
That even Biden said himself. This is what the Egyptian government said. This is what the Qatari said just today. And this is what my government said. Hamas also said that they're waiting, they need to read the agreement and to decide whatever they want. I don't know, but what I'm getting is from the media, and I'm sure that you're getting it from the media itself yourself because you're not in the negotiation team. So I'm here to talk about my sister. Please help me spread her story. Help me make people understand what she's going through as a woman in 2024.
Look at Robbie totally nodding along, totally feeling this woman's pain.
I know. It's just like, Brianna, just like, stop trying to make this such a political conversation, right? Just agree and say, yeah, this is horrible. my thoughts and prayers are with you and your sister. And, we should be trying to do everything it takes to get her home. Like, it's so simple. It's so easy to just like look at this person as a human being and say, I don't have to agree. Which, first of all, she's not even really saying anything like that's political, because she keeps saying, I don't know the situation, right? Like, it's not her. She's just a random person. Right? She doesn't know the specifics of it. She's not even making like really deep political claims outside the fact that like Hamas is bad and people should condemn them.
Well, the media is reporting contradictory things. The media is reporting that a deal is on the table and they're waiting on Hamas to sign off on it. And Brianna's media is reporting that Bibi Netanyahu is the one dragging his feet and Hamas is ready to go. They're ready for that ceasefire.
Right, but
who's right? I don't know.
Even if that's completely true, just be like, I agree with you and I hope that they come to a ceasefire deal. Like, you don't get an argument with this woman. Okay, she doesn't know. She's been through enough. You getting an argument doesn't make you look good. It doesn't help your case. It's not going to change her mind. She doesn't know what the fuck's going on, right? She's just afraid for her sister's life.
Yeah, it's awful. Look, and she's going at her with the like, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. Right. This is all Bibi Netanyahu's fault.
Yes, and it's and it's so weird because like, so after this, we're gonna watch her talk to Glen Greenwald.
Oh, I know.
She recasts this and makes it sound like this woman wanted to come on and argue with her. And I'm not, listen, I don't know. I wasn't there in the whatever this woman, sent the emails to try to get on the Hill, supposedly according to Brianna or whatever. So maybe, but from judging from just watching this conversation, that seems to be blatantly untrue. She is not, in this conversation, does not appear to be looking for a fight whatsoever. She just appears to be like, saying very standard kind of normal things that you'd expect for someone in the situation.
Yeah, but it's got to be infuriating to know that your sister has been abducted by Hamas and to know Briahna Greyjoy's out there making infinite excuses for the terrorist attackers that have your sister who've tortured you for the past 200 plus days.
Mm-hmm.
Like this. I mean, I honestly wouldn't blame her if she's like going after Briahna, especially in her situation. She's got skin in the game here.
Sure. But I mean, she's not even appearing to do that in what we're watching on top of it. So.
Right.
We are not 200 years ago. This is not okay that we have terror organizations that controlling the free world and people in the West letting it happen and stay on the streets, killing the hostages now, or Israelis must die. What did I do wrong? What did my sister did wrong? Nothing. Nothing. We did nothing wrong.
Well,
and right now, Brianna's thinking, well, wait a second here. You are a colonizing force invading the land of Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
All this counter narrative. It's just so evil.
I know.
This was happening inside our own country. Yeah. And if the world won't help us, we will see 9/11 a second time in the U.S. as well. But we can already see in the United States, in Michigan, rallies that calling death to America, not condemning terror organizations in Israel or any other place. In fact, is reflecting to your country as well.
I'm just going to push back against the implication that in Michigan, which has the largest Muslim and Arab population in America, that there is any threat of terrorism from our own people. And I would like to clarify also that one of the rationale that was presented for 9/11 was discussed with America's support of Israel's continued occupation of Palestine. So that's neither here nor there. I really do hope that.
And then she calls her an occupier. How's that?
Wait, let me go back for a second.
She literally calls her a fucking occupier.
Happening inside our own country. What did my sister did wrong? Nothing. Nothing. We did nothing wrong.
Well,
this was happening inside our own country. Yeah. And if the world won't help us, we will see 9/11 a second time in the U.S. as well. But we can already see in the United States, in Michigan, rallies that calling death to America, not condemning terror organizations in Israel or any other place. In fact, is reflecting to your country as well.
I'm just going to push back against the implication.
So all she said was, we're seeing in Michigan rally that's, calling like anti-American rally, right? That's all she says. Literally all she said, which by the way is true. Okay. She didn't say every single person who's protesting against Israel is saying that. She didn't say every single Muslim person in America, is a terror or something. She just said, we are seeing that there was a rally in Michigan that was, anti-American, which is 100% true. And actually, we even saw, this week, I don't know if there was the protest outside of the White House, and there was literally this giant sign that said something like, it's either like jihad or martyrdom. Did you see that picture?
I did not, but it doesn't surprise me. The anti-American sentiment is like off the charts right now.
Right. And we've seen, we've watched on this show, we've watched, compilations of anti-Israel protesters who are literally saying, make us proud, bomb Tel Aviv, make us proud, destroy Israel, all these other things. Right. So yeah, the banner says jihad of victory or martyrdom. Right. This was outside the White House. And that's all. So all she said was like, oh, be careful because, you're going to have something, we've had anti-American protests in Michigan. And Brianna, she turns this around and says, you're claiming all Muslims in America are jihadists or something. It's like, that's not what she said.
No.
That in Michigan, which has the largest Muslim and Arab population in America, that there is any threat of terrorism from our own people. And I would like to clarify also that one of the rationale that was presented for 9/11 was discussed with America's support of Israel's continued occupation of Palestine. So that's neither here nor there. I really do hope that Netanyahu agrees and Israel agrees to the ceasefire deal that could bring all the hostages, including your sister, home. And I'm sure many people watching are praying for her safety.
Thank you. Me too. And I really hope that you specifically will believe women when they say that they got hurt.
All right. Thanks for joining. Stick around. More Rising coming up next.
Thank you.
That eye roll means no, she's not going to believe.
Yeah.
Like she's not going to believe him, obviously. Look, it's all Israel deep state plot so that they can commit genocide on the Palestinian people in Gaza. That's really what it's all about. They have 3 million Palestinians to kill, and they need a damn good excuse. So they're cooking one up. That's the way Brianna looks at it. That's what she believes.
Let's see that. Let's see that.
I feel like I need a shower after this clip, to be honest with you.
Let's see that eye roll one more time. Okay.
The
eye roll that got Brianna fired.
And when they say that they got hurt.
All right.
Oh, the heavy sigh too.
Oh yeah,
jeez.
The heavy sigh. Yeah,
heavy sigh.
There's a big old eye roll there. There is totally an eye roll. It's you can't get those microaggressions.
I found a video of the protest that she was referring to. That Brianna was calling her a bigot for bringing up. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So this was in Michigan. See, it says on April 5th.
Oh no.
Okay, of this year.
Oh no, this doesn't look good. Death to America.
Malcolm X said.
Okay, so that's what she was referring to. Okay, now this guy's bringing up Malcolm X. So
like
yeah, I mean, it's not great when people are saying death to America who are in America. That's not a good thing, right? I'm not a fan of that. Oh, look, they're also saying death to Israel. So, I think it's fair to say, yeah, it's not a great thing, right?
Yeah.
Right, Brianna? It's weird for you to say like, oh my God, how dare you? How dare you bring up this thing? So there you go. Okay, so let me, pretty gross. Again, I don't support Brianna being fired whatsoever, but I understand why people would be very mad about this interaction, like this whole thing. So
yeah, look, it's I'd rather have it on full display. I guess people are worried that she's going to gain support. I think there obviously are people who do support this perspective. Hassan Piker has a giant audience. Second Thought has a giant audience. They all seem to support this perspective that Israel is an occupying colonialist power in the Middle East. It needs to pack up and go home.
Right.
I think it's better to see it and fight it head on than have it lurking in the shadows, right?
Yeah, no, I agree completely. Beyond the fact that it makes for good content, watching Robbie scream at Brianna, watching Brianna scream at Robbie. But yeah, I would rather these people, I'd rather, because part of the problem is like when it's all pushed away, people deny that it exists. Right? They deny that this is like a thing that people actually feel. And it is important that, to get the fact that there is a contingency of people on the far left, generally socialists, who are basically psychopathic on some of this situation in Israel and Palestine.
You have a bunch of moderate progressives that are kind of shocked and waking up over the kind of things that they're seeing. Like if it was in the shadows and they couldn't see that, I mean, that's part of the problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you have the moderate progressives policing the far left activists if nobody sees it?
And right? I think it's actually fascinating to me because it seems like a lot of the mainstream left, and even I think a lot of journalists are like older journalists who are still on the left but work, at the New York Times and these kind of publications. There's been reports that they kind of been getting into fights with the younger, more woke journalists about this issue. And you're right. I think this situation is a wake up call to a lot of moderate Democrats and moderate progressives to be like there is this contingency of people left that are insane, and they want to keep trying to say it's just the young college kids, and they want to dismiss it, but it's not right, and you can't just dismiss it.
Yeah, she responded to Robbie in the first clip when he was saying, "Yeah, they do. They support terrorist attacks." Brianna was like, "That's insane."
Mm-hmm.
Robbie's like, "Yeah, it is insane, but it's true. They do support terrorist attacks, and we've seen plenty of that. We've seen plenty of that." Second Thought, the whole H3 up against Hamas Piker ordeal.
Yes.
Like, come on.
Yes.
The baby settlers.
That was insane.
Hidden.
That was the most insane thing. You had, Ethan Klein, who is Jewish. He's married to an Israeli woman, and they had like the most possible anti-Israel position you could have, with the exception of still saying that they think Israel has a right to exist, right? They were up into the line as far as humanly possible, with the exception being that they still thought Israel has a right to exist, and that wasn't enough for Hassan's psychopathic audience, and it wasn't enough for Hassan to tell his audience to F off and to defend his co-host of, that he'd been doing a show with for over a year, and say, listen, you guys stop attacking Ethan. Like, this is psychotic. This is crazy. But he wouldn't even do that. He's so terrified of his own audience.
Yeah. They're making him rich.
Which I guess is now why, he's willing to attack his own uncle over his association with Brianna, which is kind of hilarious. So
one of those progressives that is waking up.
Yep. Before we watch this clip, Thal for $20. Thanks so much, Thal. Says Palestinian leadership today said they didn't agree with the nationalism and Mein Kampf. Badoom-tsh. There you go. Yeah, they agreed with everything else, though.
Wow.
Thal for another $20. Thanks so much. Says in other news, Trump lawyers are attempting to get new jurors to change the verdict of his trial. Badoom-tsh.
Is that possible?
I think he was making a joke, but I'm not sure I understand what the joke was. Because he literally says badoom-tsh. I'm not just saying that.
Really?
In the super chat, yeah.
Oh, well, nice.
I don't know what he's referring to.
Well, thank you for the super chat.
Yes. Toxic Mix for $20 says, I'm sure it's been said, but what happened to #BelieveWomen? This confirms what I've been suspecting for a while. Give a leftist enough things to talk about, and they'll eventually contradict all their principles. Yeah, it's interesting. I actually was curious about that exact thing, right? I was like, I wonder what Brianna has said in the past about, the Me Too movement and, believing all women and sort of other things of sexual violence that were not related to Hamas or something of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
And I found a bunch of old tweets from a few years ago, there was like when she was more associated with the Bernie Sanders campaign. I don't know if you remember this. There was there were allegations against Bloomberg. Remember when Bloomberg like joined the race very briefly?
Yes.
Michael Bloomberg joined the race. Okay. So actually, and I sent you this article if you want to bring it up.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll
I
send it
saw
again
the article.
Yeah, I'll send
No,
it
I
again.
got it.
Okay. So this is from Mediaite. It says, this is from February 18th, 2020. Bernie Sanders press secretary falsely claims Mike Bloomberg has faced 64 cases of sexual assault. Okay. So, it's interesting. Brianna WON'T, who's all like, listen, I need photographic DNA evidence of a Hamas person engaged in sexual assault. And yet was kind of willing to go here and say Michael Bloomberg has done 64 cases of sexual assault here. Without any evidence. So
Yeah.
it turned out that what was apparently there were allegations of verbal sexual harassment. And she just said it's the same thing. So there you go. Also, she didn't have, even though she so says and stand by is that those were sexual harassment, she doesn't have the video DNA evidence that she wants that, she would require for Hamas to be culpable for any of these sexual allegations that they've been accused of doing.
Right. Yeah. Double standards, right?
Yep. She also agrees, presumably, that she thinks that Joe Biden engaged in sexual misconduct.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, right? And here's a funny tweet I sent you. She said, this is from May 1st, 2020. She said, Lord, please, someone check me if I ever cape hard for someone credibly accused of sexual assault just because a body language expert told me the Jewish socialist was icky. So I don't know what this is in relation to, but there you go again, fully willing to be hard on those accused of sexual assault as long as they're not a violent terrorist organization that is fighting against Israel.
Right. Yeah.
So interesting. Let's see. Thal from $20. Thank you, Thal. Says, did you hear Brianna JoyGrey got a new show on CNN? It's called Missing the Point. I wish.
Oh.
Greg Booghan for $20 says, this was one of the most narcissistic things I've seen in media, and the Kardashians exist. All Brianna had to do was show a sliver of empathy and respect for the woman, but it was more important for her to be correct. True. Okay, so let's watch. This is Brianna's first interview, and I believe her only so far interview after her firing with Glen Greenwald.
A tough, hard-hitting interview here with a total comrade.
I know.
What's going on? It's not playing.
It's not working for you?
Here we go.
There's no exception. Brianna, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you for having me, Glenn. And thank you, I have to say, for being just so consistent on this particular issue, especially when so many others have demonstrated that there is a free speech exception that is very much Israel shaped.
Yeah, I appreciate that. One of the things I've always tried to argue when I've been defending people on the right who are fired or censored or otherwise punished for their views is that it doesn't matter whether you like that person, whether you like their views. What matters is the principle that you want to affirm. Do you want to live in a society in which people are required to recite certain ideological orthodoxies in order to be heard in media, to keep their job in journalism, or do you want to live in a society where there's actually free speech, where people are permitted to involve themselves in debates, even with views that are unpopular, and not lose their job over it. And especially in journalism, academia, that's really the place most of all where we need this kind of free discourse. So let's talk about your situation.
I mean, they seemed pretty open to having her blame Israel for everything in other contexts. It just seems like this context was a bridge too far, right? Throwing it in the face of an actual someone whose family has been abducted by Hamas, right?
Yeah. I mean, I've watched, so much Hill content. We watched so much Hill content with Brianna on the show, and it's, to comment on it. And there's so many segments where she goes on and on, where she's denouncing Israel. She's saying Israel's the problem. Israel's making up accusations. Like, it's like every one of her segments is doing this.
Yeah.
The idea that she was canceled for doing this thing that she's literally been doing since October 7th is preposterous. It was obviously, as you said, they're like, whoa, like, you're throwing this in the face of like an actual victim of this. Like, that's a bridge too far for most people.
Yeah, it looks horrible for them.
And also, like, well, again, I agree. I don't think Brianna should be fired. I don't know. I know Glen has been very anti-cancel culture, like in most instances. I don't believe I've ever seen Brianna ever be anti-cancel culture ever. She's been pretty much on the woke train and everything that I've seen in terms of, free speech does not mean freedom of
consequences.
Right?
Yeah. She's been banging that drum, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is total brand destruction for the Hill and Rising. So that's why they're pulling back.
Well, I'm curious tonight, and I wonder if we'll find out, like, if there was, because obviously, like, when that clip, started to get spread around on Twitter and other places of her rolling her eyes, like, obviously that was what did her in, and there was just like this huge call against her. But I'm curious if there was some specific, like, big name people associated with the Hill that were like, just no, like, this was just too much. This is too despicable. So.
I just went through this long history that I know you know of all the people in the United States who have been fired over many years, and particularly since October 7th, for criticizing the state of Israel in some way or supporting the Palestinian cause. You know those risks to your career, and yet you have become, since October 7th, one of the most visible and vocal critics of the state of Israel, of its war in Gaza, of the Palestinian cause. Why was that a risk that you were willing to take? And I should say, I think the risk is even higher for people like yourself who aren't Jewish. People who are Jewish can get fired, like Norman Finkelstein, but have a little bit more protection. But you were particularly vulnerable, I think, in part for that reason. Why was this cause something that you were willing to risk your job over?
Yeah, well, for one, I always saw my choice to work at Rising in the first place as driven by my desire to use a large corporate media platform to articulate left politics, which are largely excluded from any kind of mainstream discourse. For me, primarily, frankly, exclusively, it was about my ability to use the platform to advance a kind of politics that I feel passionately about. And the money is just an ancillary benefit on the side. And especially after Katie was fired from the Hill, my feeling was that it was my obligation, frankly, to test the premise that the CEO, Bob Cusack, had put out there at the time, which was that Katie's firing was not ideological, that they had some other sort of issue with the way the radar that she had written that was ostensibly the cause for her firing. These radars are our video essays that we deliver direct to camera. What they had told her was that her radar was somehow not up to the standard, that it had been written in a way that was not consistent with the Hill's editorial direction. And that's why she was let go, not because of the content of the radar. So what I said was, I'm going to go full bore on this issue in particular, obviously not knowing at the time that October 7th was going to make it the issue in domestic and international politics. But it was really important to me to not pull any punches, in part because I did not want to validate in any way the Hill's reasoning that they did not already fire a contributor for ideological reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously empathize with the
So I like the Katie Halper situation, and I do agree. At least if she was fired for what she claims she was fired for, it does seem kind of ridiculous. It was basically, I think it was Rashid Tlaib kind of came out and said that Israel was an apartheid state. This was like, years ago, obviously, years before October 7th, attack. And, Katie came out and she just basically agreed with that assessment, something which I disagree with, but I think it's fine if, it's a free country, you can have your opinion. I think it's kind of ridiculous if the Hill fired her for simply agreeing with that. But it's kind of ridiculous, in my opinion, to compare that to Brianna's behavior now, because as you said, and we've seen, I mean, she's been doing nonstop coverage about how Israel is a fascistic, theocratic, apartheid state, for months and months and months and months and months. So obviously, whatever situation happened with Katie is not applicable to this specific situation that's happening with Brianna now.
Right. Yeah.
And I found an interesting tweet. This is from it's from March 23rd, 2023. So last year. So this was a tweet by Briahna. It says, on the authoritarian right and faux left coming together to attack free speech. And there's a video linked underneath of a clip. Okay. So she's complaining that the authoritarian right and the fake left are coming together to attack free speech. Do you have any idea what she's referring to?
What could it be?
She's referring to Anna Kasparian saying, don't refer to me as a birthing person.
No way.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
What?
Yes. She did a segment on criticizing Anna Kasparian for not wanting to be called a birthing person. And she said that this is the authoritarian right and the faux left coming together to attack free speech.
Wow.
And you're a journalist and someone's telling you that you can't say certain things or can't report certain things. That is no longer a job that any person with any dignity should maintain. That's what I said when I quit my own media outlet, The Intercept. And I wish that there were a lot more people who thought that way. All right, let's talk about...
I mean, reporting things that are untrue, though, should be a line in journalism. The whole, open air prison concentration camp thing, I think that's a specious claim. Yet they just can make it completely uncontested over and over and over again.
Yep.
It's bullshit.
100%.
The firing itself, you were notified of your termination by an email that you were sent by the Hill yesterday, and just to add insult to injury, they didn't even bother to spell your name correctly. And they essentially just said, effective immediately, you are fired.
It's kind of insane. They didn't even spell her name right.
Yeah. Maybe she didn't maybe she's not fired. Maybe it's a different Brianna.
Yeah, they're Brianna JoyGrey. Yeah, her name has an H in it, so that's pretty
right,
funny.
Yeah.
Fired. It didn't contain any reasons for it. There's the email on the screen, and people can see that it's just a very kind of deliberately summary dismissal. Have you received any word from them, either since the firing or before, that they had a problem with things that you were saying about Israel?
Yes and no. So I have not had any communication with anybody from the Hill about the firing. The producer, Joanne Levine, has not returned any of my phone calls. I immediately reached out after I received this letter, in part because it wasn't clear to me from the text whether the 30 days referenced in the letter meant that they expected me to finish out the month, or whether or not Wednesday was my last day in office. And I texted her several times saying, look, I don't need to have a conversation with you. Can you just clarify that one point? It's so I can start talking about this publicly. You know what I mean? So no, to date, I've heard from nobody except for Robbie, who has been on vacation and who is frustrated by all of this as well.
And to be clear, Robbie, it's Robbie Sawabi, who's your co-host, with whom you have a lot of disagreements, including on Israel.
Right. Yes, very publicly on the show. That's the whole point of the show. But behind the scenes, off camera, he's very supportive of our of what we're trying to do on the show, of the project, of the show itself, and is very protective of it, and was very frustrated and disappointed in the actions that the Hill took. But I want to add some more context. I have been under a great deal of pressure for months and months now to tone down my Israel coverage at Rising. It started, I think, really in earnest about 6 months ago or so, when there was a radical shift in the staff at the Hill, where basically every single person who worked there was either fired or pushed out. The work environment was so difficult that they chose to leave, basically. And as new staff replaced them, particularly new producers who exerted much more editorial control over the content than had ever been exerted before, they particularly put a lot of scrutiny on coverage of Israel and started to refer to our coverage as an Israel block. So we do about 8 to 12 blocks, segments a day. And they started to refer to this idea of an Israel block, where we could only do one segment on Israel. And as you can imagine, Glenn, given the plethora of stories that come out on a daily basis, some of them are domestic politics issues, some of them are straight news reporting about whatever bombing campaign most recently happened in, let's say, Rafah. Some of them are about the choice to have Netanyahu come to speak to Congress. You might have a story about what happened on a college campus protest. You might have a story on and on and on. You could easily do 12 segments on Israel every day. And they were segments that were very popular with rising audience. Unlike some other, I've been on the other side of that, right? I've had to talk about issues that I'm the foil for, I'm the heel for with that particular very ideologically mixed audience. But on Israel, it was a double header of a lot of clicks, earns money for the company, and is also something that's very newsy, and is something that ideologically I personally cared a lot about. And yet, unlike other subjects that were very newsy, let's say when we talked about a lot of COVID coverage, talked about some culture issues with trans issues and the like, there was never the same resistance to covering it as much as the audience wanted as there was when it came to Israel.
So I think that.
So, okay. Obviously, we're looking at this from an outsider's perspective, but I know for a fact that, when I would look through the Hill's coverage of the days, that there have been multiple days where multiple segments would be about various stories related to Israel. And they would spend lots of time covering Israel, whether it be covering, protests in America, whether it was covering what was going on in the Gaza Strip, et cetera, et cetera. And Briahna always got her platform to go on for 10, 15, 20 minutes to sort of pontificate and talk about how Israel is an evil, colonial, fascistic theocracy, right? And so the idea that she's trying to propose here, that in some possible fucking way, her coverage of Israel was being restricted, seems so astronomically bizarre and outside the realm of possibility to me. It sounds like what she's saying is they were like, listen, you can do a section on Israel every day, but we don't want to do the entire show on Israel, right? Just do one section a day on Israel, and then let's talk about other news things. There's other news things going on besides Israel. And Brianna's like, no, we need to talk about Israel the entire show. And that was her problem with the Hill.
It is interesting, the left to right divide, the different stories that the left finds interesting versus what the right finds interesting. Because it is just night and day. Like, so many progressive outlets, it's like they'll cover climate change like nonstop, 24/7. You're like, really? Another climate change story? Really? Yeah, look, same with this anti-Israel perspective. Yeah, she would love to cover it 24/7, 5, 10 segments a day. But no.
Yeah, it's just, but to whine about that, like, okay, come on. It's not unreasonable for them to be like, you should cover other stories but one topic in a day. That's not an unreasonable ask.
Yeah, it is a reasonable ask because you want to diversify the show, obviously. Right. But she's saying that there was an interest for it, that their audience would want 9 or 10 anti-Israel stories a day, but the management was trying to get her to dial it back because they're all pro-Israel shills. That's her storyline here.
Well, I mean, I would wager part of the thought process is that they want to make sure that their audience doesn't just become one thing, right?
Right.
That they don't basically cultivate an audience that only cares about the Israel conflict, so that when the Israel, like if you're saying about from a business standpoint, so that when the Israel-Palestine conflict goes away, that you lose your entire audience because that's all you talked about. And the people that don't really care about it so much have unsubscribed because they don't care about watching that content.
Yeah, because the last thing they want to see is another Israel story.
Right.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense.
No, you're right. It's just the conspiracy to, not talk bad about Israel,
They're
despite the
all
fact that she talked bad about Israel.
shills.
Yeah, constantly all the time, and they were totally fine with it. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at before she was fired, this is 4 days ago. Israel wages digital war, targets U.S. lawmakers with fake social media. The same day, she's complaining about Israel more than once in one day. Netanyahu's tantrum over Gaza ceasefire threatens Biden re-election. The day before that, global war crimes debate descends on key gateway into Israel. By the way, the video only got 2.3 thousand views, so I don't know if it's fair to say that the audience was super interested in this. Always.
That's pathetic.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Then we have the same day we have her complaining about that guy. Mondaire Jones infuriates progressives for betraying Jamal Bowman and endorsing AIPAC-backed opponent.
Oh, yeah, they love going after the AIPAC. And
they have in the thumbnail the Israeli flag. Then the same day you have a clip of her complaining about Bill Maher, saying that, which we covered, where she's saying Bill Maher is a racist because of his take on the Israel situation. So I mean, it's just completely ridiculous. This idea that the Hill was wow, they're really trying to prevent her from talking about Israel.
No, she spit in the face of a hostage family member.
Yeah,
so that's why she got.
Yeah, and look, I mean, this is last week. Okay, last week she has Piers Morgan turns on Netanyahu after Rafah bombing. She has State Department embarrassing defense of Rafah strikes. They had, even when she wasn't on, when it was Robbie and that other Jessica Burbank, they even had Glen Greenwald on the Hill on Rising to complain about Israel. Okay, so this is so ludicrous. This is such a ludicrous idea.
Right, that they're trying to basically stop anyone who's critical of Israel. That's the ultimate goal here.
It's just that's such a lie. That's such a lie. You could just go through their content, see how much they talk about it, and how much. And Robbie isn't even a super strong Israel advocate anyway. He is not the anti Briahna, because he's basically just America shouldn't be funding any foreign country. Period. That's the big Israel defender they have going against Brianna's, calling them an evil, racist, apartheid, colonialist empire. I mean.
It's tough because they have the collateral damage is so bad. Who wants to defend collateral damage?
Of course. But I'm just saying, for her to cast this as the Hill is so in Israel's bag when she's the main voice on the channel, constantly talking about Israel, constantly denouncing Israel, and Robbie is the only one pushing pushback, and he's not even a big Israel simp or anything. When there are tons of massive Israel simps that will defend anything Israel does.
Yeah, who's a good Israel simp?
No. I'll get Alan Dershowitz.
They should bring in Alan Dershowitz.
Yeah, there you go.
There are two important things to note here. Number one is that this is not a foreign war. This is an American war. The United States government is paying for this war. It's arming the Israelis. And I think most importantly of all, it has completely isolated itself on the world stage. So often there are votes at the UN where the only two no votes in the world are the United States and Israel. And the rest of the world either is voting yes to criticize Israel, to stop Israel, or there's a couple dozen countries in the middle that are abstaining. And so as an American, of course this is the war you're going to talk about, not even because it's a war. It's like the war in Ukraine. It's also an American war as well. And the other thing that I think is so important, what you said, and I actually wanted to ask you about.
So
yeah, Israel, our proxy, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can make the argument, it's true, that if America and the West wasn't supporting Ukraine with military equipment, that they would just get steamrolled by Russia and taken over by Russia, which Glen is in favor of and doesn't care because he's, a communist, which is fine, whatever. He doesn't give a shit about that because he's so enamored with America bad. Everything that's wrong in the world is the evil American empire's fault. Okay. But you can't, like, if America wasn't sending money or military stuff to Israel, they would still be doing exactly what they're doing. They don't need our help. So to say that this is like America's war is preposterous. But
right.
About this is, it would be one thing if you had your own show and you were just there spouting what the company considered, let's call it anti-Israel propaganda, and there was nobody rebutting it or checking it. For anyone who has seen this show, you had right next to you your co-host, Robbie Suave, who I know well, and but on this topic, he pretty much has been defending Israel vociferously, and you and he have had some very strident arguments. In fact, often, almost the kind that you wouldn't expect for two co-workers to have, because that's how open these disagreements and disputes were. That was out. Can you talk a little bit more, though, about the idea? Because obviously, if the Hill could point to the fact that your commentary on Israel was harming their ratings or their views or their profit, that would be one thing. But talk a little bit more about what that data shows.
Yeah, not at all. In fact, the numbers at the Hill have been down significantly again since this whole staff turnover earlier this year, in part because it almost feels, frankly, like they've been trying to sabotage the show for a long time. For example, the edict came down earlier this year that we weren't allowed to respond to clips. And as you know, Glenn, so much of doing a kind of an internet show is responding to, viral clips, whether they're, Tucker Carlson sat down with an interviewer, Thomas Massey, or Whoopi Goldberg said something silly on The View. I mean, that's so much of what the coverage is. But there was this decision to not disallow us from doing that. That caused a real steep decline in the kinds of segments we could do. There have been I've been outright told that certain kinds of guests couldn't come on. For example, I was told that Norm Finkelstein, you brought him up earlier, the foremost scholar on Gaza in the entire country, if not the world.
Just a moment of silence for Norman Finkelstein being the foremost scholar on Gaza.
See, she just throws stuff out there. Who gave him that designation? What happened there?
He was appointed by the DSA.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. A bunch of commies.
Right. Oh my God.
Was banned because they said he was a, quote, Holocaust denier. This is someone whose parents survived the Holocaust themselves. So this is the kind of pressure that we've been under. And as much as you see me, arguing with Robbie on air, that is our job. In many ways, it has been more tense behind the scenes because of the editorial control that they have been trying to wrest over me personally. I think Robbie, frankly, he'll speak for himself at some point, I'm sure, but has been under a lot of pressure to push back against me in ways that maybe are even artificial to his own belief structure, because the show desired, people at the company desired there to be balance, even if this is not necessarily an issue where there are both sides. And I think that's ultimately what led to the interview.
Did you catch that?
What?
Obviously, this issue is completely one-sided, not two different perspectives in conflict here. It's so obvious that Israel's responsible for all of this.
Desired, people at the company desire there to be balance, even if this is not necessarily an issue where there are both sides. And I think that's
it's so, oh my God, it's so insane. And we've been hearing this from more and more, like the far left people on this issue that do like these internet shows are like, how dare the news try to both sides or try to take any sort of level of nuance or complication. There is no second side to this. It's all just Israel is genociding the Palestinians. There's no other way to talk about anything else. Is just complicit in violence. There's no other way to talk about this.
Yeah.
It's like,
so crystal clear. It's just, it's a genocide of an open air prison concentration camp.
Right.
Don't
by the way, here's a bunch
eyes.
of pictures of here's a bunch of pictures of things not looking like an open air concentration camp before October 7th that I'm tweeting out. Right.
Yeah.
Where everything looks nice. Yeah.
Bring up the restaurant reviews of the starving people.
Right.
Bring up the 5-star restaurant reviews in Gaza.
And
of all the people that are starving.
If Brianna was able to actually articulate a intelligent nuanced but still very anti-Israel take. So if she was able to articulate that like Hamas is evil and all Hamas does is make everything worse for the Palestinian people, and they're bad, blah 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 blah, and obviously Israel has a right to defend itself and its security, but they're just going too far, and that this is causing too much collateral damage, and they're just making the situation worse, and it's going to make it like impossible to reconstruct the area, and it's only going to cause more terrorism in the future. Like, there's some position that a person could construct or have about the situation that's still like 90% anti-Israel, but still like, acknowledging
reasonable?
The reality of the situation, and is still reasonable. And if she could articulate that position, or any of these people could articulate the position, even if I disagree with it, I'd be like, okay, well, I just disagree with you, right? But they can't. They literally cannot. They're so fucking NPC brain rotted in terms of this. It's just black and white. Israel is the most evil white colonialist empire to ever exist in the world. And if you say anything else, you're just a despicable person. And they're going to dance around saying October 7th was bad, but also maybe not so bad, as Briahna just did in the clip that we watched. And, then they're going to say, oh, there's only one side of the issue. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke.
Yeah. Yeah. Their narrative is that white people want to genocide brown people and they need a good excuse. That's what's happening. That's what it's all about.
Yes. And Brianna has said this repeatedly, that she sees this through like this weird racial lens and assumes that everyone else is seeing it through the weird racist lens that she sees it through. And that's how they're coming up with their positions.
Right. Wrong. Not true.
Yeah.
Ultimately what led to the interview, which is being held up as the pretext for my firing.
Let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt you there, because I want to.
Yo, come on. I want to so set you up for this softball interview here.
Yes. Well, and also you hear she said the pretext for her firing, right? Like, oh, they've been itching to do this, even though the segments where her and Robbie like yell at each other always get like really good views, right? I don't think they were itching to get rid of you, Briahna. But
it's like you're going too fast, Briahna. I'm just setting up for the glazing I'm about to give you here. Hold back, honey. Let me line it up for you.
Exactly what I wanted to ask you about, and we're going to show that clip. I wanted to talk to you about it. But just to give a little context to this, I've definitely been noticing that you have been kind of ascending as a target by pro-Israel fanatics. I mean, they've been really
Don't you love that? Pro-Israel fanatics.
Yes.
Just look, I don't believe Gaza was an open-air prison concentration camp, and that makes me a pro-Israel fanatic. Because I don't buy your bullshit. I'm a pro-Israel fanatic.
And I guess what he's referring to, first of all, like, he's like, oh, you were ascending as a target. I mean, I guess what he's referring to is because, that clip went viral in her debate that Constantine moderated, where she said, what was it? She said something like, it wasn't, Hamas's goal was not to, kill a bunch of innocent people.
Right.
And the guy who was arguing against her laughed in her face. And that clip went viral.
She said Hamas wanted democracy too. When they got into power and then made sure elections never took place again. So she said laughable shit all through that debate.
Right. Yeah. She said this ridiculous,
you were
claim.
ascending to lol cow goddess status. Okay, that's more of what was happening there.
Yes. She was ascending very quickly to ultimate lol cow, and that was fine. And so she was getting attacked for that clip. Then she gets into this big online Twitter fight with Constantine, attacking him. And then he calls her DI Barbie, attacks back. And like, it's getting so like vicious on Twitter. And I guess that's, in Glen's mind, ascending to, a person of interest.
Yeah. I think Bad Faith Barbie is a more accurate assessment.
Right. Here's a clip if you want to bring it up. Let me send it to you. This is Briahna ascending to her lolcow status. So
is this a clip?
The Twitter clip.
Okay.
So.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Hamas is talking about there has to be a one-state solution, which means that there cannot. When Hamas is talking about eliminating Israel, it's talking about not killing all of the Jews. It's about eliminating the idea. It's about.
Leave it there. We'll leave it there. We'll leave it there.
It's about. Let me just finish, sir. Can I just finish the sentence? It's about eliminating the idea of a Jewish state, ending a Jewish state, ending an ethno-national state, and having a state more like what we have in the United States of America.
If I can just.
There has to be a one-state solution, which means
man.
that there cannot.
Hamas wants to set up a state just like America has.
Did
They
you?
just want everybody to have equal rights.
How could you fucking say that and believe that with a straight face? How delusional, how detached from reality, how much does your head have to be, shoved up your own butt to honestly think that Hamas wants to set up a liberal democracy that mirrors the United States of America? Like, what kind of fucking, this is like 12th dimensional level of delusion. Okay. Briahna has ascended beyond the levels of delusion that a normal human could possibly comprehend. It's like she meditated for a year straight under the waterfall, like the Buddha. How do I possibly achieve levels of delusion that go beyond, the human experience? And she, like a magical butterfly, metamorphosized out of her cocoon and reached peak delusion.
Yes. Yes.
What the fuck? Okay.
You did this debate recently where it was very contentious, and the supposed neutral host, Konstantin Kizin, began attacking you in very vicious ways, calling you a DEI Barbie, and then pathetically and cowardly denying that he was referring in any way to your race.
Made.
Yeah, exactly. It could be your. You should change your Twitter name to that. But clearly the fact that you are out there, that you do have this kind of platform in corporate media where you've been using it to be so vocal in your criticism of Israel, has really made you public enemy number one. But as you say, that really escalated when this very short snippet of an interview that you conducted with, I believe she's the sister of a hostage in Gaza. Is that correct? She's the sister of a hostage in Gaza. And it was at the very end of the interview, so there was no context to it, but they tried to claim that you were essentially mocking and rolling your eyes at a rape victim. Let's show this video that caused so much disturbance.
Thank you. Me too. And I really hope that you specifically will believe women when they say that they got hurt.
All right. Thanks for joining. Stick around. More Rising coming up next.
No.
Glenn says there wasn't context, right, to this clip. Well, we just watched the context. Do you think it makes her look better, worse, the same?
We watched the context, so it's bad.
It's pretty bad.
Categorically bad. Someone else was sharing a clip of her laughing about Ukrainian people being killed.
Yes, I've seen that clip.
Which
too,
I'm like, it is pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is standard human psychology, right? Empathy for my tribe, just disdain for the others, the outsiders. Their children die. Who cares? Our children die. Oh, cataclysmic.
Mm-hmm.
It's work to have empathy for everyone. So Brianna JoyGrey has failed the empathy challenge.
Now, Brianna, I honestly never knew that there was.
What's up?
Well, it's the same thing with the Ukraine clip. She's unable to literally turn off her political brain rot for like a quarter of a second in these conversations.
Right.
And you know how like when you hear the socialists, they say everything is political? Like that's Brianna's world. She cannot turn it off for a quarter of a second. If someone says anything that's like, oh no, this is a talking point that's used against my side, she like panics and has to start like throwing out all of her own NPC talking points. It was just like behaving like a human being and existing in a realm outside the political and with having empathy for people that maybe you don't agree with on a political level.
Right. Yeah.
So many people on the right so many people on the right who embrace this phrase, believe women. But ever since October 7th, they've been kind of chanting and marching around with their fist in the air, chanting this like they're Gloria Steinem or something. I mean, before October 7th, the idea was, no, we don't believe women. We want to see evidence. And you can question the evidence. I guess that is yet another view that changed. But what happened?
I hate that response just because there is evidence. There's lots of evidence. So
yes,
this completely goes against the believe all women mantras, believe all women without evidence, right?
Yes.
There is literally tons of evidence for this. So
yes.
What happened there? Were you mocking and rolling your eyes at Israeli rape victims, or explain what it is that you were doing?
Of course not. And I am hesitant to give the Hill more clicks at this point, but I do encourage people to go and listen to the whole interview, because there's a couple of things. One is that this is not.
Oh, we did.
Oh yeah,
it didn't help.
Just listen to it.
It didn't help. It made you look worse.
Someone that the Hill reached out to. They weren't looking for a guest who was a family member of a hostage, or who gave the perspective of what those family members are going to. This person offered themselves up, and very specifically when making the request, said that they wanted to talk to me. And when our producer Joanne forwarded the request to me, I don't have the exact language in front of me, but immediately a red flag went up, because it seemed to me that this was someone who had a personal vendetta and agenda against me. And I was cautioning Joanne against having yet another person on that wanted to litigate what they found distasteful about my own personal political views in the context of a show where I, as a host, really don't have the opportunity to go back and forth. I have to, moderate a show, be gracious to the person who has come there. But when they sort of open the door to personal attacks, it upsets the balance in a way that I don't think is really appropriate for the show. But
where were the personal attacks?
Yeah, so first of all, this is fascinating. So Briahna takes, of course, as is, the leftist progressive move, she's the victim, right? She's like, oh, this woman who wanted to come on the show and attack me. She wanted to attack this woman who has to live with the fact that her sister's been captured by evil rapist terrorists for 200 days, wanting to come on my internet show and attack me. I'm the victim, right?
Yeah.
Which is despicable. Okay, that she's trying to make herself the victim of the situation. Is this frankly fucking disgusting. But let's just say, okay, it does add an interesting wrinkle to the story if what she's saying is true, in terms of that this woman reached out to the Hill because she specifically wanted to go on and have this segment where she talked to Briahna. Now, if that's true, okay, if that's actually true, we just watched it. And Brianna's the one who drew first blood and even second blood in that conversation. It wasn't the woman. Brianna's the one that kept trying to insert her political talking points in the fake guise of asking questions to a person throughout the interview. It's not like if the interview was situated where Briahna was just like, yeah, it's horrible, blah, 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 and the woman just starts attacking Briahna, like, it would have a completely different context. The clip would have a completely different tone. Obviously, this will be bad, but it would definitely change things. That's not what happened. And it's completely ludicrous, because we just watched the whole thing, for Briahna to cast it as if that's what happened. What was the personal attack that she suffered from this woman that, is she even referring to?
There were none. Briahna called the woman an occupier. Literally called her an occupier at the end of the video.
She called her an occupier and was like, why are you implying that, the Muslims in Michigan are terrorists?
Yeah.
Right. So it's just like, what are you talking about? I guess when she said at the end of it, like, well, I hope that you, believe women, right? That was the personal attack, right?
Yeah. Oh, terrible.
In a position where I was under a great deal of pressure, once again, to have balance in the coverage that was happening on the show, despite the fact that my radars were one of the only well-performing segments that were happening on the Hill at the time, because of the decline in viewership, that I was alluding to before. So throughout this interview, it was I think very fine. I think her perspective is valuable and necessary. We were talking about her sister, how hard it is for her to be separated from her. It was, a compelling story. But then she started to interject political claims into the narrative.
Oh my God.
She made an Islamophobic comment suggesting that.
So this, first of all, before we get to the Islamophobic comment, okay, it's a complete and total lie to say she was the one inserting political comments. Like,
yes.
Brianna was the one who from the beginning was trying to say, you need to blame Netanyahu. You need to blame Netanyahu. You need to blame Netanyahu. She's like, listen, I'm not on the team. I don't know, right? Like, how is that? It's so, the projection here is wild from Brianna.
Yeah,
she's the one shoving the political, and then she's like, she did an Islamophobia. She didn't do an Islamophobia. She just said that there was a protest in Michigan where they were saying death to America, and there literally that happened.
People do this dishonest shit completely reflexively. So it's always difficult for me to think, is this person deliberately dishonest? Do they know that they're just being huge liars right here? Or is it just her trying to recast everything to make herself look good? And she just honestly believes this is what happened, even though it's so far from the truth.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. That's what's a good point. She's so, again, this is a person who thinks Hamas wants America. Right. She's so delusional. She's ascended to the 20th dimension of the dimension of delusionoids that, she could she's like Eric Cartman in that episode where he like lies to himself and thinks he came up with the fish sticks joke. Like, you don't know if she honestly believes what she's saying. She's so delusional.
Yeah. She thinks she interjected the politics.
Well, and I guess it makes sense because since Brianna looks at this as such a one-sided issue, she's like, I'm not interjecting politics. I'm just saying what is true. It's not even a political thing.
Well, also, if she thinks that she's, out there trying to sell her story to propagandize people so that Israel can carry out the genocide, I mean, she probably thinks the woman's racist.
Mm-hmm.
Awful.
There was going to be terrorism in Dearborn, Michigan, because I suppose it's the largest Arab American community, so we should be afraid of what might happen in Dearborn. She talked about the now well discredited mass rape hoax on October 7th. Suggesting that the Zaka organization that perpetuated many of those claims was credible, and that if I only had listened to Zaka, that I would understand what had happened on October 7th, and that her sister could be under similar threats of violence. And certainly it could be the case that her sister could be under threats of sexual violence. But she forced me, frankly, to push back against discredited false claims about events that did not happen on October 7th. And as I did that, she seemed to grow increasingly agitated. She would pivot between saying that she didn't want to talk about politics. And I said, okay, well, tell me about your sister.
Do you like how it's interesting that her eternal victim status worldview, it's the same thing with like the Israel-Palestine situation, right? She's like, oh, I was forced. Adam, I was forced to be mean and rude and to politicize to this lady because she said things, okay, that I thought were untrue. I was forced into this position. I have no agency. I have no free will. I can't do anything. I was forced to do it.
It's just ridiculous because she didn't mention specifically any particular cases of rape. And there's tons of evidence for rape. Brianna Greyjoy has even admitted that she believes sexual violence did occur on that day.
Yeah.
So she didn't, the interviewee didn't come out and say, oh, these are particular cases are the ones I'm talking about. I mean, she just made broad general claims about that. She didn't even talk about mass rape. She didn't bring up mass rape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look, it's so ridiculous. None of the claims that she's saying this woman made did she make.
No. And she claimed, I mean, the woman claimed, she said she saw pictures too.
And those pictures exist. There are literally pictures.
I know. And Brown's like, no, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is the thing. I don't, it's so weird. They have to pivot back to nothing happened. Nothing unsavory happened on October 7th.
Mm-hmm.
It's all just Israel propaganda. Yeah. Weird.
She was forced.
sister. We'd love to hear about your sister. And then she would interject politics back into it.
My God, this is insane. This is totally insane. I just wanted to talk about her sister. I was so innocent. All I wanted to do was talk about her sister and empathize with this woman. And she kept coming at me with this political message. She kept asking me about Bibi Netanyahu and whether or not I was mad.
But the woman didn't defend Bibi at all. They just did attack him the way that Brianna wanted her to.
Right.
Recently agitated, she would pivot between saying that she didn't want to talk about politics. And I said, okay, well, tell me about your sister. We'd love to hear about your sister. And then she would interject politics back into it. When I tried to ask her how she felt as the family of a hostage victim about how Benjamin Netanyahu has been handling the return of the hostages, he has been protested, as you well know, in Israel for not prioritizing the return of the hostages, instead saying that he wants to obliterate Hamas before thinking about agreeing to any of these ceasefire deals. She again pivoted away, said she's not a politician, doesn't know about politics. But then, of course, toward the end, increasingly tried to make it personal about me. I pushed back the little bit that you saw there at the end. And frankly, that eye roll and exasperation is more about the stupidity of my producer making the choice to have this guest on who very predictably was going to make it into a personal attack about me than about that woman herself. And I would point out that Hinmadzig and another guest, Israeli guest, or I think she was actually a Iranian Zionist guest.
See, if why isn't Glen and Brianna, they will always criticize someone that does a softball interview, right? We'll ask, like, what was the personal attack she did on you? Because I missed it. We missed it, right? We just watched that clip. I didn't see a personal attack on Brianna.
Right.
Have done the exact same thing when they've come on and then clipped the episodes afterward to launch very personal media attacks against me with the swarm of bots that we now know from reporting over the past week is coming directly from the Israeli government.
Look at this. She's a target of the Israeli government. There's bots out there completely trying to discredit her.
I mean,
I think that's real. Do you think that's happening?
I don't know. I have no clue, but I think Brianna definitely does a good job discrediting herself.
Right.
It's always been bizarre to me since October 7th that the excuse for destroying all of Gaza, for obliterating it, for blowing it all up, and for starving it is they're doing it for the hostages, because if I were a family member of a hostage in Gaza, and many family members of hostages in Gaza have said this repeatedly, the last thing I'd want is for my own government to be bombing the crap indiscriminately out of the place where my family member was and to be starving them. You had hostages who were released.
That doesn't seem true at all. The justification for the situation was to prevent another attack like October 7th.
Mm-hmm.
Like they immediately, I mean, it appears that they were, obviously they want to get the hostages back, but that is secondary to the goal of making sure another October 7th never happens again.
Mm-hmm.
So to cast it as like the hostages, getting the hostages back was priority number one, I think is incorrect.
You're saying that to cast it as if that was Israel's statement,
right?
Is incorrect. Yeah.
Israel's stated goal was to get rid of Hamas.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And if you want to if they want to criticize that, then it's fair, right? If you want to say that their goal should have been to just get the hostages back at any cost, but
starving it is they're doing it for the hostages, because if I were a family member.
See, he says Israel's stated goal was they're doing it for the hostages. We got to go in there for the hostages.
Right.
No, it wasn't. It was like, we got to go in there and get rid of Hamas.
Of a hostage in Gaza, and many family members of hostages in Gaza have said this repeatedly, the last thing I'd want is for my own government to be bombing the crap indiscriminately out of the place where my family member was and to be starving them. You had hostages who were released as part of that exchange early on, and many of them came out and said, my biggest fear were Israeli bombs. And they talked about how there was often a shortage of food, not because Hamas was starving them, but they even said Hamas was sharing with them and eating the exact portions that they were eating. And
now we're having a little, it's all Israel's fault party here.
Yeah. Listen, I don't know if you noticed that, but the Hamas fighters who stormed into Israel to indiscriminately kill innocent people who were at a dance, festival. They took very good care of the hostages, like excellent care, right? They really care about, preserving the health and well-being of these people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they were going by all of the porta potties and shooting into them indiscriminately, that's how I really could tell that they cared about those people.
Yeah,
they just wanted innocent hostages.
Of course, like when they kill that kid's father and the kid's screaming and the guy drinks the Coke out of the fridge and doesn't care.
Yeah.
That a kid is wailing that his father just died. That he really cared about the safety and well-being of the hostages, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I knew we were dealing with humanitarians here.
Right.
So to even make her representative as if she's speaking for all hostage family members is itself a distortion. But I think the important thing I want to delve into a little bit more.
Look, it's a Israeli distortion here.
It's the great taboo here has always been question.
This shows how stupid and unhinged Brianna is, because if, let's just say for the sake of the hypothetical that everything Brianna and Glen is saying is true. This woman doesn't know what she's talking about. Brianna and Glen know all the big brain facts about, Israel, right? If Brianna had just kept her fucking mouth shut and nodded and said, not asked these like very political questions and just said, it's horrible. I hope and pray for your sister, be very nice and try to end the segment as quickly as possible. It would have got like 10,000 or less views. No one would have seen this, clip. And it wouldn't have mattered, right?
Right.
And she would have gone on, and she could have kept doing her radars, and she could have kept doing her clips that according to her, were getting lots of views, and she could have kept talking about how evil apartheid Israel is, and no one would have ever seen or cared about this interview. But she just couldn't do it because she's so emotional. She doesn't have free will at this point. Her elephant just goes out of control, and she can't help herself.
Yeah, she's brought a bunch of attention to the fact that there are still hostages in Gaza. Something, not enough people talk about anyway.
Right. Well, yeah.
And she doesn't want people talking about it, obviously.
Right. So thanks, Brianna.
Questioning things that were said in the weeks after October 7th about what happened on October 7th, even though we know for sure it's provably true that so many of the things that were said, particularly the worst things, turned out to be absolute lies. They said that Hamas had beheaded babies. They said that they put them.
They love to go to the beheaded babies thing.
I know.
It's like somebody got one thing wrong, and now we can just dismiss anything bad happened on October 7th. Look what a dumbass Glen Greenwald looks like.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like that guy in the Ancient Aliens thing going, nothing bad happened on October 7th. Look, they got the 40 babies thing wrong. So all of a sudden, all of the Hamas is humanitarians.
Well, I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. Glen Greenwald also, he promotes the U.S.-Ukraine. The U.S. coup to Ukraine with the fake phone call myth, a million times. He also, he very disgustingly, continually lies about the Osama bin Laden letter, saying, oh, well, Osama bin Laden, he didn't hate America for its freedom and the fact that it wasn't, it wasn't an Islamic country. He only hated that they had military bases and supported Israel, right? He leaves out like 60% of the letter that talks about, how Osama bin Laden hated America for literally because of it was a free country and allowed people to have freedoms he didn't agree with. So,
right.
He's not an honest actor.
In ovens, that they cut them out of the wombs. As it turns out, Haaretz documented that a grand total of one Israeli baby, was killed on October 7th. These were...
Wow. They only killed one baby? Just one baby killed.
Yeah.
Wow.
All grotesque lies. They had Joe Biden say he saw photos of beheaded babies, even though that never happened. And then, of course, the big article that purported to step up and say we're about to tell the truth and verify this mass rape claim was a New York Times article that even within the Times, because of so much journalistic sketchiness, the need to retract certain things, people saying they were quoted in certain ways that they didn't believe, it turned into a huge scandal. And the New York Times, when they went to submit Pulitzer nominations, notably excluded that article. So there's all kinds of questions about the nature of these claims. Can you talk a little bit about some of the uncertainties or the things that have been disproven about those kind of claims?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because even covering that story on the Hill has been particularly difficult, even within the context of the broader Gaza siege. In one particular instance, I remember wanting to cover, I don't remember whose reporting it was, whether it was the Gray Zone or Mondo Weiss, or, but one of the exposés that had been basically revealed the inconsistencies in the New York Times reporting, and really blew the lid off of the mass rape hoax as it's come to be known. And when I proposed it as a block, our producer, again, Joanne Levine, said, I don't know about this. Why don't you, this feels like a radar. Why don't you do it as a radar? So just, I can hear you. Sorry, whoever that was just talking in the background there from the show.
Okay, good.
Sorry. But, it sounds like a radar. Basically, she was trying to turn what was a news story into a personal opinion story to put distance between it and the show. And again, I was not required to do radars. Part of my deal here was that I was going to go from 3 days to 4 days about a year ago and no longer be required to do these radars, which are pretty time consuming. I started doing radars again after October 7th with great frequency, because it was really the only way I could get coverage of Gaza related stories into the lineup. So that was one instance.
This is so pathetic. Okay. So her fucking complaint, the privilege of Brianna JoyGrey here is, oh, I wanted to cover this story and they totally let me cover the story, but they just said, listen, if you want to cover the story, you should do it in your segment where you get to go on and and pontificate for 20 minutes about it. And she's complaining. Yeah. Like, that's the problem, because it was extra work for her, because she had to go and like write out whatever the fuck she was going to say, as opposed to, I guess, someone at the Hill writing it out. And that's her complaint, that she had to do work to talk about the issues she wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Oh, the humanity. Oh, what a freedom fighter. What a victim here. Oh, I had to go do extra work to do on my 20-minute long screeds on the Hill. Oh my God.
Well, and they let her do it.
Yes. Yes, she's complaining about it. It's never enough. It's never enough. This is why I hate the extremists, okay? Especially the far left does this maneuver where you can bend and you can bend and you can bend over backwards, and unless you do every single thing they say, it's never enough. It's never enough. Step in line.
Where in particular there was a clear discomfort around even covering the mass rape hoax story. Of course, when I did cover it, did turn it into a radar, it was again one of the best performing blocks that we had. But yeah, I want to give an enormous amount of credit to the Grays.
And by the way, as you were saying, they keep saying the mass rape hoax. It's like there's like 10, 20 different allegations. They say, okay, well, we think 2 of these don't seem to be credible. It's like, oh, it's all hoaxed. The whole thing's hoaxed now. We got a couple of them are wrong.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Zone and Mondo Weiss and the Squirrel Twitter account and all of the people who have.
Oh my God. She literally cites the Squirrel Twitter account.
He's like, listen, fuck the UN, fuck the New York Times. You know who I go for my useful information, who I know is a credible journalistic source? Twitter Squirrel, baby. That's where it's at. The Twitter Squirrel.
The Twitter Squirrel. That's
Are you fucking for real? She literally shouted out the Twitter Squirrel by name. Oh my God.
This is like insane levels of brain rot here. I don't understand how they literally, there's so much evidence that you can see and they're like, nope, none of it. All of it wrong. Yep. All of it's just propaganda from Israel.
Yep. Because they want
insane.
they want to believe it's all propaganda.
Yeah, because it makes them look terrible when they're simping for these terrorists.
Been scrutinizing the blatantly from the record, from the New York Times' record, inconsistent claims about what was alleged to have happened on October 7th. And even just, I believe today, was it the London Times finally is one of the more mainstream outlets that is now going back into the Pramila Patton UN report that was held up as corroborating evidence of sexual assault on October 7th when it did exactly the opposite. She said she looked through hundreds and thousands of images and video hours of the cameras that Hamas was wearing and the like, and did not see any evidence of rape in any of that imagery. And yet we still have Sheryl Sandberg and the like performatively on camera saying that they're looking at evidence of rape that we know was not actually uncovered by the UN. And in fact, in the interview with the sister of the Hamas hostage on the Hill, she says that she also saw this video that the UN says, after examining all of the video and documentary evidence that there was, did not demonstrate, despite seeing a lot of horrible things, no doubt, did not see any evidence of sexual assault on October 7th.
You know, I think that's the key point. Like, there were obviously terrible atrocities on October 7th, as people now say, as always happens in war. I mean, there were clearly civilians who were murdered, Israeli civilians, in terrible and gruesome ways, in ways that were often intentional. But the truth also matters. Like, to question claims, these maximalist claims, doesn't mean you're denying the things that happened on October 7th inside Israel that were very worthy of condemnation. You know, every time we have a certain one of these events, there's always lies told about it. I mean, back when the Bush administration wanted to go to war with Iraq over Kuwait, they made up claims about how Saddam Hussein was pulling babies out of incubators. You know, the Vietnam War started with lies. The other Iraq War started with lies. I remember when the Obama administration killed Osama bin Laden, they immediately released a whole string of lies to emotionally manipulate people to support it, claiming that he was shooting at them, that he had held up his wife as a shield in front of him to show what a coward he was. None of this turned out to be true. So the idea that we can't even, that we're willing to accept immediately everything that's claimed to one of these events, let alone agree that we can't question it, is amazing to me. Let me, I just have a little bit of time left with you. Let me just ask you, this whole idea that you can't, that you risk your job if you criticize this foreign country, even though you're an American citizen living in your own country, and that you're free to say anything you want, no matter how vicious or nasty, about American leaders and American government officials, but you have to be very careful and walk a very cautious line when criticizing the officials of this one foreign country. How did that feel to you, having just lost your job because of it?
You like how, I guess, Glen and Brown is pushing the JQ now, essentially? Like, you're not allowed to criticize Israel.
Yeah.
You'll lose your job.
It's striking, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you literally spent your entire career, you know, starting in October 7th onward, criticizing Israel, but you weren't allowed to criticize Israel. Right?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
They love a lot of criticism at Israel.
There was the only, and we just watched a clip on October 12th where Briahna basically said that October 7th was justified while providing just the thinnest veneer of cover to not explicitly say it. Right. And she didn't get fired for that.
Nope.
Yeah. So, you know, spare me this nonsense. You're not allowed to criticize Israel in America. How does it feel?
Right. That's so not a credible claim.
I mean, look, it's a known. I know that I was playing with fire, but to me, there's no point in being at an outlet like The Hill unless you're willing to use it to say the things that you're not allowed to say. And I know that I was testing their boundaries. You know, as I've explained, it's been a head-to-head fight almost every single day for the past 6 months to get the coverage that you've seen. on the screen, but to me, it was worth it. And it's worth it to expose how intolerant outlets like this really are. Because remember, The Hill really gets a lot of traction out of this idea that it's not really corporate media. It's an online show. It was, innovated by Crystal and Sagar, who have this amazing format of left and right and who are outside of the two-party dynamic, neither identifying as Democrats or Republicans, willing to challenge the political establishment and be very critical of it from both sides, both kind of outsider wings. And they cover a lot of issues that are about speech suppression. We covered the Twitter files extensively. We cover COVID misinformation. We covered all of those things extensively, and really sort of the show brands itself as being different from other sorts of corporate media. We don't censor. We cover people who are censored. We have, Matt Taibbi on. We have Ken Klippenstein on. We have you on. And so I do think that alone is what kept me around so long, even as I was causing so much trouble internally. They were worried about the brand hit that they were going to take, especially after what happened to Katie Halper. So yeah, I don't. I mean, obviously, I regret it insofar as I think it's important to have a left perspective on relatively mainstream platforms. That is why I was there. I think it's important, and that is a loss in and of itself. But I also think this is an important teaching moment, an important kind of reckoning moment about how powerful, and this is not, a trope or stereotyping. I'm talking about a news story that was reported this past week about an Israeli branch of government that has a social media campaign to influence U.S. lawmakers. This is what we're talking about here, the incredible influence.
See, she knows. She front loads that with, this isn't a anti-Semitic trope that I'm trotting out here. I didn't get this from Nick Fuentes, okay?
Of not just AIPAC as a lobby, but
and
Israel
again,
as an institution in dictating America's.
She reported. Oh, he paused that. She report. I mean, on her show, she had multiple episodes talking about, denouncing AIPAC, talking about their influence campaign on American politicians, talking about all these issues, right? And it's like, oh, she's able to talk about all this stuff, and it's fine. And yet, somehow, for some magical reason, which she and Glen can't perceive, when she scoffs in the face of a, victim of October 7th and then gets canned for that, she's like, well, it must be because I'm not allowed to talk about Israel.
Yeah. She's spinning so hard here, just spinning it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You got fired for being a detestable person, an unempathetic, detestable person.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And it said you should have just been an adult. You should have kept your fucking mouth shut if you didn't like the way the segment went, and bitched out your producer behind the scenes instead of just coming off like a psycho. Which is it really that difficult? Not come off like a psycho on a stream with your co-host?
Yeah.
A trope or stereotyping. I'm talking about a news story that was reported this past week about an Israeli branch of government that has a social media campaign to influence U.S. lawmakers. This is what we're talking about here, the incredible influence of not just AIPAC as a lobby, but Israel as an institution in dictating America's media agenda and political agenda. And it should not be missed, by the way, that in both the pile-on that happened about a week ago over the debate that I did at the dissidents conference in New York. That debate happened a month ago. That clip was surfaced and circulated about a week ago by people like Richie Torres, who were one of the Congress members that the reporting about the Israeli influence campaign specifically says was involved. And he also was involved in surfacing and disseminating the eye roll clip, which is purportedly the reason why I've been fired, although of course that's not what the Hill has said. I really do think it was a pretext, given my long-standing commitment to covering truthfully what has been going on the ground in Gaza.
Is this one of those bizarre yet very revealing facts of American political life that Congressman Richie Torres, who represents the single poorest district in the United States, has decided to make defense of this foreign country on the other side of the world, who have millions of citizens who have a better standard of living than the people in his district, the number one cause? Obviously, he understands the converse of what happened to you, namely that if you become a fanatical Israel supporter, as he has become, it is very good for your political future. Before I let you go, let me just ask you, you obviously identify as a leftist. You are at the same time a harsh critic of the Democratic Party. There's a lot of speculation that Biden's ongoing support for Israel, which we now will know will last through Election Day and beyond, might endanger his re-election because there are a lot of young people, a lot of Arab people, a lot of left-wing voters whose support he needs in key swing states like Michigan and others. How serious of a threat do you think that is? Do you think the left will snap into line like they usually do and vote for the Democrats, or do you think that this poses a serious threat to his support that he needs?
I do not think they will snap in line. There's obviously a contingent of folks who, to date, are still saying, yes, I'm very disappointed in him, but we've got to vote blue no matter who. But what has been really remarkable to see for me is that even people who were very critical of Biden, but who also said he's better than the alternative, have now changed their tune, who have changed their mind, because for them, a genocide, or what the ICJ has at least described as plausibly a genocide, is their red line. And, you know, I'm alluding to my friends, Crystal and Kyle, who I have the utmost respect for. We had a public debate on their podcast, I think last summer, end of last summer, about whether or not, you know, the left should vote for Biden. I felt very strongly that they should not. This was before October 7th. But they felt, and they make a reasoned argument along these lines that I respect but disagree with, that because of certain labor gains, the improvement to the NLRB, those being building blocks for a bigger left movement, that it was worthwhile to vote for him. Now, post October 7th and post the 8 months now of ethnic cleansing that we've seen in Gaza, they do not feel that way. And I admire that shift, and I very strongly agree with them. I'm so glad that we're all on the same page. But to me, that speaks.
Oh, great. They're all going to vote for Cornel West. That's really going to help, right?
Volumes.
Oh my God.
I know. It's so silly.
It is funny. It's like,
so
listen,
silly.
These people who are like, oh, I'm so mad about Biden's, you know, not going hard enough against Israel that I'm going to, you know, not vote for him, so that makes it more likely for Donald Trump to win. Because, you know, he's going to be really happy.
Look, as long as they feel good about it, that's all that matters.
Yeah, go for it. You know, do whatever makes you feel better.
Very intelligent people made a reasoned argument and said at one point, yes, even knowing all of the critiques more than most folks, I mean, because who criticizes, you know, Biden more than people like Crystal and Kyle? Very, very few. That they still felt like there was like a kind of political argument to voting for him then, but not now. And if they have had that shift, being as informed and knowledgeable as they are, I think that's indicative of how over it so many other players are. You cannot see the actual headless infants, the record number of amputee children, the blatant disregard for cemeteries, 16 cemeteries being dug up by the IDF. What is the claim there? That Hamas is under the dead? 6 feet down, that there's tunnels under the cemetery. It's so flagrant that to the extent that anybody thinks that Biden should win because we got to quote unquote defeat fascism or defeat Trump or whatever, the argument has to be that it's incumbent on Biden to change his position to earn those votes back. Because I think very few kind of moral thinking, feeling, seeing people can look up at the Democratic argument that Biden is better than the alternative and really have a clear picture of that being true when he's the one that's funding and facilitating the genocide that we've been watching for the last 8 months.
Yeah, it's very strange to hear people say, I think Joe Biden is guilty of being complicit in genocide, and it's extremely important we do everything possible to keep him in power. I mean, I don't see how any morally, minimally moral person could possibly join those two statements together. Bree, before I let you go, what is it that you are doing now? Where can people find you and support your work?
Pay attention, Sitch. It's going to be very important for the show going forward.
I know.
Well, I have always been living my life like my podcast, Bad Faith, is my primary job, and I will continue to do that. So you can get free episodes of Bad Faith every Thursday, and you can subscribe at patreon.com/badfaithpodcast to get an additional premium episode on Mondays. You can follow Bad Faith on Bad Faith YouTube. You can follow me at BreeBreeJoy on Twitter, and I will be posting about new upcoming projects as well. So please do follow me and stay tuned, because I have been wanting, frankly, to have more space in my schedule to get back to some writing projects, and I anticipate starting those soon.
Bad Faith is basically just a hug box, so it's kind of boring.
Yeah, I mean, we've watched some of her, the content she's put out. She always has someone very far left come on, they say insane shit, for the whole time. So
they just pat each other on the backs. Oh, we're great. We're so smart.
Hey, she got Norman on,
Of course she did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I rest my case about the hug box. The premier scholar of our time for Gaza.
Should we watch her?
Brianna,
I don't remember what she said. Should we watch her attacking Anna?
Sure.
Okay, let's see. Because we probably covered this, but I really don't remember. She's calling Anna faux left and the authoritarian right cracked down on free speech.
I'm sure we covered this.
Yeah.
I guarantee we covered this because this was the fallout from when Anna came on our show. So
That's right. That's right.
yes. Did you see the Anna's super chat from, was it Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
Was being shared around Twitter. It's pretty
Yeah, it was funny. Yes. So, because we were talking about.
Uh-oh. We lost Sitch. Sitch.
What?
Oh, he cut out for a second. Yeah.
Oh, no, we were talking about how, Hassan made that comment where he was like, he said he had like no respect for Jank because Jank still works with Brianna Wu.
Yes.
And then Anna made that comment on her show, on the Young Turk show after that, saying that, Hassan has no self-awareness in terms of like how Jank essentially helped him, start his career. And I said, I wonder if she was saying that because she saw that clip of Hassan attacking Jank, and she super chat said yes. Yep. So somebody took a screenshot of that and they posted it all over Twitter. So that's pretty funny. Rogue Elephant for $20 says, in parentheses, ad voice, ideological possession, a new fragrance from Briahna. Enjoy the pure moral clarity of yours, no longer striking, of your shit, no longer stinking, and your enemies being doo-doo heads. Possession. I'm so right. Possession.
Yeah. Zero humility, right?
I like it. Yeah. That's a good fragrance. Okay, let's see what Brown has to say about this.
Anna Kasparian is facing accusations of transphobia online after tweeting this yesterday. Quote, I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this. SHIT.
Oh my God. What a bigoted tweet. I can't believe Anna would say something like this. Disgusting.
Yeah, look at the zeal in her voice. Just like, oh, yes, I get to beat up on Anna Kasparian.
Yeah, I think she speaks for a lot of people when she says that. The terms birthing person and people who menstruate and all that crap I think they're just terrible ways to refer to people. I don't like them at all. What? You're looking at me like you're going to push back.
Well, here's the issue.
She's got that look.
Got that look.
She had that look, definitely. She's like, oh, I can't wait to attack Robbie here. This is what I live for.
When she gets that look in her eye, that's when you pull out ideological possession, a new fragrance from Greyjoy.
If it is, of course, everybody's right to not want to be referred to those terms. I personally,
They're so clinical.
I personally have never been referred to by any of those terms, so it strikes me as a little odd to kind of extemporaneously want to declare to the world what you don't want to be called when no one apparently is calling you that.
No one. It was in the Biden budget. Used birthing people.
Again, I don't know why I would be triggered by something that is said in a budget document that I have not read and will never read. But look.
Do you think that Brianna would care if like there's a Biden budget document that, I don't know, referred to all Palestinians as terrorists or Hamas or something?
Oh, she would hate that, obviously.
Yeah. How dare Joe Biden, this supposed progressive left-wing president, he put this horrible language in his documents.
If Anna Kasparian doesn't want to be called that, that's her right. I think the question becomes, we all have a lot of preferences, stated preferences in the world that we don't go on Twitter to announce to large audiences or really make a part of our personal identity.
What do you mean? Of course we do. That's what Twitter's for.
No, I have a million and one opinions that are nobody's business, and if I state them out loud, it's because I have a political agenda, frankly, that I'm trying to address.
Oh, look at this. She says it's a political agenda.
Interesting.
I believe Anna did have a political agenda. She was like, look, the left is going to lose badly if we keep doing these things that, frankly, normal people find annoying. That was her political agenda. Help the left win more elections. Do you remember that, Sitch? I mean,
yeah, I do.
It was pretty obvious.
Despicable, obviously, yeah.
Like, look, this dumb shit is going to cost us the elections. You'd think people on the left would be in favor of that wisdom. Yeah. They're like, hell no, purity spiral time, bitch.
And I think that the reason that Anna Kasparian is getting pushback, whether or not I would characterize it as a transphobic statement, is a different question, and it's frankly not really up to me to weigh in on that. But the reason that people are expressing pushback is because they're wondering why, when so much energy is being devoted by the right to passing actual legislation that prevents trans people from getting access to medical care for living their lives the way that they want to do, one would center their own self and say that the issue here that should draw some degree of focus is whether on some budgetary document somewhere or some healthcare form somewhere a term is used that I personally just don't like.
She says, yes, look, you did have a political agenda, but it was the wrong political agenda, okay? You should have had our political agenda and then everything would be cool.
Well, there's like this stupid idea that, and to be fair, it's like both the left and right engage in this idea where they say we can't criticize the crazy people on our side because by criticizing them, we're drawing attention to them.
Right. Yeah.
Which, like, there's a kernel of truth there because, you know, and we talked about this, Sitch and Adams' law is that both sides try to grab the extremists of the other side and then use a broad brush to paint the entire movement as that extremist. So it definitely occurs. But if you don't call out the crazy people on your side, all it does is it allows them to gain more energy, to grow, to fester, and to basically, since they're not getting pushback, to seem like, oh, well, you know, my side must agree with me. And they grow. They keep growing and growing and growing because they're only getting attacked by the other side.
Yeah. They get emboldened.
Exactly.
I don't agree with that. You can be upset about a lot of different things at once. Right. If all you do is inveigh against the terminology or something, then maybe one would conclude that that's all you care about. But I'm sure, I mean, I don't watch the Young Turks regularly enough to know. But
where's the W in his name? Everyone keeps calling Robbie Suave. Is that really?
Because he's very, look at his outfit. He's very suave.
You pronounce that? Looks like Sauve to me, but I don't see a W.
I'm sure Anna and the other hosts have probably criticized a lot of Republican measures, including the ones you're talking about that I myself have criticized.
Yeah,
it's
maybe
okay to criticize them and also say, but look, the terms birthing person and all the rest are pretty.
Okay, I finally answered your question, Adam.
Where the W is?
So this is an official tweet from Robbie. Okay. He says, I pronounce it suave. Not everyone in my family does, though. It's like that in its original Italian, and I prefer this to the Americanized version. But I don't care how you pronounce it. Just don't spell my first name, Robbie, with an IE. There you go.
Okay.
So he pronounces it suave.
All right. So it's a correct pronunciation.
There you go.
There we go.
Are not great terms. A lot of people don't like them. I see why people don't like them. I think they're very clinical and very
oh my God, a clinical term. Oh no, it's hurting me. I'm like melting like the Wicked Witch. Look, she cannot like it. And other people can think it's stupid to prioritize hand reading. Look, here's
Are we supposed to empower people to be referred to as the way they want to be referred to? And lots of women are saying we want to be referred to as women.
That's exactly what I was going to say. This is deeply hypocritical because there are women who have
There are women who are saying, I want to fight for the right to be referred to by my chosen name, not my dead name, to be called, to have used terms like cis and trans, to use terms like birthing woman, because I am someone who maybe is a cis woman, but postmenopausal or pre-menstruation, or, you know, there are
way too much information here.
Well, which she didn't make sense.
Needs to know this.
If you're a postmenopausal woman, you're still a woman. No one is like, listen, once I go through menopause, you have to refer to me as a post-birthing person. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Post-birthing person.
This is retarded. Like, it's not an issue. Okay, this is a fake issue.
Yeah, of course.
And by the way, in Anna's tweet, she wasn't saying, "How dare a trans woman call herself a woman?" That wasn't the tweet. She was saying, why do I get to lose the term woman and have to be called related to my body parts specifically, right? She wasn't even infringing on trans women's right to, or even wanting to identify as a woman.
Right, yeah. They're allowed to be called women, but you have to be called a birthing person.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Oh, so insane.
Words that are invented to cover real people who exist, including people who no longer identify as women, but who can biologically give birth because they were born.
If they no longer identify as women, we call them trans men. Right. We have this all worked out.
And sometimes, I'm sorry, this is like so niche that it's ridiculous that this is such a big part of the national conversation, but sometimes trans men get pregnant and they prefer to be called birthing women. And I don't, when someone like Anna Kasparian.
You mean birthing person.
Birthing
She is so stupid and complicated, she can't even get it right.
Birthing women.
Birthing woman. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Wouldn't they
like women
prefer to be called birthing men if they're trans men?
I guess. Yeah. That's weird. Why wouldn't it, like, this is all could be avoided too? Like, if it's such an issue for whatever the stupid document was, you know, that the Biden administration put out, why didn't it just say women and trans men? Why does it have to reduce it to birthing person?
Yeah.
And
or just say women. Like, people get it, right? Is it what, like, people understand what's going on in these, you know, these little executive orders?
Because men can have babies, Sitch. How dare you?
Okay.
How dare you not get with it? You're so old and dodgy here.
I know. I'm so sorry.
Tweet something like this, it is not just what her personal preference is. It implicates whether or not the birthing person, the trans man who is giving birth, has the right to want to be called that. Yes, a clinical term in a clinical setting like the hospital where he's trying to give birth. Now, you can think that person is dumb.
He's trying to give birth.
Yeah. Listen, I've seen the movie Junior. Okay, he's trying to give birth. It's important.
That trans men shouldn't exist, that trans men should give birth.
I'm not saying any of those things.
I don't think that you do, but a lot of people do feel that way, and frankly, that's what's underpinning their frustration with the use of those terms. It has nothing to do.
Look at that. Totally throws Anna under the bus.
I know.
Anna's doing this because she's transphobic. That's what she means.
Well, it's funny too, because like she's trying to be like more not so aggressive, I guess, on the clip, but on Twitter she called Anna faux left. Faux left. She said this is the faux left and the authoritarian right joining forces. Okay, Anna's joining forces with the Nazis.
Ugh.
Do with me.
I don't think inclusivity should not be about erasing people who fall into the traditional categories and who are proud to proclaim themselves as men and or women.
I think that's
fine. We can use trans men,
and I completely
trans
respect
women to describe people who fall into those categories. That's fine.
Anna Kasparian saying a term birthing person no one's ever going to call her a birthing person. She's a woman who was born a woman, who identifies as a woman, who's been very clear that she identifies as a woman. There's no world in which she's ever going to be somewhere.
I don't know. Harvard Medical School might describe her as such, because I'm reading they have a whole article on.
So again, the fact that someone uses a term somewhere in the world is not the same thing as Anna Kasparian going into her gynecologist's office and them calling her a birthing woman. If that happens, I think that she can object and say that I feel that undermines my.
You think if like there was some executive order that like Donald Trump put out and it referred to black people as like, I don't know.
No, don't do it.
I'm not like, I don't know, something. Yeah, like some kind of, you know, not the N-word, but like something that just wasn't quite, you know, the accepted nomenclature for referring to someone who's black. Like, you think she'd be like, oh, it doesn't, I mean, who cares? I wasn't personally called this. It was just an executive order that the president put out, right? I don't care.
Yeah. Obviously, she'd be pissed about it.
Mm-hmm. It is obviously when there's some kind of executive action or order or something put out by the administration, for so funny because Brianna was like, oh, well, she's doing this for political reason, while denying that something the president does exists for a political reason. Like, obviously, that language was inserted in the document by Joe Biden's team for political reasons. And she just ignores that and pretends like that's not the case.
Right. Yeah. Trying to appeal to trans people at the expense of biological females.
Well, the real thing, and this is, and at least, and I don't know if she gets to this later at the end of this clip, but the real issue that Brianna and all the other people had with Anna here, if you recall, it was like they were mad that like, oh, who retweeted Anna? Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro did. Yeah. I
Ben
remember.
Shapiro and all the right wingers retweeted Anna. What Brianna's really mad about is that since she's so obsessed with looking at this as like this team issue, is she's just mad that Brianna's mad that Anna calling out something stupid and crazy that the left is doing is just, oh, well, you're just giving a point. You're just giving ammunition to the right. That's what Brianna really cares about. Okay. And just say that. Just say that.
Yeah, we're in an existential fight here with the left and the right.
Mm-hmm.
Not really. I don't think it's that bad, to be honest with you, but people often disagree.
It undermines my status as a cis woman, and she can have that feeling.
Yeah.
But in a world where there's legislation being passed, and the whole thrust of our legal system is to deny trans people the right to even be trans, to focus on these kind of wait a minute.
Our whole legal system is structured to make being trans illegal, Sitch. Did you know that?
I didn't know that now. Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The whole nation is at war with trans people.
How many
There's like a date on the calendar that they can no longer exist.
Is there any state that doesn't
it's illegal
let
to be
people
trans?
Transition? Yeah.
I don't think so. Maybe not kids transitioning. Obviously, that's where the real disagreement is.
Right. There are some states, and I'm curious, and maybe I can find an answer. How many states don't allow children to transition? I'm pretty sure every state allows adults to transition. So how can you make this argument that like, oh my God, the entire legal system is designed to just screw over trans people?
Does Brianna ever say anything that's remotely true or accurate? Everything she says, I mean, she does more hyperbole than Donald Trump. Kind of crazy.
So yeah, I know. But so I found this is from the same, I don't know what it is now. This is from the same time period as the clip that we're watching came out.
Look, she's literally hand waving.
I know.
She's literally hand waving it away.
So according to this CNN article, at the time of this video, 19 states had 19 out of 50 had some type of law that was restricting gender affirming care for minors.
Good.
Right. So the majority of states had no restrictions at all.
Right.
Whatsoever.
For minors? Right? So if you want to eunuch your kid, you can?
Yes. The majority of states at the time of this video had no restrictions for gender affirming care to minors. And yet Brianna still gets to sit here and say the entire legal system is structured to deny trans people rights and access to healthcare or whatever the fuck she's saying.
What if my kid wants to get a face tattoo? Can I give him permission to do that? Is that possible? I don't know. I mean, I hear rumors that you have to be 18 to have a tattoo, but maybe the parent with parental permission, they can do it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Look, there's some people that used to, I mean, didn't they turn their kids into eunuchs so that they could sing better in the opera and stuff?
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's go back to that, right?
I mean, there's been different parental rights throughout history. So, I mean, being able to transition your kid from from male to female. The crazy thing is that they don't call that conversion therapy.
No.
Like, what? Anyway,
Just finish this.
look at her hand waving. Let me just finish this. Stop interrupting me, Robbie. I'm trying to tell you about this thing.
There's legislation being passed, and the whole thrust of our legal system is to deny trans people the right to even be trans, to focus on these kind of. Wait a minute. Let me just finish this.
Robbie. God bless Robbie, but he's a little bit of a doormat here.
Mm-hmm.
The focus on this, I'm telling you why people are upset. This is not, no one's arguing that Anna Kasparian needs to be blocked from Twitter. I mean, maybe somebody is, but I certainly am not. Nobody, the point here.
They try to get her to apologize and delete the tweet. A bunch of people were like, just delete the tweet. Just delete the tweet. Nobody's getting upset. What are you talking about? Of course they're getting upset. You're doing an entire segment on it.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't whether she should have the right to say this. The point is what the obvious implication of her coming out and saying this is.
A trans Holocaust. That's what the implication is. I remember this very well.
What is the obvious implication of Brianna JoyGrey continually saying that Palestinians have a right to violently resist Israel in regards to October 7th? What is the implication of that statement, I wonder?
The implication is that Israel had it coming and that they deserve it.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
That's the implication.
Right.
That's what I took away from that. A complete hatred for all Jewish people. And this bad face stuff is fun, Sitch.
I know.
You got to dip in a little bit.
Brianna did a very good job naming her podcast Bad Face. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Do you, I mean...
What?
You believe that Brianna Greyjoy hates all Jewish people, right? I mean that she's just straight up
I don't know.
anti-Semitic.
I don't think that's accurate.
Really?
Yeah. I don't think she's anti-Semitic. I think she's racist.
Okay. So you think she hates all white people. So the only Jewish people she hates are the white Jewish people.
Well, I think her hatred of Israel stems not from anti-Semitism. I think it stems from racism. Because again, she buys into this bizarre framing that like Israel is the white European colonizers coming in to steal the land away from brown people. And that this is, in her mind, she thinks this is just what white people do. White people just gallivant around the world stealing land from brown people. And Israel is just like the most recent form of it. So I don't think she hates Jewish people. I think she's just racist.
Wow.
I mean, and she's we covered it. She had this whole big clip because, basically yelling at Robbie, screeching at Robbie because, she's like, oh, Rob, she thinks Robbie was, against the civil rights legislation because he's kind of like a bigot. Remember we covered this?
Oh, yeah.
So
she basically called him a bigot.
Yeah.
Very sad.
And look, she is making a stand. She wants to get the sympathy of people who similarly have an objection with that term. And a lot of people, and you can see it in the quote tweets of who's quote tweeted her and boosted her, Matt Walsh and Candace Owens and people like that, who have very much said that they don't believe that trans people should exist. They don't think that transgenderism should exist. They don't think that these people should be allowed to have any access to rights and privileges. And if Anna...
It's interesting that they perceive it like Anna must be trying to appeal to the evil Matt Walshes and Candace Owens of the world, as opposed to maybe she wants people on the left to acknowledge that this is stupid. Maybe that was her goal. Did you ever think about that? Right?
That was her goal. I remember. Yeah.
Anna Kasparian is comfortable with people who are against these terms, not because they're cis women and they feel like it's weird and cringy.
I doubt she felt comfortable when Matt Walsh. I mean, I would feel pretty scuzzy if Matt Walsh retweeted me. But what are you going to do, right? I mean, what can you do at that point? You're like, oh, that sucks. What are you supposed to do? Like tweet out, oh, Matt Walsh, please take that retweet back. You look like a total idiot. You can't do that.
Didn't she? Was it Anna or someone did something where they like attacked the Matt? Am I hallucinating this? Wait a minute. I'll see if I can find
Matt Walsh.
it. Keep going.
That freedom conversation is pretty interesting because Matt Walsh is
and not representative of their life, but because they actually don't think that trans women should exist, having sympathy with her argument, then that's fine. And that's completely fair, and she can do that. But to act kind of surprised that people are going to object, people who are leftists, who are very much committed as a priority to trans rights, that you want to take this frolic and detour down this linguistic path that validates so many conservative arguments. I mean, you can't be surprised by that reaction. That's all.
But how is it any different than a trans person tweeting, let's say a trans woman saying, don't ever refer to me as a man, I am a trans woman?
The difference is, if a trans person tweeted, I don't think cis women should ever refer to themselves as women, that's objectionable. Mm-hmm. That is the equivalent of what Anna.
What if they just said, "Don't refer
doing.
To me that way," which is what Anna said. Don't refer to me that way.
That's fine.
Yeah, well,
and
that's
you're gonna get exact, because it's absurd. It's like if I went on the internet and said, "Don't refer to me as an elephant." Like at a certain point, you are creating, you are manifesting, you are inventing scenarios that don't really exist just to be mad at them.
That's such bullshit. People are calling people birthing persons.
Yep.
Like nobody's calling you an elephant, okay? But I can imagine a world where they would. Better. Yeah.
But, you know.
It's just so silly.
I mean, she's controlled by her.
And again, like I said, if Anna Kasparian if she said this statement in the context of, I went to the gynecologist, and my gynecologist who knows me for years and has been referring to me as Anna Kasparian and knows that I identify as a woman, suddenly started saying,
this is all just so weird. I can't believe she's like doing this thought experiment. I gotta fast forward. This is too weird. This is like Anna Kasparian's trip to the doctor. No, thank you. Please.
What's happening here, and the examples that you kept raising very notably were not Anna Kasparian having experienced her identity being invalidated, which I think is a fair thing to complain about, but the idea that abstractly somewhere in some government document these terms have been used, and somehow that causes Anna Kasparian psychic harm, such that she feels like they need to go on the internet and proclaim that she's against these terms. It's her.
This is identity politics too, because I do think birthing person is a degrading term. Yeah. And I think that's what, I think Anna mentioned that the birthing person is, oh yeah, look right there. It's degrading to refer to women as birthing persons. So yeah, look, you're degrading the reputation of women by referring to them just by this biological feature that they have. Yeah. That's straight up identity politics right there. How dare you?
How dare she? Yeah.
And it's funny because it is. They're saying, well, it's degrading for trans people not to be referred to as just women. Trans women are women. That's what's so weird about it. It's like you're degrading trans people if you don't refer to them just as women, and you're degrading them if you don't refer to biological women as birthing persons. What?
Right? She did it, and people are going to feel differently about it, and that's what it is to have an opinion in a free country, and now she has to live with that. But you also can't turn around and tell people not to be offended by what seems to be a choice to draw a line in the sand and show a certain amount of...
You know what your quote tweet of Anna's tweet was back last year?
No.
So you said perhaps a compromise sandwich making person.
Did I really? Oh my god. Oh my god.
How dare you, Adam? Okay.
I think that's the tweet that made Anna follow me on Twitter.
Oh no! Proof that she's a misogynist.
How about a compromise sandwich making person?
How dare you?
That's good. That's comedy gold right there.
Can't believe you.
I forget. Yeah, no, that was good. I had forgotten about that. Oh man.
I might have retweeted it too, but you know.
Twitter's great.
Yeah.
Got to swing for the fences. I wonder how good a sandwich Briahna makes. It's probably pretty sloppy.
Wow, terrible. How dare you?
support for arguments that are being made by very bad faith actors that these terms have no place. The terms obviously have a place.
I don't agree that this is showing support for any sort of far-right notions at all, but...
10 years from now, I will not be a menstruating woman. Do you know what I mean? And 30 years ago, I was not a if we're gonna say it's all about science and all about these clinical terms on one end, I am a woman because I menstruate, then you have to actually use the science consistently. A ton of women...
This is so bad faith.
I know.
It's about science. Look, it's simple. It's science. Annika Spirit's against science. How can she be against science like this? She just confabulates arguments like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, give me 20 bad arguments, Brianna. Oh, yes, no problem. Here, let me line them up for you.
And it's so funny because they're like, the argument that like kind of like Brianna and all the other people on the left were like, no one cares about this. No one cares about this. This is not an issue. If it's not an issue, then we'll just agree with her and just say no one cares. It's fine. Instead of like having a complete meltdown.
Of course. It's a giant issue. Look, she's degrading trans people.
On this earth do not menstruate for various reasons. A ton of women on this earth cannot give birth for various reasons. And there are people on this earth, whether or not you agree with it, who identify as male, who can and do give birth. And either you think it's perfectly reasonable for them to...
And the term for them is trans men.
Yeah.
Yeah, so no issue.
No, the issue is on...
Robbie, I'm trying to tell you what the issue is. You won't listen.
It's just so simple. It's just like, okay, yeah, what's the problem? I don't understand.
What's the matter with trans men? Why has it got to be a birthing person?
The reason it's used on these forms is because people don't know, doctors' offices don't know if a trans man or a cis woman is coming in to give birth. So to use the most broad language possible.
Why don't they just call him woman with a dick? Why don't they just say that? I mean, wouldn't that just be an accurate description?
I like that. Yeah, that is what they should call it.
You know why you know why they wouldn't call him that?
Why?
Because they'd say it was degrading.
Oh, okay. But they should, they should call women with like a woman with a cock or a man with a vag, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's it's a
vagina man. It's
Pussy
perfect.
man.
Yeah, it's perfect.
I like that. I like vagina man. That's pretty good. Yeah.
Oh man. We got to get it. We got to get it on this government form action, Sitch. We could really make some people's days. We could add some comedy to these things.
Possible because they're not coming up with forms and printing intake forms on a person-to-person basis, is to use the most broad language. Now you can say that that's a silly choice given how few trans men exist, whatever. Then make that argument. But it's obvious why those terms are being used, to be broad and inclusive when you're not dealing with an individual case-by-case basis. Like, hi, Anna Kasparian, I'm your gynecologist, and now I'm randomly going to refer to you as a birthing woman. That's not the context of these terms.
Yeah. All right, well, we got to go. They're telling us we got to wrap. We got a guest waiting. We'll have more Rising right after this.
Is this just like WWE? She just hammered it up for the camera here. She can't believe this shit, right?
No, she does. I mean, I wish, but no, she believes it.
Oh, okay.
It's sad, but no, she's a believer. She's a Habiber. Okay. Terrible.
Oh my God. That was hysterical.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to read some super chats? You want to listen to the freedom conversation on Daily Wire? No,
that could be its own thing.
Okay,
that's gonna be a long. That's gonna probably be a long watch because very dense video. So
yeah, look,
even though it's only an hour,
I'm sure people will start pouring out. But
yeah,
I mean, unless you've got something else lined up, or I don't know.
Let's just read super chats and be done.
Okay. I mean, all right.
Brianna Brojoy, look at this. It's Brianna Brojoy for $20. Thank you so much. It says, hey guys, if you know any outlets that are hiring journalists, I'm new to the field and could really use some help. There you go. Is anyone in the audience has any jobs lined up for for Brianna Broy J. Definitely someone different than who we've been watching. Okay. She needs a job.
That's pretty funny.
Deumis for $20 says the Canadian Cancer Group had to apologize for not calling a cervix a front hole. That's a great point. This literally just happened.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about aptly timed. Okay. Literally just happened. So
that was the bonus hole.
That was the bonus hole. Proving Anna right once again. Okay. Let me start at the beginning. Thank you so much, Christian Baller, for becoming outside the simulation. Look at that. He upgraded his status. He's outside the simulation. The top tier.
He's been outside the simulation for a long time.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he paused it then because it says welcome to the outside simulation. So welcome back then.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, he's always been.
Okay. Oh, bring up this. I sent it to you. Bring up that GIF that Zero Fucks made. It's so funny.
Okay, we can do it.
Yeah.
I can do it.
That's so good.
I'm going to follow along with Super Chats too.
Okay. Casey Anderson, thanks so much for the 14 months of being a Fruit Seeker. Says she was a radical activist who was masquerading as a journalist. I would imagine Robbie had a restful night's sleep yesterday. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. She said that he defended her. I mean, I hope they can get someone who will argue again, or they can just get Jessica. Maybe they can get Robbie to yell at Jessica Burbank. So that'd be fun.
I don't. Jessica Burbank is crazy, but yeah, I don't know.
She doesn't seem like
such an interesting dynamic. It does kind of suck that she's gone.
Yeah. Yeah, she's crazy, but she hasn't. At least in the clips I've seen, she's not willing to scrap. Okay. Very Dead Horse for 22 months. Thank you so much. I sent you guys something to explain my super chat from last stream and an article about one of Bree's fellow travelers in your Twitter DMs.
Oh no.
This is what he said. He said, in case my membership chat was too spicy or disgusting, Mufaka hat is what is more commonly referred to as thighing. Practice the Prophet Muhammad did to his child bride. Ew. This is what I think Bill Maher was referring to when he said that Islam allows and tells followers how to molest but not penetrate children. I don't know. I don't think that's what Bill Maher was referring to. I think he was referring to that report that I thought I talked about. Maybe I saw it after the stream that was claiming that like 23% of people married in Palestine were under the age of 18. I'm assuming that's what he was probably referring to. So, and as for the other thing, this is a Florida tire shop flies Nazi flag to protest modern day Holocaust in Gaza, and owner insists it's not anti-Semitic. Wow, that's that's a take, right? That's a take. The Nazi flag is not anti-Semitic; it's just anti-Zion, right? Anti-Zionist. So,
is that what's being alleged now?
I mean, that's what this one Florida man, unfortunately, is claiming. So. That's fun, right? This is where we're at now. Jay for $20, thank you so much. Says I can knock all 4 legs off a fucking chair. It's still a chair. Nobody's gonna call it a legless seat. The entire trans discussion is just nonsense, pedantry. Yeah. The way that a lot of the trans conversation is structured is just people trying to win an argument by just defining a term in a specific way. They don't want to actually make an argument based on a concept or some kind of logic. They just say, oh, I'm just going to define a term this way, so I win the argument through magic, and you just have to suck it up. So,
yeah, a lot of the debate is kind of receded recently because there's election news, there's Russia, Ukraine, there's this Israel, Gaza thing. Trans has just kind of fallen off the map.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of those issues that's like, I guess it's like it's on the back burner. There's more important things. But, people. I mean, it's been talked a lot, right? So I guess people kind of get like bored of it a little bit. But
yeah,
even though there is a very interesting video, I do want to cover at some point, which is another philosophy tube video, which is pretty interesting. So.
Oh yeah. Oh, exciting.
You can tell. So Zero Fox made this great gift. This is Homer disappearing in Brianna's hair. after the awkwardness of the rolling the eyes at the sister.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Strangelove, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships.
Yes.
Thank
you. Great movie.
That Nobody guy for $20 says, thank you. Says, when Brianna says to give in to all demands after a terrorist action, she's advocating for terrorism. Giving in only incentivizes further actions, especially in Israel's case. They are surrounded by sharks sniffing for blood. Yeah, it would be, I mean, that's what is so bizarre and interesting is that if you ask Brianna and these people, like, okay, if you ran Israel's government and after October 7th, you just, did everything they wanted, you instituted the right of return, you got rid of all security in the borders, you did all these things, right? I mean, what do you honestly think that that violence would go down or go up? Obviously, it would increase because they'd say, oh, well, we got what we wanted by doing this horrific violent attack. We want more things. So obviously, we're going to do another horrific violent attack. It's the most obvious thing on the planet.
Yeah, this came up in the debate. The guy said, oh, so you want to build Gaza an airport now in exchange for the terrorist attack?
Right.
And she was like, I did not say that, but we backed up the tape, and she sure did say that.
She did, yeah. And it's just so that's why Constantine was asked that question. What, like, if you were in control of Israel, what would you do on October 8th? And they never have an answer to the question. They refuse to answer the question.
Right.
Because they refuse to acknowledge that Israel has a valid security threat or valid security concern. So
right.
I read that one. Brian Schultz, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. J-Mac, our surrogate father, thank you so much, Daddy J-Mac, for being outside the simulation for 26 months. Says, so will you guys be putting out the call to hire Brianna as your 3rd host? I think her inclusion would really spice things up.
Wow, I would love to.
Would love to have Brianna come on and be a guest or a regular host. And I don't think she would accept.
Okay? Yeah, I've tried to get her on the show many, many times, but to no avail.
No.
She'll go on Vosh's channel and totally glaze him, the cartoon porn guy, just because he's a leftist. Yeah. She'll go glaze him for like 2 hours, but
even after he was saying all sorts of mean, horrible things about her. So
oh yeah, terrible, terrible things. Yeah.
Yep. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, sure, that lady's sister may be surprise sexed and enhanced interrogated, but did she ever think about how that made Brianna feel? Hashtag I stand with Brianna. There you go. That's the real question, right? It's a real question.
Mm-hmm.
Oshie for $2 says 25 minutes late. Does Sitch and Adam like us anymore? We love you.
We love you, obviously. Yeah. Every minute late means we love you even more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. Bobby go for 23 months. Thank you so much for almost 2 years saying, hear about Elon destroying that remote Amazon tribe with Starlink. Quote, 9 months later, addicted to porn, social media, never stop colonizing. I did. So I saw like, the headline of that story. I never looked at it to see if it was like a real story or not. There was
sounds a little too good to be true, huh?
Yeah, there was some story about some Amazon tribe that like got internet for the very first time, and they got addicted to porn, which, first of all, that should have been the most obvious fucking thing on the planet, right?
Yeah, that seems plausible. Definitely.
Yes. That is most, so that would actually be like a significantly interesting case study to see, like, because the article was claiming that the young people got lazier, and it would show you like how much of male motivation to like get a job and be successful is based on like trying to get sex.
Right. Yeah.
and when you get bored, you're just like, whatever, I have porn. It's so much easier. So
yeah, no need to work.
Funny. Yep. CT for the 2 Canadian, thank you, says, guess that was the hill she wanted to die on. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Adam Godboff for 22 months, thank you so much, says, hey meow, it's my kicked off of parents insurance birthday today. Can I get a wrench as a birthday present?
Well,
no.
I don't know about that, but
no, you can't. But happy birthday. Look at that.
Yes, yeah, 27, right? That's how old you are?
Yeah, it's 26, 27. You get kicked off your
Oh,
parents'
is it? It
insurance,
might be
but
26. Yeah.
something like
not
that,
sure.
somewhere in that age range. So,
But happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Girl Sarah for $10. Thank you so much. Says, I like to think Robbie woke up the next day like the first Spider-Man movie. He finds he's no longer needs the glasses, and she is dressed like Jake and Josh theater workers. It'd be pretty funny. It'd be pretty funny. Cerebral Palsy for 12 months. Thanks so much for being a 1-year member. Says, I disagree with Sitch. These types always try and get righty centrists fired, so it's always good when it comes back around to them. Well, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, personally, I don't know what her exact position is on getting people fired. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Oh, she's fully for it. She's guaranteed she's for cancel culture all the way.
I wouldn't be surprised if she was in favor of certain people being fired. I'm just saying personally from twofold perspectives. Number one, I don't think she should be fired in terms of just, what she did, even though it was like disgusting. But two, I mean, let's be real. It's primarily because I want the content. Okay. I want the lol cow Brianna Greyjoy content. And it's sad that this is it. This is it. She's going to just be in her own hug box of bad faith podcasts. So it's just not as juicy anymore.
Yeah, we're never going to listen to her ever again. She's gone. Right. She's completely invisible now.
You say that, but I'm sure that she's going to have a bad faith podcast where all she does is whine about this and whine about Brianna Wu and whine about Constantine. And we're probably going to watch that because it'll probably be hilarious. So
maybe. I mean, she did do the debate, so she'll probably do another debate or something.
I don't know if Constantine was correct. She said this is why. Didn't he say she made some comment like this is why she would like never do debates or something again?
Sad.
Some comment like that. So
I mean, she is terrible at debates, so
that's true.
Yeah.
Fondue for $5 says, will these clips have the eye of an angel playing in the background? They should.
Maybe.
They should. Yeah. Ryan Ale for $10. Thank you. Says, would you guys possibly moderate a debate between Destiny and Dave Smith on Israel and Palestine? Dave seems to be dodging, and him and Destiny have argued on X about it. Keep up the good work, fellows. I mean, I would be happy to. I sincerely doubt either Destiny or Dave Smith would like either of us enough to want us to moderate a debate between the two of them. So, but I would be happy to do such a thing.
Yeah.
The Woot Man for 14 months says, J-Mac has come through for me once again. 14 months of J-Love. Wow, just wow. I don't even know what to say. Literally crying and shaking. There you go.
J-Mac is very generous.
He is. Metal Face Rose for $5 says, I want Brianna to step on my face and call me a dirty Zionist. I may need help.
Really? Wow.
Wow. I mean,
someone likes Brianna.
Listen, whatever gets you off, Metal Face, okay? Just keep it to yourself. It's fun too. For $10. Thank you so much. Says Sitch, I don't know that most people look at these arguments in turns as to what is convincing to other people, but what they personally believe is convincing to them. I mean, that is true. That is how people, I think, generally, the mistake people make in trying to be persuasive is they just they make the mistake of assuming everyone has the same worldview, the same moral tuitions, the same thought process as them. So they're like, well, what would be convincing to me? And it's like, okay, well, you don't need to convince yourself because you're already convinced, obviously. So
everyone seemed kind of horrified by what Brianna did. It seemed I didn't see a lot of pushback from the perspective that, oh yeah, she should be crapping all over this woman whose sister was kidnapped, right? Did you see that? Maybe I just missed it.
I didn't really. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I don't think there is. That's why she's pivoting to this whole, like, oh, it wasn't really about this. It was about broader complaining about Israel, blah, 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 blah.
No. I saw lots of people getting all up in arms about how terrible she treated this woman. So
no. I'm saying like, I agree. I haven't seen anyone like necessarily defending her doing that.
Yeah. So I think, it's better to see that and kind of get a read of people's responses. Like if I did see a large contingent of people that were like, yeah, tell her, I think, wow, what a bunch of psychopaths. But now that the possibility of that happening is just not going to exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because she's not going to be around to say these crazy things.
Right.
Yeah.
Phil, that remains for $10. Hey, Phil, weighing in on the Dave Smith Destiny thing, saying Dave isn't dodging anything. Destiny is a bundle of sticks. Wow.
Right.
Wow. I don't know what the drama is between Dave Smith and Destiny, but there you go.
I do know what the drama is between Destiny and Phil, and I'm here for every minute of it. Like,
it's your fault. You started the drama, Adam.
I completely love it.
Yes.
Did I? I don't remember starting.
Wasn't Phil was responding to your tweet when he said that, wasn't he?
Yeah,
I don't
you're
remember
right.
what your tweet was, but
you're right.
Yeah.
And then Destiny wrote this whole entire thesis about one little interaction with Phil.
Right.
Yeah.
So
he decided to educate all of us about green room behavior, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And we got that. We have that brilliant clip of Destiny doing his Phil impression.
doing his radio impression. doing his best Gilbert Grape.
Right. So there you go. Reddit Sex Defender. Jeez, what a name. For 5 CHFs says, out of topic, but have you seen Erin Rule's YouTube channel? Content quite good. She's basically female Rudyard, hotter and introverted. Not familiar, but I'll check it out. So there you go.
Look, a Rudyard? Sure, I'll
there you go. Hot Rudyard. We'll check it out. I mean, not that Rudyard isn't very hot. Okay, how dare you?
Of course.
Cake Sauce for 24 months. Thanks so much, Cake Sauce, for being 2 years a member. Look at that. Says, amazing. Hey now, I don't get to listen as often as I used to because I got a better job, but I really appreciate y'all. Thanks for keeping me sane. Well, you're welcome, and congratulations on getting a better job. That's wonderful.
Yeah, that's awesome. Always good.
Philip Kogan's for 17 months says, this goes to show that this conflict boils down to how cool you are with genocide, no matter what side you're on. The YouTube wouldn't let you write genocide. You have to spell it weird. That's obnoxious.
Genocide.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Jared
for $20 says, I read that one. Rex Vectum for $5. Thank you so much. Says, why is she dressed like she sells popcorn at a 1940s movie? Yeah, that was a bad choice. Whoever was working on the wardrobe that day should have been like, Briahna, stop.
She's doing her own wardrobe. There's no way she's not doing her own wardrobe.
Well, even if she's doing her own wardrobe, there's got to be someone on the hill that's like, hold on, girl.
They have veto power.
Take off that red vest. What are you fucking doing here?
That can't happen.
Come on.
There's no such thing.
Reddit Sex Offender for another 2 CHF says, Robbie is our knight in tuxedo armor. There you go. Equishitox for $5 says, Briahna fervently wishes Israelis are as bad as she says they are and that Palestinians are as good as she wants them to be. True. Rick Rod 95 for $5 says, it's great y'all covering older videos. It recontextualizes the true sentiment of the left in regards to human life on both sides of the issue. Yeah, I thought it was very fascinating to see what some of Brianna's initial responses were to October 7th, because it's strange. It's interesting to me because you'd think the first reaction would be sympathy for Israel and to say, wow, this is horrific that it happened to Israel, and then you could even throw onto that, say, I know, and I'm, it's horrible this happened to Israel. I hope they get all the hostages back. This is horrible. Hamas is despicable. They're only going to bring more devastation to the Palestinian people by doing this action. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And yet we couldn't even get that. We couldn't even get that. So Phil, that remains for another $10. Thank you, Phil. It says Destiny drama is some of the most fun I've ever had on the internet. Well, there you go. Look at that. Based Phil.
I'm trying to find the Destiny retard clip. I can't find it. Is this it? XQC laughing at it? I guess I'll have to settle for that. No. What do you mean, don't worry about it?
Okay. This is very important.
Of course it is. Is that it?
No, I was gonna go back into the room in case you put something up. Okay.
What? Oh,
Don't worry about it. Somehow I left the room.
What? Why?
I don't know. Because I'm a bad person.
Don't. Never leave. Always stay.
I'll never leave you, Ed. Never.
Perfect.
Don Mack for $5 says maybe we should retire the term woke and replace it with a more accurate term. I suggest
is when you're sitting on the couch and you're
I suggest
is when you're sitting on the
psychotic. There you go. Okay, this is the clip.
It sucks that he's so tiny, though.
I'm sure you can find it normally.
Let's see his XQC's reaction.
the couch and you're looking at something and some guy comes over and he's like, "Hey, I'm still on the mud. What's up? Do you want to talk to me?" That's not chill, okay? It's paparazzi behavior.
Damn, Phil, you triggered the fuck out of Destiny. Holy shit. My God.
Paparazzi behavior?
Wow.
Paparazzi behavior?
Yeah.
You come up to someone and act like a total retard? That's the way the paparazzi is?
I guess.
Oh my God.
I guess.
It's so good.
Good on you, Phil. Okay. Where were we? Trime for 12 months. Thanks so much for being 1 year. Trime says, let's pull for a confused Robbie emoji. He is a true good faith Gary. We could do that maybe. I did take a screenshot of that.
Yeah, I know. The Muppet
Briahna face. That's a good possible emoji for the future. So.
So sad.
PC, thanks so much for being discipline equals freedom for 21 months. Says violence isn't against international law. I guess Israel's all good then. Thanks, Briahna. Yeah, it's super weird. Fondue
yeah.
for $2 says I'm so bad at history. Yes, Bri. Yes, you are. Naxus for 26 months. Thanks so much. Says it's worse than the hostages being kept in a refugee camp. The IDF put out a statement that hostages were in the basement of an Al Jazeera journalist. Yeah, wasn't it? That was crazy too. There was one of the hostages was kept by supposedly was being kept by a journalist who did some articles for Al Jazeera. Isn't that insane?
Wow.
Like so, Jesus. Christian Baller for $5. Thank you. Says can't wait for the new Brianna Greyjoy and Nick Fuentes podcast. I feel like it would be the Ryan Long skit, woke and racist friends brought to life. That'd be good.
Definitely, yeah.
That'd be good. Fondue for $5 says, "Oh yeah, Adam, I completely forgot. Saint Chomsky had to pull teeth to get Brianna to vote Biden."
Oh yeah, we covered
Forgot
that. We definitely covered that.
That's right, we did.
Yeah, she was big mad at Chomsky, and Chomsky was like, "You idiot."
Well, it's funny because, so she worked for Bernie, so obviously she was like super upset that Bernie lost the primary, and then even when Bernie came out supporting Biden, she was like real mad about that.
Oh yeah, she's still mad to this day.
Yeah. An alien for 10 Aussies. Thank you so much. Says just joining. Good to see that Robbie is free. Don't forget to watch the clip where Robbie screams at her. Noted and done. Ding dong. The witch is blank. A-Team reigns supreme in S-Class. Is the best class.
Yeah, thanks.
Look at that. Phil that remains. Thank you, Phil, for another $10. Phil says, I did, and I'm so happy about it. I'm forever grateful to Adam for the tweet that said it out. There you go.
Yeah,
Look at that.
Just causing trouble on Twitter.
I know. Well, good on you. Good on you, Phil. And good on you, Adam. I don't even remember what the fuck your tweet was that he would set that up in the first place.
Just doing my duty.
There you go. TL1524 for $5 says, what pisses me off about this is that leftist YouTubers say Bri was fired over her criticism of Israel versus being an unprofessional piece of shit to this guest. True. And they will forever say this, forever, ever, ever, and they will never acknowledge the truth.
Yeah.
Eagle Shootox for $5 says, from the Gulf to Canada, Mexico rules forever. There you go. That's what they would say, yeah. And Alien for $5 says, the first clip is the one where Robbie screams at her after all. Nice. There you go. Well, thank you, Alien. And Alien for another $2 says, also YouTube won't let me say Bree deserves it. They won't let you say Bree deserves to be fired? That's super weird.
Really?
Oh, okay.
It's funny you read that thing about the pronunciation of Robbie's name.
Mm-hmm.
And what did he say in that?
Suave.
Yeah, he said he pronounces it suave, but he also said, just don't spell my name with an IE.
Yes.
And all of these super chats are spelled with an IE. It's funny.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I didn't even notice. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's so funny, yeah. Pick up the can for £5. Thank you so much. Says, if you haven't already, Rational National's coverage of Briahna Greyjoy's firing, he couldn't see an issue totally unhinged, especially his closing thoughts. Oh,
bring it up.
Okay.
We don't cover Rational National enough. That guy is seriously deranged.
Yeah, I saw that he covered it, and I was like, I made a mental note, I should watch this, and then I totally forgot.
I can find it.
I got it.
Oh, you already got it?
I already got it. Yeah, quick. Okay. Let's check this out. Thank you so much for reminding me about this.
Israel is a country that imposes segregated roads for Jews and Arabs. This map shows how Palestinians are forced through checkpoints.
Well,
are they really segregated for Jews and Arabs, or is it just Jewish people and terrorists?
Wow.
I mean, they do have the terrorist road network over there, right?
That's true. I think it's, I don't know, I could be wrong. I think it's for citizens and non-citizens.
No, I haven't watched Rational National for quite some time now. But are his eyes getting further apart? What's going on with this image here? Is his head growing wider?
Listen, he's getting smarter, Adam. His brain is expanding in his skull. Okay.
Look, I'm going to feel bad if he's got some kind of brain tumor going on here. And I'm just not in the know, right?
Terrible.
Something has happened here.
I can't believe this ad homing.
That's like a Y. Look at that. You could hit him right in the square in the forehead and not even hit an eye.
Listen, I thought you liked this. I thought we had some conversation. You like girls with big wide eyes.
Well, right? No, this is a super attractive look on women, but
oh, really?
I mean, yeah, on a guy.
Adam really likes his women to look like Sid from Ice Age.
I do. You get those beady little eyes inside the giant head. Oh yeah, man,
there you go.
Oh, it's crazy sexy. But on a guy, it looks. It's strange, right? Well, maybe it's some sort of distortion in the video.
I think he's always looked like that. I just think you just never noticed.
No.
Because usually when we watch him, we don't watch his content. We'd watch him on like Leftist Mafia, and he's like on a little tiny box. So maybe you just couldn't see it.
I mean, this is crazy. Okay. Something has happened here. This is weird.
There was a clip on Twitter of Peter Boghossian.
Yes.
And Destiny was on the clip, and they were like outside, and it looked so weird. I was gonna ask about like ask him like what was going on with that clip. It was like it looked like they were in front of a green screen, but they weren't. Do you know what the clip I'm talking about? It was so weird.
No,
like it just looked surreal. I don't know. Maybe we'll bring it up after. But anyway, let's continue.
You said that same thing about the clip of the photo of me and Peter Boghossian. You're like, is this a green screen? You were going on and on about it. Maybe it's just Peter Boghossian. Maybe that's the thing in common. Everywhere he goes is a green screen.
Peter Boghossian has an aura that he just makes everyone look like they're part of a green screen or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's very strange.
National. This is so strange.
Has fired yet another commentator that has been critical of the Israeli government.
They completely strip out all the context. It's like,
I know.
Who's been critical of the Israeli government for 2 years. They finally fired her today. Yeah, not mentioning any of the context.
So Brianna JoyGrey has announced on Twitter that she has been terminated from her hosting position at The Hill's show Rising, which is a daily show. And it's pretty clear as to why. Now, in this video, I'm going to get to an example of Brianna JoyGrey's recent work on The Hill, as well as maybe what triggered the termination now. So first off, the announcement that she put on Twitter here saying it finally happened. The Hill has fired me. There should be no doubt that The Hill Rising has a clear pattern of suppressing speech, particularly when it's critical of the state of Israel. This is why they fired Katie Halper, and it was only a matter of time before they fired me. And she shares her the termination letter here as well.
You know, I didn't say this when we were watching her, but I do think it's pretty shitty if Brianna was telling the truth, where it's like, the only thing they ever sent her and talked to her was this one email. They never had a conversation with her. I think that's really gross if you've been working for some company for an extended period of time and they just like send you this teeny tiny email. They don't say, they don't have a conversation with you about why you're being fired. Like, that's kind of shitty.
Where's the struggle session? Where's the apology video? Right?
I just would be like, listen, we fired you because we thought that this behavior was unbecoming of a Hill. Like, just say something. Like, it's kind of gross,
Don't they usually go for this though? That's usually the terms of engagement, right? Look, you've got to make it a public apology for this horrible thing that you did. There has to be like a struggle session. We're going to bring in the people who you've tangibly harmed. You're going to have to sit down with all the survivor of rape in one room, and they're going to talk to you and tell you about their lived experience.
Oh my God. Could you imagine?
That's the thing. That's the DEI way, right?
Right. That's
what
true.
happened here? They just sent her a letter. Oh, fuck you. You're fired. Come on. We want a struggle session.
That would be amazing.
She deserves a struggle session.
You keep it going. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Now, just to be clear on the Katie Halper part, Katie Halper, again, another critical comment.
That is not Katie Halper there. I mean, wait a second here. That's Rashida Tlaib.
Commentator of Israel, or commentator critical of Israel, was fired back in 2022. This headline from Jacobin: left-wing journalist Katie Halper has been fired for calling Israel an apartheid state, which it very clearly is. The Hill has fired Katie Halper from its morning show Rising for describing Israel's policies as tantamount to apartheid. It's a blatant act of censorship to silence a pro-Palestinian journalist. Just worth mentioning here, Human Rights Watch, other human rights organizations like B'Tselem in Israel, Amnesty International, have all described Israel's policies as apartheid. So it's not like Katie Halper was just, espousing on something she has nothing that she doesn't know about. No, this is directly in correlation with human rights organizations that have also said the exact same thing. And again, this is long before, October 7th. Now, Brianna JoyGrey.
I don't know.
Back.
The apartheid claim. What are your thoughts on the apartheid claim?
I don't think Israel's an apartheid state.
Okay.
At all.
I mean, if you look up apartheid just says, different rules for different classes of people. So I think loosely there are obviously some different rules going on in Israel, right?
Yeah, but it's always, whenever they talk about it, what they mean is there's different class of rules for people that are Israeli citizens, people that are not Israeli citizens, which is normal.
Right. So that's not apartheid, obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
If there's a claim, I haven't seen it, but they say, look, here are non-Jewish citizens of Israel who have citizenship, but are still, don't have equal rights or something. Like then I'd say, okay, well, that's an apartheid.
Well, if you're Palestinian and Israeli citizen, like the checkpoints don't really count for you, right?
I don't think you can be both.
Palestinian. There are Palestinian.
No, I'm saying Israelis. I don't think you can be a
Palestinian
a citizen of Palestine and a citizen of Israel. I think you have to choose.
Right. Yeah. No, yeah. I'm talking about like apartheid would be if it was a Palestinian Israeli. that was subjected to different laws.
Oh, right. I see what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They are.
Right.
The only law that's different is the Palestinians don't have to serve in the military, which, I mean, that doesn't seem like a bad thing. It seems, like a better thing, right?
Right.
You get out of military service. How's that apartheid, right?
Yeah.
But so look, they're saying Katie Halpern made this claim that may or may not be fallacious, and therefore she got fired.
Well, listen, I
duh.
disagree with them firing Katie for making that claim. I don't think she'd be fired for making that claim. That's kind of ridiculous, but even though I don't agree with the claim.
I think calling Gaza an open air prison should be grounds for firing. So I think, look, if you're actively just lying, I think that's a good reason to fire someone, right?
Yeah, that would be I think the apartheid. Well, the apartheid thing is, I don't know. It does seem factually incorrect because what they try to do is they try to make this like weird argument that well, since Israel doesn't allow, goods and things into Gaza and the West Bank, that means they de facto control it. So they're technically means that they're Israeli citizens, even though they're not. So therefore, technically, it's an apartheid state. They have to do all this weird, argumentation to get there. And it's the same thing with the open air prison. So, I mean, I agree, on a fact level, I think both the fact claims are ridiculous, but.
Right. Yeah. Firing journalists for lying, I think, is a good reason to fire journalists. But I guess, maybe political commentators can lie. Or no, we should fire them too. Fuck that.
Well, it's a little shrouded in opinion, right? It's sort of vague enough that people can argue about it on an opinion level.
I just want the community note that says, no, Brianna got fired for lying.
Well, no, she got fired for rolling her eyes at a lady, whose sister is kidnapped by Hamas, right? That's
lying
why she got
sounds
fired.
better.
Yeah.
All right.
Also went on to say, I'll have more to say about this, about how this was clearly part of a coordinated effort on her podcast, Bad Faith. And this this part is my speculation. I don't know if it's connected to it, but I recently covered this week how the Israeli government was caught secretly targeting American lawmakers with an influence campaign. As Haaretz writes here, an attempt to sway global public opinion on the war in Gaza, fake accounts and sites spread pro-Israel and Islamophobic content. The operation was orchestrated by Israel's Diaspora Affairs Ministry and run by a political campaigning firm. So this was also reported on by the New York Times. Again, I covered this a couple days ago. I'll link to that video in case you missed it. But it's possible that...
So that's some group inside of Israel that's targeting American lawmakers?
Well,
it's not really
They're
Israel.
claiming, I'm assuming it's a government organization.
Oh, it is? Israel's Affairs
Ministry of Diaspora Affairs.
Because it's got the ministry at the end there. That's how you know it's government.
Yeah, it says it's I'm looking it up. It says it's a government thing, so.
Okay. Ugh.
I don't know about the claim, though.
So these fake accounts still exist on Twitter. And there has been a lot of hatred thrown at Brianna JoyGrey, especially over the past week. Now, those may be some fake accounts. It may be real people. I don't know. But it's not hard to believe that because these accounts still exist on Twitter while they were deleted off of or by Facebook on their social media pages, because they still exist on Twitter, it isn't crazy to imagine that they're using this to target.
You know what? If this is so, I'm reading this article. It's from the New York Times, which, obviously, they got more, more information about this. But they're claiming that an official government organization, part of Israel, state of Israel, allocated $2 million to hire a political marketing firm to create a bunch of fake accounts to pretend to be Americans, to post pro-Israel comments and try to basically put comments to specific lawmakers to tell them that they should send money and funding to Israel and all that stuff. If that's true, I think we should 100% stop funding Israel 100% until they publicly apologize for doing this and never do anything like this again. And if they ever do anything like this again, we just say we're never supporting it ever again. Because I do think it's really super fucked up. If you have a country that's supposed to be our ally is like creating like a bunch of bot accounts to send to American politicians to like try to trick them into supporting funding Israel. Like, I think that's pretty fucking gross if that's true.
Yeah, it's horrible. Horrifying.
I don't know if they were the ones calling for Brianna. I think people were just mad about the Brianna clip, though. I don't think they're connected, but that'd be my guess.
People who are critical of Israel on various sites like The Hill as well. Now, also just to
Brianna did say she was being attacked by a bunch of bot accounts, so.
Right. Well, she might have been, but I don't know if it was part of that. Like,
I mean, I'm constantly being attacked by a bunch of
yeah,
bot
I think
accounts
anyone
on.
who's like a large person on Twitter gets attacked by bot accounts.
be clear, so her co-host Robbie, who is I guess a libertarian, he's a right winger. I think he's terrible, but she defends him here, saying, to be clear, Robbie did not know, has objected, and shouldn't be blamed. And Craig McIver, who used to work at the UN, recently resigned, is now now describes himself as just a human rights lawyer and justice campaigner, global citizen. Replies saying, the fact that so many vile racist and genocide apologists are celebrating your departure is proof of your important impact. The Hill is the loser here. I know your critical, courageous, principled voice will continue to inform, inspire, and speak truth to power. See you at Bad Faith. So this gets to, I'm just going to show a couple examples, because the replies to this initial tweet of the announcement, there's over 7,500 replies. A lot of them are absolutely...
Oh my gosh, she almost got ratioed on her own, on her own thing.
Really? Wow.
Absolutely disgusting. Like this one here. She writes, not going to platform these people except to point out that this is the tone of the average Zionist in my mention. Blatant racism. Fundamentally, their approach in Gaza is contingent on racial supremacist arguments, so it's not surprising.
You like how Brianna just completely, in the interview that she got fired for doing, she was like, oh my God, how dare you imply, these things about Muslims, which by the way, the woman wasn't implying. And yet she gets like some asshole sending her some message and she's like, this is the average Zionist, right? The average Zionist, they're racial supremacists. Like, she's so unhinged that she thinks if you're, pro-Israel existing, it must be because you're a racial supremacist.
Yeah, that's a political game there.
Mm-hmm.
Paint the other side as the extreme. Look at this extreme. This is just the average guy. They're all racist.
Well, and also, if you read this thing, I don't know if the Rational National is going to do it, but the first sentence, she's like, Brianna's not even understanding what the guy said. The first sentence is, just letting you know, if you and your family were all slaughtered, the people of Gaza would celebrate your deaths. So he's saying, why are you defending these people who would celebrate you dying?
Right.
Like, she didn't even get that. And so in the guy, he does say the N-word, obviously. Though,
go ahead and read
soft
that.
A. Okay, soft A, right? Wasn't hard R.
Right.
So then he says, you're unemployed now, C-word. Remember this, Palestinians fucked around and they're finding out you did the same. You fucked around and you found out. Minecraft. Laughing, crying emoji, right? Times 5. So, honestly, if this is the worst one that she chose to highlight, not really that bad. Even though it's like obviously an incendiary because he used the N-word, he did have a point there. Like, it wasn't just like a straight up like obnoxious troll reply, which is kind of hilarious to me that this is the one she chose to highlight. But okay.
Yeah. Well, because of the racial slurs. That's why.
Right.
He's like, look, a racial slur.
Right.
Yes.
I'm going to avoid saying some words here, but this person replied to her saying, just letting you know, if you and your family were all slaughtered, the people of Gaza would celebrate your deaths. Keep rolling your eyes. You unemployed now. Remember this, Palestinians effed around and they're finding out. You did the same. You effed around and you found out. This is
my God,
very much in line with a lot of the replies that she is receiving on her tweets. And even
the victim, once again, the victim. She's being victimized.
She argued with a woman whose sister is, currently being held hostage by Hamas, but, she got an angry tweet.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Talk to me when your sister is a hostage for 200 plus days, right?
Before she was fired, like this example. Tweeting out here, why are wheelchair users catching a stray? Are these Zionists trying to make themselves deeply unlikable? Somebody replied to her with this.
Oh my God.
Pretty funny.
It's just so, just the fact that she can do this. She's like, these Zionists. What does she mean? What's she mean by that?
These Jew Zionists.
These Zionists.
Dirty Zionists.
It's funny because it's like, look, they're doing a racism to me. These racists that I'm calling out with a racial slur.
DEI Barbie is one of the phrases that has, especially over the past week or so, been used against Brianna JoyGrey to attack her.
God, he seems like he's just dying over all this. Rational National's like, oh my God.
The pain, the suffering.
Doesn't he sound like his house just got burned down?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like his whole family was assassinated. It's like very upset about this meme. It's just a meme, man. Okay.
It's just gross. And it really showcases the mindset of the people who are happy about her firing. Now, let me show you a clip of some of the great work that she has done in her critique of Israel. I also want to be clear here as well. I think if you've watched me long enough, there are topics where I disagree with Brianna JoyGrey on, and I've not hidden that. I think it's fine to have political disagreements. I think it's also important to acknowledge when someone does fantastic work. So despite those disagreements that I may have had, or I may have still with Brianna JoyGrey on various issues, that doesn't mean that her work here should be dismissed. So this is an example of one of her radars, as they're called. My last two radars have been the most popular videos that The Hill has put out recently. Both are critical of the plausible genocide being committed by Israel.
It's a deeply segregated society in Israel where 98% of Jews say all or most of their friends are Jewish and 85% of Muslims say the same. I don't think you'll hear Mar speak up for Palestinian Christians either. Remember, former Congressman Justin Amash lost several relatives when Israel bombed a Christian Orthodox church in Gaza, where people had been sheltering along with sleeping children and babies. 150 to 200 people were killed in that attack by Israel.
They never give the context. They're just like, yeah, look, Israel bombed a hospital.
Yeah.
Why?
Because they want to kill Palestinians.
Oh, okay. It was a genocide thing?
They're
trying to do. Look, a bunch of Palestinians are at this hospital. We should bomb it to help us with our genocide.
Yeah.
Somehow I don't think that's the context.
You don't think that's the context? Oh, okay.
No. There's probably some terrorist activity going on there or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was 250 terrorists were hanging out in this hospital. Maybe they all went in. Maybe they all needed a random checkup. Maybe they all had chlamydia. They're like,
the terrorists had chlamydia.
Look, there's 250 terrorists with chlamydia at this hospital. We should take them out.
I think that Israel was like, listen, we need more bad publicity.
Mm-hmm.
So, we need to blow up a hospital, right?
Right. Israeli Palestinians segregated on new West Bank highway. What's this have to do with the hospital bombing? Israel inaugurated a new highway in the occupied West Bank on Thursday that featured a large concrete wall segregating Israel and Palestinian traffic. What's this? Double standard for Jews and Arabs.
Is a country that imposes segregated roads for Jews and Arabs. This map shows how Palestinians are forced through checkpoints, where they're forced to wait for hours and are subjugated to humiliating treatment. As one Palestinian doctor explained, my family members...
Those are the people who are not... This road is for people coming out of Gaza, right, who work in Israel. That's the situation.
Yeah, who are not citizens of Israel.
Right. They have like thousands of people, but obviously not now. October 7th happened, but they did have thousands of people that had work permits to go work in Israel.
Right.
So they all have to file through the checkpoint. Look, if you go to Los Angeles and like you work and have to drive in rush hour traffic, it is humiliating, okay? You are stuck for a long fucking period of time, right? Well, just trying to get across town.
You, like, I don't know if you know this, Adam, but Mexicans are living in an apartheid regime because when they try to come to America, they have to stand in a line at the border, right? Yeah. And, you know, give identification and do all that stuff. Where if you're an American citizen and you stand and you drive in your little line and you just show them your passport, they just let you right through. Right?
So how is this not dishonest as fuck? Because I mean, it's just completely strips out the entire context of what's actually happening.
Oh, it's wildly dishonest.
Yeah.
Yeah. And on top of that, you know, I've never heard any of them mention that there were a lot of work permits that were given to people in the Gaza Strip who they found out some of those people were undercover Hamas fighters who used their work permit time in Israel to gather intel on, you know, what targets to attack and how to attack them.
Right. Yeah. Very sad.
So.
Cross this checkpoint at 4 a.m., then sleep in their car until they start work at 8 a.m. This is apartheid.
All right, so that was just 1 minute of a...
That's kind of what you have to do in LA too. You got to leave at like 4 a.m. To get to work. You kind of sleep in the parking lot a little bit. Otherwise, it'll take you like 3 hours to get there.
You like that he was like, listen, this is the 1 minute that I'm going to show that really showcases Brianna's like good reporting. This very boring snooze fest of a clip that's actually like, you know, not even accurate.
Are you saying that he didn't? Are you saying he didn't pick wisely?
I mean, I don't think he gives a fuck about Brianna. He could have found a better clip that like he couldn't get some clip of like her getting a dunk on Robbie or something and been like, yeah, you go girl. Like he just like pulled like whatever the most recent. It's like he just pulled whatever the most recent video was that she put out and just like randomly pulled the fucking clip from it out of the blue.
It is funny because this guy's, I mean, he might have like 500,000 subs. You're just a leftist on YouTube. You can be like the most boring, stupid person in the world. And like everyone will subscribe. Oh, look, another leftist. Look, another socialist on YouTube. Subscribe.
Yep.
Look, he's talking about left-wing politics. Look, he hates conservatives. It's so silly.
A 20-minute segment, but it gives you an idea of the kind of criticisms that Brianna JoyGrey has been lobbing at the Israeli government, the accurate criticisms. Now, this is what a lot of her haters, I guess, for lack of a better term here, are quoting to try and claim that this is why she deserved to be fired. So I'm going to cut out the person's name here. I also have to, unfortunately, dance around the main topic of discussion here because it's on YouTube and YouTube is known to pull down videos discussing certain sensitive topics, but you can see the word on screen. You'll know what I'm talking about. But this was...
He's like, look, we don't want to talk about the sexual assault.
Shared, right. Saying, how can any reputable media outlet retain you when you roll your eyes at a woman pleading with you to believe, phrase I can't say, victims from October 7th? You did this on their network under their branding. Of course you were fired. I'm going to show you this clip, and then I'm going to show you or give you greater context around this.
Thank you. Me too. And I really hope that you specifically will believe women when they say that they got hurt.
All right. Thanks for joining. Stick around. More Rising coming up next.
All right. So, Brianna JoyGrey rolled her eyes while this...
You know, I mean, it's really bad branding. I don't want them to fire Brianna for my own selfish purposes, but it's really bad branding for The Hill, like that clip. Oh my God.
Don't you like how the Hill logo pops up real giant like, right as she's doing it?
Oh, it's so bad. There's like their giant logo pops up right as this horrible clip oh my God. It's so perfectly horrible for them.
And everyone got it in the clip. Look at this. It's The Hill. Yeah.
God.
Yeah, look, they hate sexual assault victims over at the Hill.
Right. Oh, it looks so bad for them. I mean, I wish they hadn't fired her for my purposes, but I don't blame them. Like, that's so bad. That looks so bad. God.
She like
Sister
brushes her
of-
off. Did you say sexual assault? Oh, away with you.
Ugh.
A hostage victim was discussing you should believe women. Let's first just discuss this aspect briefly here. This has been disputed by the New York Times itself, which were the initial reporters about this topic. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. Of course it may have happened. But in terms of the actual...
Look at that. He's already hedging.
I know.
It may have happened. We can never know.
reporting about this, it has been disputed. As Vanity Fair writes here, The Intercept reported that the Times had planned to air an episode of The Daily weeks earlier. The Daily is their podcast that was based on a December Times investigation led by Pulitzer Prize winner Jeffrey Gettleman and co-authored by freelancers Annette Schwartz and Adam Sella about how Hamas weaponized that in the October attack on Israel. But the paper shelved that episode amid a furious internal debate about the strength of the paper's original reporting on the subject. The New York Times realized, and there's a deeper piece on this.
You know, you can say sexual assault, on your video, right? You can say that word. Maybe your video get demonetized, right? But that's really what's going on here. If he just is really worried about his video get demonetized, just say it. Don't be like, oh, I'm afraid YouTube's gonna pull my video down. Like, give me a break. It is pathetic.
I mean, our videos never get demonetized, and we say all kinds of crazy stuff.
Well, they get flagged, but then they often will get reinstated. So he just didn't want that to happen. He didn't want to have to. It's just like, okay, maybe if you don't want to deal with it, fine, but just be honest with it. Don't be like, oh, I can't say this word because YouTube will pull down my whole video. It's like, okay.
It does seem genuinely uncool. Yeah. Cocked, exactly.
It's just like, come on, you're talking. And also, you're supposed to be defending Brianna, who lost her job, and you're not even willing to say, sexual assault, sexual violence, and fear that your video will get a little yellow sign on it. Like,
you lost your job for attacking Israel, and I'm too cucked to say sexual violence in a video.
I know. It's like, come on, jeez.
So the contested claim is the systematic, the weaponized sexual violence is a contested claim.
Yes, not that it didn't happen, just that there wasn't some sort of directive, essentially.
I mean, I saw a clip with Dr. Phil where Dr. Phil was saying, oh yeah, they were all jacked up on Captagon, some meth style drug.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what? I would like to see some evidence for that claim.
I'd heard that too, but I never really heard definitive evidence.
Yeah, me neither.
One way or the other on it. So
yeah, look, the problem is there's this contested claim whether or not it was systemic sexual violence, whether or not they were given marching orders from the top telling them, oh yeah, go out and rape everyone you can find, right? Mm-hmm. You can contest that claim, but they make it sound like no sexual violence took place at all. That's where I lose my mind, because I'm like, wait a second here. There's all kinds of evidence that sexual violence took place. I mean, it could have been rogue people. It could have been people who are not even associated with Hamas. Supposedly a bunch of other terror groups went in and did a bunch of heinous stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can contest that claim without just making it sound like nothing happened. And the poor woman, I mean, she didn't come out and say, oh, look, you're wrong, all this stuff happened. She said, look, I'm worried about my fucking sister getting raped, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's a completely justifiable fear considering the situation. Yeah. So,
in The Intercept about Annette Schwartz, and essentially the things that were made up for the initial piece from December, that the New York Times then realized there's not much to any of this. So
see, and he even says not much to any of this.
Right. Yeah, even he misrepresents the whole thing.
Yeah. Nothing bad happening here.
Yep.
It's just a bad old Israelis making people wait in line to go to work.
that goes to directly why Brianna JoyGrey had this kind of reaction. Not to mention, in addition to this, this is a clip out of context. Right before this was a long discussion where, look, I'm not going to disparage this guest because their sister's a victim, but they have clearly been fed a lot of propaganda.
Look, he even knows. Look, a real human response there. Someone who understands actual human behavior.
And just as many people living in Israel have for years, that they unfortunately have fallen under and believe. And a lot of that propaganda was being spread during this episode. Let me show you just the moment that happened right before.
Look, and then he calls it propaganda. Ugh.
If the world won't help us, we will see 9/11 the second time in the U.S. as well. But we can already see in the United States, in Michigan, rallies that's calling death to America, not condemning terror organizations in Israel or any other place. In fact, is reflecting to your country as well.
I'm just going to push back against the implication that in Michigan, which has the largest Muslim and Arab population in America, that there is any threat of terrorism from our own people. And I would like to clarify also that one of the rationale that was presented for 9/11 was discussed with America's support of Israel's continued occupation of Palestine. So that's neither here nor there. I really do hope that...
So is the implication that, like, if you're worried about terrorism, we shouldn't support Israel because that was part of Osama bin Laden's justification? Like, is that the point he's trying to make?
Brianna's trying to make?
Yeah, it's kind of a fucked up point. Okay.
Yeah. There's a little exchange that happens here.
In fact, is reflecting to your country as well.
I'm just going to push back against the implication that...
Robbie has like this little oh shit, like, and he looks over towards Brianna, looks back super
like,
quick,
oh,
and he's like,
yeah.
oh fuck,
Like,
oh fuck. It's pretty hilarious.
Sees it coming, yeah.
Look, I think Brianna looks back at it.
In Israel or any other place, in fact, is reflecting to your country as well.
I'm just going to push back against the implication that in Michigan, which has the largest Muslim and Arab population in America, that there is any threat of terrorism from our own people to occupy, all...
No, he didn't look back.
She didn't look back, no, but he totally looks over at her like, fuck, why are you doing this? What are you doing? Brianna, they're going to fire you. Who am I going to argue with? Jessica Burbank is not you.
All the hostages, including your sister, home. And I'm sure many people watching are praying for her safety.
That was the clip directly before the one that is being cut and shared on social media.
So the people are cutting it out of context to make Brianna look bad just so she can get fired. Sitch. It's a dishonest cancel culture campaign being done by the right.
This guest fear-mongered Arabs living in Michigan, as if that's going to bring about a 9/11 too.
It's so it's funny that he's saying, look, everyone is leaving out the context, and then he completely leaves out the context about like the people chanting death to America, death to Israel. It wasn't just Muslims, random Muslims.
And again, this is the end of a longer discussion where Brianna JoyGrey had to sit through a lot of propaganda being thrown at her. So I can totally understand somebody at the end of that conversation getting annoyed at just how much she had to listen to that has been disputed again and again and again. And again, recognizing, I'm glad Brianna JoyGrey recognized at the end there, Netanyahu is the...
I mean, she was just, she's sitting there listening to someone whose sister has been kidnapped for 200 plus days. and she doesn't know if she'll ever get her back, and she's just annoyed that she has to listen to her say things that she doesn't agree with for like 10 minutes.
Right.
It's got to be so annoying, right? So annoying. Having zero empathy for someone like that.
How dare you worry about your sister being raped when Hamas are total angels?
I know.
Never do such a thing.
The barrier to the hostages coming home. He is the one that has not agreed to a ceasefire. Over and over again, leadership in Gaza has agreed to a ceasefire. It has been Netanyahu, Israeli prime minister, that has not agreed to it. A couple last things here, just some comments from Twitter. My buddy
Mike Figueroa.
Mike Figueroa tweeting out, compare that number of leftist hosts The Hill Rising has fired to the number of right-wing hosts they fired. That gives you a clue as to who's actually challenging power. As far as I know, The Hill has never fired a single right-wing host. So going to his point, it's very clear.
That left-wing hosts are delusional and that right-wing hosts know what's actually happening. What's really happening in the world is that right-wing hosts do their fucking job and that left-wing hosts are full-time activists for their own personal causes. Is that the thing that we're supposed to, is that the takeaway?
I mean, it's kind of what Brianna said when she's talking to Glen.
Yeah, of course. She said, I'm a full-time activist. I'm only here for my own selfish political reasons. I'm getting paid to do activism on their dime, right? Look, I think they encourage that kind of stuff. I do think that producer is probably, she was probably happy to get that woman on because she was like, oh, this will drive Brie crazy. This will be great for ratings.
The kind of voices that are being silenced. And last tweet here from Crystal Ball says, yet another person fired for daring to support Palestinian humanity. I have no doubt Brianna JoyGrey will continue to find great success outside.
I hate this because it's like, who is against Palestinian humanity? Like the Palestinians are innocent victims in all of this, right?
Right.
You can call out Hamas. You can say sexual violence took place on October 7th. You can say those people are terrorists and should be hunted down and fucking incarcerated. It's not an indictment of all the Palestinian people. Duh. Look, it's the exact same argument that they make all the time when they say, look, I'm talking about the Zionists. I don't mean all Jewish people. I just mean the ones that think Israel has a right to exist.
Side of corporate media, but these attempts to silence pro-Palestine voices are meant to intimidate those who don't have Brie's fortitude and ability to withstand the attacks. And that really is like, I am very curious to see who the Hill is going to hire as their left-wing voice. Because they're running out of people. and are they going to bring someone back on who's going to continue being critical of the Israeli government? I guess we'll have to wait and see.
I lost brain cells listening to that.
I
Sitch.
know. Terrible.
It was awful, but it was fun.
Okay. Back to the supers. Thank you.
Rising host fired. The Hill's Rising fires Brianna JoyGrey. I can't even when it's right in front of me, I can't say it right. Following her critiques of Israel. That's dishonest. Oh.
What is this?
Look, I disagree with plenty of right-wingers. I think plenty of right-wingers like Matt Walsh, I think is kind of a dishonest commentator. So I just don't want to. There's a meme out there that like there's no delusional right-wingers, but tons of delusional left-wingers. And I always think, well, I mean, there are some delusional right-wingers too. What are you talking about? So,
oh yeah, there's lots of them.
Yes.
Actually, in certain topics.
Yeah.
Zero Fucks made some video. So made a clip on Twitter.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, if you want to bring it up.
Did you see the IJP Mexican who wore it better tweet?
I did.
Pretty good.
It's a good tweet.
They look. I mean, That's like the spit. That's like the spitting image. What's happening here? How is that possible?
I mean, maybe it was an homage, right? Maybe she's a big Drake and Josh fan, all right?
I mean, it's like twinsies.
Yeah. Who did wear it better? That is the question, right?
Yeah, I can't believe it. When you're arguing in favor of Palestine at your movie theater job.
That's what the P stands for.
So, what was that? What were you gonna? What was? Am I supposed to bring something up?
I said Zero Fucks made a clip.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you did. Is that on Twitter?
It's on Twitter.
Okay.
Kania X122 for 12 months. Thanks so much for being 1 year. Says it's like Hamas has no autonomy. Everything they do is because of something Israel has done. True. Very true.
Oh yeah. Why do they always do that?
Because they have no free will. They have no autonomy.
Oh man. I want to give the joke. Okay. Whew. I saved it. I didn't want to give the joke away. Okay, ready?
I'm ready.
23 seconds.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
What's on your radar, potato?
What's going on here? The potato's not saying anything.
We will continue to follow that. More rising right after this.
There you go.
Who's the potato?
There you go. I like it. Thank you, Zero Fucks.
Wow.
I mean, that commentary is as insightful as Brianna's, so.
Yeah. Great stuff.
M8566 for $5 says, poor Robbie has to know she's going to take it out on him while we're watching an abuser. LOL.
Oh, yeah.
Zammy Z for 6 months. Thanks so much. Says, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that this interview was the reason Briahna was fired. Well, because it was. So, there you go. Reddit sex offender for 2 CHF says, top 10 biggest bruh moments in TV. Very true. Very true.
Oh, yeah.
That one, like her rolling her eyes and sighing at that person, doesn't that seem like a scene out of like Seinfeld or Curb Your Enthusiasm or something?
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, this isn't real.
That audible sigh.
Yeah.
Like, listen, you dumb bitch. I'm sick of hearing about your sister's rape.
Mm-hmm. That one guy towed for 15 months. With the Grey Joy saga at an end and the election arc coming up, I'm at a loss. What will the writers do next? P.S. Love the show. That's true. That's true.
Yeah, thanks.
What will the writers do next?
It's going to be tough. I mean, that's been a huge arc in the political space on YouTube for a long time. I mean, we all knew. That
Chance Sasquatch for $5. Oh, sorry.
That sooner or later, this was like something was going to happen. There was going to be some resolution to this arc.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have guessed this is the resolution. I think that's what's so interesting about it. It's like very surprising.
Chance Sasquatch for $5 says, I've honestly started to believe that leftists don't really have any principles, just whatever suits them and their emotions about at the time. I mean, to be fair, I don't think most people have principles.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not just a leftist thing.
Yeah, I don't think it's just a leftist thing. I think most people just have a team that they advocate for, and it's just whatever emotionally suits them at the time. So.
And it is like the more partisan you are, which maybe that's where the leftist thing kind of fits in, because they are particularly partisan. They are, they believe a set of facts about the world, and they're just adamant about it. And they want to castigate everyone else who disagrees with them. So that's a recipe for disaster. Todd Sullivan has a
mic drop emoji.
A pair dropping a mic.
Tal's apps, I think that's the shekel sign. Thank you for the 15 shekels. Says the symbol of the pro-Palestinian pro-Palestinian conference in Michigan is the symbol of the whole of Israel, which completely contradicts their anti-war claim. Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're screaming, death to America, probably is an issue there too. So,
yeah.
And death to Israel. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2. Thank you. Says Briahna won some shouting matches, but Robbie won the war.
Oh, he did. He did.
There you go. BC for $5 says, I need some hard evidence that Brianna JoyGrey was fired for her opinions and not for conducting an awful interview. That should have been a cakewalk. True. Die Matra Beats for 3 months. Thanks so much. Says, happy birthday to King Charles III. Long live the king.
Wow. Okay.
Is it really his birthday? Well, there you go.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, King Charles. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, I love when leftists cry about cancel culture. It reminds Black Elk Speaks, a book. Sitting Bull said to the army sergeant, wasn't it you who thought us?
What?
I haven't read that. I'm not quite familiar with that reference or the way you kind of had to squeeze it in there in the super chat, but okay. Michael for $5 says Brianna JoyGrey displays Eric Cartman levels of histrionics. Remember the fish sticks episode? Yes. Did you say that before I said that? That's true. That's exactly what it reminded me of. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Moondoggy for $10 says it's so weird that they talk about hostages as just a thing to accept. Like, of course. Also, I didn't know Scout Malcolmson grew up to be a leftist. There you go. Equishodox for $2. Thank you so much. Says immediately badmouths her former employer, Classy. Well, I mean, she was unceremoniously fired, so I guess I don't really. Shouldn't be that shocking, right?
Yeah.
Dr. Strangelove for $10. Thank you so much. Says I have genuinely tried to walk in the shoes of pro-Palestine, and you cannot do it without being purposely disingenuous or mind-numbingly oblivious. You two make me nod my head and yell at the radio. Well, thank you. That's the goal, right?
Yeah, thanks. And I mean, I have a similar experience with these people. It just so much of it is just misinformation.
Right. Federal Burger for 8 months. Thanks so much. Says Brianna behaves in debates exactly like Cartman. None of this matters to her in any way except the clout she gets for supporting the Omnicause. Maybe.
Yeah.
Whoop. Did the thing. Where was I? Red, there I was. Red 473 for 3 months. Thanks so much. Says Brianna claims birthing person is a niche term to dismiss it. However, being trans and trans issues are already extremely niche. That is true.
Yes.
True.
You should say niche. Niche is it?
I thought you could say niche or niche. I thought you could say either or.
But niche is more correct.
Is it really?
It is, yeah.
I mean, niche sounds cooler. I will.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's really what matters, right?
That is what matters. That's true. Mr. Borelli for $10 says if Israel has successfully rescued 4 hostages with 0 casualties, would the left still blame them for potentially putting Palestinians in danger rather than just accepting Hamas's ransom? So like if they, well, I guess let's be a little bit more realistic. If they had saved the 4 hostages and only killed like the direct people holding them, I don't think they would complain about it. I think they just wouldn't talk about it. Or they would say, see, this shows you that Israel had the capacity to rescue the hostages without causing a lot of collateral damage and instead chose not to. So I think that's one of those two things would probably be the way that they would talk about it.
Spin it the way they would spin it to make it still Israel's fault.
So it's weird because I'm curious because like trying to find the exact articles that talk about the exact operational details of like how so many Palestinians died. Because I guess it sounds like what happened was when they went into the buildings simultaneously that the hostages were at, they also started bombing stuff at the same time. And so is it that the majority of people that died, did they die not from the actual infiltration of the building, but from the bombing outside? It seems kind of like vague the way I read articles that talk about it. Because that'd be an important distinction to make.
Do you think they're leaving it vague because it's some sort of strategic plan that they don't want to leak out?
No, I don't know if it's just that they just don't have the information. So, Dr. Strangelove, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships.
Yes, thanks.
Solo for $5 says, are you still not able to see my DMs? I've been sending some videos to Adam. Adam, have you gotten any videos?
Yeah, Solo sent me some great videos, actually.
Okay. I can't
really
see
good
them,
ones.
so I don't know why I can't see them.
Oh, really?
If Adam can see them, that's good.
I think I sent you one of them. I don't remember what it was.
Oh. Okay. What was the subject matter?
It was Tifa cosplayers, I think. No,
I don't remember you sending me a Tifa
I'm
cosplayer
kidding.
video.
That was a joke.
Okay.
That was a tasteless
Was
joke.
it the Palestinians, world's most privileged refugees video? That traveling Israel.
I don't think so.
Oh, I still didn't watch that video, so I should probably
watch it.
Okay.
Lonerbox did a response to him.
Mm-hmm.
And they get back into this. Gosh, I just hate it because it's so silly. It's like, who is more responsible for where we are now? You know, starting 150 years ago. It's like,
right.
I just despise that game. So,
Mm.
but the privileged refugee video, I don't think anyone has responded to. So,
Solid for $5 says the quackademic quote from I mentioned in the last stream was from the Girl Abs video. Oh, okay, I forgot. That's funny. Anthony on for $5 says found you both through EFAP. Enjoy the videos and live stream takes. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you. Thanks so much.
yeah, thanks.
Slate King for 15 months says the mistake is thinking that Brianna wants a peaceful solution. She wants Hamas to win. She doesn't value peace when compared with victory. I mean,
true.
Yeah, that definitely
True.
seems to be the case. So that'd be my take too.
Yeah, look, she wants Israel to go away. She wants the apartheid state to dissolve. She wants a one-state solution called Palestine.
Right.
She wants to clear Whitey out of the Middle East. That's what she wants.
Well, and also, you know, if the demographics were different, so like if the demographic situation was that the Israelis would vastly outnumber Palestinians, I'm very skeptical she'd be in favor of this one-state solution thing that she's talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Borelli for another $5. Thanks so much. Says, who is the progressive queen? AOC, Anna, Emma, Crystal, or JoyGrey? Well, I mean, I don't think Anna, does she consider herself progressive anymore?
I'm not sure if she does. I don't.
Yeah. So.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, progressive is a kind of a loaded term these days. I don't think Destiny even calls himself a progressive anymore. I think he dropped the term.
He did, yeah.
He's like, these people are fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's going with enlightened centrist. He's basically
now that would be funny.
He's sucking up to our old term. But look,
go.
I don't even call myself an enlightened centrist anymore. It was all kind of tongue in cheek anyway. And I think independent is the better description of myself. I think independent is probably a better description of Sitch as well. So
right.
Yeah. But obviously, I don't know.
Obviously, the answer to the question is AOC.
AOC is at the top of my list. So
yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
The real Halsnator for $5 says, "Did you guys do Streamlabs yet? I can't watch this cringe." No, we haven't got this. We will get to it in a little bit. We haven't got to it yet. But thank you. El Caliso for 18 months says the Robbie emoji should be his face when he says, "I don't give a fuck, Brianna."
Oh yeah. That's a good one.
That's a good contender. That's definitely a good contender. Stacking damage for $5 says, "Who wore better?" Adam, of course. A-Team reigns supreme.
Why, thank you.
Wow, look at that. You can't compare Adam's red jacket to that vest. Okay.
Oh really?
Yeah. Didn't Kanye wear like a jacket like that? Or was it blue?
I do have the one that Kanye wore.
The Kanye jacket.
Yeah. I don't wear it much.
You don't want to get associated with it. Ostracy for $2 says Adam must have loved Furiosa. Oh, does she have like really wide eyes apart?
Oh yeah, look, that is a look for female actresses now. They all have it.
Really?
Everyone's getting on that bandwagon. Yeah, the hammerhead shark look, man.
Right.
Everyone digs it. But it looks great on women. It's very, very feminine look.
Skeptical. I'm not a fan of it.
Oh, you don't like it?
No.
You like
women
proper
eye width apart. Okay.
You like women with their eyes super close together?
No, there's a normal amount.
I'm gonna pull up a picture of Sitch's girlfriend.
So the Cyclops.
No.
No, I like girls that have a normal eye width distance, okay, apart from each other, whatever that may be.
Close together.
I want the average amount, all right?
No, I'm gonna here we go.
Terrible. Look at this.
Oh,
Look at this.
So weird.
Lies and propaganda that Adam is posting. Okay.
Oh yeah, that is what's wrong with What is her name?
I don't know. I can't see what picture you brought
I
up.
know.
So.
I can't remember her name. Fuck.
Good. Edward Sr. for $20. Thank you, Edward. Says the terseness of the termination notice was likely to minimize the material for a wrongful termination suit. The Hills lawyers are confident in the contractual conditions of employment and don't want to complicate the issue. You know, I thought that, and you're probably correct. Yeah, they just don't want to get sued, so they don't say anything. That's probably a good point. So it's obnoxious, but that's probably why they do it.
Yeah, because there's going to be some sort of litigation, some wrongful termination litigation. I'm sure a bunch of attorneys reached out to her and were like, I'll love to get my name in the newspaper by taking this case.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, look, she's probably got a bunch of them.
The Hultinator for $5 says, maybe if you say, quote, we won't attack hospitals, Hamas will say, quote, we should hide in hospitals, spare nothing and no one. I mean, I don't agree with spare nothing and no one, but I agree with you that that's kind of the difficulty of the situation is that wherever they don't attack, that is obviously what Hamas is going to hide. So, Metalworks 411.90 for $5 says, just to let you know, China has been wine in and dine in our smaller local politicians because the ones in Washington are sick of their crap. Really? That's interesting and awful. Saul for $2 says Arab Israelis had land taken from them in the 70s.
Arab Israelis.
What was the context?
Yeah, what is the context?
Yeah, I don't know. TL1524 for $2 says disingenuous David divulging data dumbly. There you go. Nice David Dole alliteration. Noel John's Kitty, thanks so much for the $5. Says, does no one remember that for weeks after October 7th, imams all over the Middle East said that sex with hostages and slaves was acceptable in Islam? Why say it? I actually don't remember that, but that's pretty fucked up if that's the case. And obviously, if they were saying it, they were saying it for a reason. So, pretty disgusting.
Wow.
Garaman 502 for $5 says, aren't these the people that hold up any, quote, dehumanizing language as evidence of systemic encouraging a host of crime, including sexual violence? Yeah, I mean, that's part of why it seems so like bullshit when Briahna or these other people go on and on about this stuff, because these are the same people that are so insanely sensitive about anything that could possibly be perceived as a microaggression, right? And then when it comes to suddenly like some side that they're advocating for, it's like, what do you mean the people saying from the river to the sea are advocating for violence? No, that can't possibly be. But the people that are calling for jihad and intifada, no, they're talking about peace. You don't understand.
Yeah, that's not a microaggression. It's a macroaggression.
Yeah. Lucifer the Doorman for 5 Canadian says A-Team reigns supreme. Also, Briahna should know free speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences. LOL.
That's right. Exactly. Consequence culture. That's what it is.
Right. Fondue for $5 says, no, they would say, quote, they killed 6 sweet baby boys. No hostages are worth the price. I mean, that's very possible. Loser Doberman for 2 Canadian says, when is the comic being sent out?
As soon as it gets printed.
Okay.
Still looking at printers, so.
Right. We'll let you know. Twitter sucks for $5. Thanks so much. Says, did you guys watch the TikTok video I shared on Twitter? Are you going to show it on stream for the memes? Did I see that? Did you tweet? Did you tag us?
Maybe. I don't remember.
What was the video? I don't remember.
I don't remember. Yeah.
Retag me if you want me to look at it. I put out a tweet that got a lot of flooding of my mentions, so I haven't. It's been hard for me to look through my mentions the last couple of days. Mr. Borelli for $10, thanks so much. Says, you said David Pakman was grifting on Trump's cognitive decline, but the 4 doctors he interviewed all agree that Biden's decline is not serious, but Trump's decline is serious. Do you not trust the experts?
Did that really
real?
happen?
Is that fucking
That's crazy.
real?
Really?
Oh my God. Wait a minute.
4 doctors have testified to Trump's decline?
That can't be. That's crazy if that's true.
Biden's decline is not serious.
Where is that? Send me that video. I want to see that video. That sounds insane.
That's got to be a joke.
Right. Okay, let me look at these Streamlabs.
It's Miley Cyrus that has the eyes that are close together.
Oh.
Yeah.
Does she really? I never noticed.
Yeah. Beady little eyes.
Wow, look at you. Damn. Aggressive here.
Oh.
Does she really? She doesn't have, she doesn't have her eyes close together, does she?
She has like normal eyes.
Isn't that like normal?
No,
Isn't that
they're
like
pretty
normal
close
eye length?
together. No, they're like.
Bring up a picture.
No, I will not.
Chat, I need some. I feel like Adam's gaslighting me. Okay.
Again.
What's going on here? Mr. Burley $5 says he made that argument in his interview with Will Kane in his appearance on Piers Morgan with Benny Johnson. Oh, okay. I'll check it out. That seems kind of insane to me, but
he's always getting the crazy guess.
yeah. I tried to watch the beginning of him on Piers Morgan, but I just kind of dropped out after 10 minutes of it.
Right.
So why does Miley Cyrus look like Cher now? When the fuck did that happen? That's weird.
Hadn't noticed.
I mean, she does, right? You see that? I'm not crazy.
No.
No. Okay. Did you bring up the picture?
No.
Why not?
I'm not planning on it.
Why not?
No
Bring up the
reason.
picture, Adam. Bring it up.
Miley Cyrus?
I sent you a picture.
Oh, okay. I'll bring that up.
Okay. You can see that both Miley Cyrus looks like Cher and her eyes are in fact normal length apart. He's not bringing up the picture because you're editing a picture, I bet, to make her eyes super close together. So you can bring it up and be like, look, what are you talking about, Sitch?
Look,
That's what's going on here.
Look, I'm doing this all wrong. I should just do it in OBS.
Yeah, see, he could have just say, see, chat, I'm on to him. I'm on to his ways.
Okay, this does have a very Cher vibe to it.
It does, yeah.
But you can see her eyes. Like the normal width apart that eyes are is one eye width.
You always say that. I don't think that's true. That seems too big.
No, it's one eye width.
No.
And you can see like the bridge of her nose is not one eye width apart. It's like super close together.
So according to the internet, it says the average distance between human eyes is 2 inches.
What?
What's the average eye length?
Well, that might be, but it's proportional to the face. That's not a good metric there. Can't just say 2 inches. What about someone that has a tiny head? Then their eyes are super far apart at 2 inches.
Huh. This is what the average eye is less than it. Oh wait, no, they're talking about like just the inside part. This is no help. Internet, you're fucking failing me here. Whatever.
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 Don't whatever me.
I'm gonna whatever you all day. Okay. Holtonator for $5 says, fired is a good start. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. I can't read this, Holtonator. And relax, bro.
What happened?
Oh my God. Listen, we don't advocate for violence here. The Sitch and Adam show.
Holtonator's going
Holtonator
crazy.
is not pulling out any stops about his feelings on Briahna Greyjoy.
Give us like the G-rated version.
He you know what the not the Greyjoys. You know what the Boltons were in favor of?
The Boltons?
Yeah, from Game of Thrones.
Oh no.
He wanted the Greyjoys Boltoned, okay?
Oh no way.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Pretty rough stuff. Disavow. CT for $2. Thank you, CT. Says, they say dress for the job you want. Briahna looks like she's gonna ask if I want extra butter in my popcorn at the movie theater. So she has options. There you go. That's exactly right. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Well,
oh my God. This picture you've brought up is horrific.
I fixed her up for you.
Look, that looks normal, right, chat? That's like the normal line, like the part, right? Right? I mean, I don't know what you did at him, but suddenly Miley Cyrus looks way hotter than she did when I first saw her. I don't know what's going on with that picture, but something about it just...
I gave her the spider eyes.
Something about it, just looking real hot all of a sudden. I don't know why. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, Briahna is an incompetent and terrible person, so I have no doubt she'll secure a new spot on news media soon. True. Dr. Dealer for another $2 says, if Israel just blindly fired missiles and killed people indiscriminately, they would be on par with how awful Hamas is, in my opinion. However, people like Briahna aren't even prepared to say Hamas are bad. Very true. Has she ever just said Hamas is like evil? Has the words Hamas is bad or evil ever left Briahna's mouth?
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't think so. Death by Sloth for $2 says, Briahna only has agency when she can portray herself as a stalwart hero. Otherwise, she's a victim who has no choice but to be an asshole. The Sun does this too, perhaps a universal human fault, but leftists employ it often. Yeah, I mean, that's just, classic, was it confirmation bias? Self-serving bias, yeah. But it seems like the leftists do it a little bit extra. Dr. Dealer for $3, thank you so much. Says maybe the I think you meant far. Maybe the far left would feel better if we switched messaging. How about instead of, quote, nation on the defense, it's group of racist, religious zealots murdering people indiscriminately. They love those. I mean, judging by their defense of Hamas, yeah. And Dr. Zidler for another $2 says, her arguing with this Israeli lady highlights how Briahna is not coming from a place of empathy for the downtrodden. She just hates people she thinks are oppressors. This is just the indifferent malice in the face of tragedy. That's a good point. If she's really like one of these, I have empathy for the people that suffer and for the downtrodden, she should have some kind of empathy for this woman, but she doesn't. She doesn't at all. So that's a very good point. What was the Twitter sucks? What was the video, the Twitter video? I still don't see it. I still don't see the videos, the TikTok video you're talking about. There you go. Thank you. We got some. We have some ragamuffin fun.
Oh, you can tell.
You don't. Well, you don't have the. I think you still have the Miley Cyrus picture up. I think so. I can't see it, but Ragamuffin's the one that makes that sound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's very angry.
Yeah. I mean, sounds like she's angry. Because you just like shake your cat at the microphone. He's like, why you do this to me? Stop. Leave me alone. Stop. You don't shake Wormy like this.
I went too far. Got the hiss.
Okay.
That was fun.
Right.
She came in and was like talking, but I couldn't grab her, so I chased her in the other room. What's going on with Miley Cyrus?
I don't know.
Ugh. She looks so weird. Ugh. Anyway.
Send me another DM so it's at the top so I can just see it quickly because I don't see it.
What's happening?
Mr. Brelli for $5 says he made the argument in this. Oh, I read that one.
Read it again.
That was the David Pakman thing.
Oh.
So.
Are you getting the hello, my sister saw you DMs?
What? No. What?
Really?
What does that mean?
It was like a massive bot, like, hello, my sister saw you, like DM. Like,
no, I didn't even heard of that.
From bots. Yeah.
Interesting. Jonathan Rosler for 21 months. Thanks so much. There's a question I would really like to ask Brianna is if the October 7th attack makes Hamas an evil organization. That's a good question. That is a good question to ask her. She'd be willing to bite the bullet on that one. A hard round brush for 800 yen. Thanks so much. Says, do you believe in love after I came in like a wrecking ball? There you go. Perfect mashup.
Oh, yeah. She did that. Miley Cyrus did that song.
Yes.
That wrecking ball smashed her eyes close together.
There. Okay.
Bam.
Anyways.
That's it? What
it.
about Twitter sucks for $2?
You didn't send. I can't see it. I can't see whatever you're sending me.
Twitter sucks for $2. I DM'd it on Twitter. Look at that.
I don't. Send it to me again. I don't see it. What the fuck?
So what's going on here? We got 1,615.
Or send it to Adam. I don't see it. I don't know.
We got 1,550 people watching right now. I think we had like 2,500 at the top of the stream, but we're working on a video, right?
We're working on a video, yes.
Oh, okay. I mean, there's a bunch of people listening right now. If we're actually going to make the video, we could tell them.
Should we say we're working, me and Adam are not only working on a new video, we're working on a new channel.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, totally. For media stuff.
We're going to do a new channel that is dedicated to media stuff, and we're going to do a video on Star Wars Acolyte. Because everyone seems to love that show so much, right?
Yeah. Show everyone loves to hate. Yes. We'll be hating along with everyone else.
Yes.
Well, I think Sitch actually liked it. I think Sitch is like a secret supporter of the...
fucking loved that show. Oh my God. I watched that and I'm like, this is not only a good show. This is not only the best Star Wars show. This is the best piece of Star Wars fiction, including better than the original movies that I've ever seen in my entire life.
He was like, the Force really is female. I love this.
There you
it's
go.
So good. God,
there you go.
Kathleen Kennedy's amazing. So glad she's taken over the Star Wars property. Love it. All right. Anything else before I start playing harmonica for a little bit?
Oh, I found the thing Twitter Sucks sent me.
What was it? Something good?
Oh
my God.
There you go. I'm not going to bring it up, but thank you for sending it to me. I think that. Anyways.
New outro.
Anyways. That's a new outro instead of harmonica. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you.
Oh, wait,
Brianna.
1 second. Just I want to get some ideas for the new channel name about media stuff. So leave us some comments. Yeah, so good It's got to be something cool and media-ish. And I mean, I don't even know if we're going to do like Sitch and Anima, just like a cool name for a media channel. That's what we need. Leave that in the comments below, okay?
Leave a name for our new media channel in the comments below. Yes. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Brianna, for all the great laughs, all the great anger, all the great clips that we had throughout the years with your amazing debate performances with Robbie. And we will all be so sad that they are gone. Until next time, my sweet princess, until we can get another amazing, retarded leftist to debate with Robbie, we will all be hoping and praying. Take care.
Bye-bye.